Well, a very good morning to you all from high above Daytona International Speedway. This is the World Racing League 14 Hours of Daytona, round 5 of the 2021 championship season. We're live on DriversEye Live, and a special good morning to those of you down in the paddock of Daytona International Speedway. It's the first time all year we'll be live down in the pit lane and the paddock of our host racetrack. Thrilled to have everybody along. I suspect there's probably about 1,000 of you down there in for our first marathon enduro of the 2021 season. My name is Brendan Kesmerick, joined in person this weekend for the first time in quite some time by Scott Michaels. Morning, Scott.
Good morning, Brendan.
Just once, Scott, I would like you to reply with Morning Wells, and then we just recreate the first scene of Top Gun. But I think we're going to have to wait for that.
I'll have to rewatch Top Gun.
Yes, you will. Joseph Mudark will be along for the ride a little bit later in the morning, and we'll be cycling some reports from down in the pit lane and the paddock as well. Live on YouTube, live on Facebook, as always. Happy to have everybody's company. Scott, Daytona is kind of a special one, isn't it? It's host to the 24 Hours of Daytona, the Rolex 24, of course. WRL has their own long enduro this weekend. We've got 70 cars around the high banks and the infield. We're going to finish under the lights tonight. Sort of a homecoming for both of us in a way. Your thoughts ahead of 14 hours of racing?
I was just about to say it's a long way from Orlando Kart Centre. It actually isn't that far. I drove from there earlier. But yeah, it's pretty surreal to be in a location like this. Having, particularly for me on a personal note, having done some commentary with you guys from my bedroom on some great racetracks like Mid-Ohio, Road America. But to actually be up here in a facility like this with a field like this as well. I think I'm not sure how many cars we're actually going to end up having starting, but it's certainly the biggest entry list I've seen, and easily the most competitive looking entry list I've seen for WRL, which is great. Longest race as well. That's going to be a different dynamic. Nothing to race for, or nothing to save your car for tomorrow. It's all happening today. So yeah, it's definitely going to be different, interesting, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
You say it's the longest race. Of course, it's the longest race so far. This is the first of 38 hours of racing to come from Florida this year. Of course, the 24 Hours of Sebring will just sort of round out our season before we get to the U.S. Endurance Championship at Circuit of the Americas in December. But for now, we've got the high banks to contend with. I can tell you, for those of you not around the Speedway, that the field, as they released the last cars from the grid, was coming out of oval turn 4. Now, they cut the infield out just to let everybody get into a 2x2 formation. But we've got 2.5 miles worth of cars spread out between GTO up at the front of the field and GP 1, 2, and 3 around the back. Those will be our general production classes. There's about 40 of those cars remaining for this weekend, and we've got about 30-odd cars in GTO at the head of the field this weekend. Now, of course, this weekend also plays host to the Nürburgring 24 Hours, as you're well aware, Scott. You'll be avoiding spoilers on that, while we will be leaning very heavily into it. No, we won't. We've got things to do this weekend. But, in a way, the WRL sort of represents what the Nürburgring 24 Hours used to be, right? You've got a couple of professional cars up at the top of the field that go very quickly, very well built, that sort of represent the pinnacle of what the WRL is. And then the field is rounded out by a huge swath of production cars at the back, everything from Porsches. You've got an FRS down here that just comes by start finish, a front wheel drive Civic, MX-5s from front to back. It's a very unique sort of environment, but it's sort of set itself apart now as one of the best endurance racing opportunities that America has to offer.
I think actually I'd go further. I'm not sure about the definition of WRL being like what the Nürburgring 24 Hours or the NLS as a series is used to be. If you added 40 GT3 cars to the front of this field, you would have an NLS or a Nürburgring 24-hour field. And I would argue the quality through the production classes here, I haven't got very much experience with the NLS, at least that end of the field, but I would say it's pretty similar from what I can see. Maybe a few more BMW M2s in the NLS field. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right that the removing that real works factory 40 GT3 cars at the front changes what we have here, but this is exactly the flavour that I think NLS goes for. So yeah, it's a really good comparison, particularly for this race this weekend where we've got we just happen to have the mirror as you say, this isn't the longest race of the season, but it's definitely one of them. Yeah, mirroring the NLS and their 24-hour race at the Nürburgring this weekend. This is sort of, America's version of the same thing.
We'll have plenty more to talk about over the course of 14 hours. For now, though, as the cars make their way into the bus stop for the final time under not racing conditions, as far as we're aware. I believe it's still 2 pace laps this morning, but keep an eye on the flaggers stand here down in front of us. Indeed, the double yellows now get put away, and then let's go off in the pace car. So Aston Martin lockout on the front row. Automatic Racing will lead the field to the green flag from pole, the number 909. Pro Sport Competition in second. Hammer Motorsports, the Audi RS3 TCR starting in third. Kingpin Racing, the number 77 Porsche Cayman in fourth. Fifth, Irish Mike's Racing, another Audi RS3 TCR. And next to them, the Team GTR 99 BMW M4, sporting a slightly revised rear wing this weekend, so no longer strictly in GT4 spec, but ready to go racing for 14 hours in GTO here at Daytona International Speedway. GP1, PC Racing and Round 3 Racing 701 will lead that field. GP2, Core Motorsports, the number 525 Fat and Furious car alongside it. 94 Motorsports, the number 84, and 198 Overnight Motorsports, the front row in GP3. The Cadillac pace car, such as it is this weekend, turns left into the pit lane, and with the field 70 cars strong, I think is what we're going to get this weekend, comes out of oval turn number 4. We'll pick it up here on screen just in a moment. The green flag will wave from the 14 hours of Daytona, and green flag waves on screen. 70 cars, the GTO field heads off down past start finish, and we get things underway. It's the automatic car that will lead the number 909 down into turn number 1, and the RS3 from Hammer Motorsports in second will fall in behind it. It shuffled back the 143 Aston Martin pretty considerably. The Irish Mike's Audi RS3 TCR, that's the number 95, slides up into third. So we go Aston, Audi, Audi, Aston. And as the field makes their way, that 30-something strong GTO field makes its way through turn 3 now on your screen. Out my window, they're up towards turn number 5. The GP1 field takes the green flag underneath us here at start-finish. And I missed the leader. It's a considerably smaller field than the GTO field. We did lose a couple of cars yesterday, I think, but at least as far as we have up at the front. Ooh, man, they get small quickly there. Is that number 44 that's gone into the GP1? It is. The PC Racing BMW is into the GP1 lead, and it's a round 3 car who's tagged the leader at turn number 3, and it's spun round that number 44 BMW, and he is going to fall to shotgun on the field. So we get contact just as things get underway in the general production field. I think that was the 701, so not only have they compromised the 44's race straight off the bat, but that'll compromise their own race as well. A penalty absolutely certain for that number 701 here in the opening stages of the 14 hours of Daytona. On to the east banking now. It's still the 909 Aston Martin that leads from the number 02 Audi RS3. Those RS3s I think are going to be a little hamstrung in a straight line this weekend. The Aston Martin from Pro Sport, the number 143, pulls to driver's right up to the high side of the banking. I'm wrong. It's the M2. That's the number 9 from Team ACP, Tangerine Associates, who's going to go from 5th to 2nd around the outside of the braking zone at turn number 1 and 2. And we'll get the move done. Good legs on the M2 Club Sport.
One slow starter from the first lap I noticed was this MPO1 that's running at the back. I haven't got my bearings on which one's
I believe that's the 555, Scott.
Right, well that car started quite a long way up the field, but I noticed even before turn 1 it was there were cars going 3 wide past it on the way between turns 2, 3 and 4 as well. So they seem to be up to speed now that they've settled in at the back of the GTO class, but I think that the driver in that car is probably looking to just bed themselves in earlier on in the race.
We've got a little gap developing midway through the GTO pack. It's a good group of cars, I think slightly aided by the draft this weekend and by some of the longer straights around the Daytona International Speedway. But once you get past, let's call it about 12th or so, there's a little margin back to one of the round 3, I believe it's a 702. Oh, that's an RS3 locking up at turn number 6. That's one of the Hammer cars. That was odd. I don't know if he jumped on the brakes to try and avoid a car that had locked up, or braked early in front of him, but if we can pick that up on the turn 6 camera, you'll see it just to driver's right here. A big cloud of smoke from, let's see if we can pick it up. No, it's already gone through. But it was no harm, no foul. The big paved runoff out at turn number 6 was very kind to that Hammer Motorsports RS3 and let it get spun back round and rejoin the back of the GTO field. No harm, no foul. And I don't think any contact was ever made. Early pit stop from the, this is the 178 J&R Racing Honda Civic. We've also had an early pit stop this morning from the 15, I think it was a 15 AOA Mazda MX-5 that was had the right side of the car jacked up very, very early on, even before the green flag fell. Back to the front of the field, the M2 Club Sport from Team ACP goes from 5th to 2nd and now to 1st and will lead lap number 2 of the WRL 14 Hours of Daytona. The Automatic Racing 909 Aston Martin slides back into 2nd. The Irish Mike's Audi has displaced the number 02 from Hammer Motorsports, who now comes under fire from the number 77 Kingpin Racing Porsche Cayman. The number 99 GTR BMW sits there in 6th. The 143 Pro Sport Competition Aston Martin has fallen to 7th after starting on the outside of the front row. The second of the Team ACP cars in 8th, that's the number 2. TLM USA, the 172 in 9th. And the number 44 from Split Decision Racing, that's another of the M2 Club Sports, there in P10.
Yeah, that Tambourine Associates car has clearly got the legs on the rest of the field right now. A second a lap. Yeah, a second faster than, well, a second faster than the chasing pack behind them, but it seems to be kind of condensing together. This might be what you were talking about last lap, Brendan, with the slipstream effect, where we had a little bit of field spread in the first couple of laps, but now that everyone's sort of settled into single file, that front group is really sort of coming together again. We can see the cars from 6th, 7th, 8th, car in 10th. All of them are in the 205s, whereas the lead pack, ignoring our leader, they're all in the 206s. So that group's going to come together pretty quickly, and I think we'll end up with a bit of an accordion going on as we have battle groups that hold each other up and then straight get into single file and the slipstream brings them back together again.
Yeah, and I think one of the sort of keywords in the World Racing League is generally traffic.
I was going to say that these rules apply for the next 10, no, not even 10 minutes, is it? It's going to be, they're pretty much going to catch.
Yes, but with that being said, I think we're likely to see less of an impact from traffic than we would at a place, say, like Barber, right, where we had 66 cars in 2.3 miles, very tight, twisty, technical circuit, short straights, some long braking zones, short braking zones, and some quick corners. Here, you've got the long, flat-out stretches of the banking. You've got some good braking zones on the infield. Very few places where you're sort of mandated into single file by the flow of the track. It's really just the bus stop, and even that is a decent passing zone if you get the braking zone right.
You say that, but actually, in my experience, and that is completely logical, in my experience, though, when you have places with fewer parts of the track where you can get held up, that means it affects different cars unfairly, essentially. I've had this plenty of times in iRacing, which is where most of my experience in this track is from. The slipstream's a little bit overpowered. You can sit behind a faster car quite easily until, of course, you lose 2 seconds in the bus stop on one lap because they happen to sneak through and you don't, and then they're gone. So if you have a few cars that are clinging onto that lead group purely through using the slipstream, they are going to end up getting tailed off because at some point they're going to catch a slower car in the bus stop and they'll drop off the back of that pack and they won't ever get back on again. So I tend to find this track is quite bad. It's a feature of it is that it does affect different cars unfairly as far as traffic goes. Over 14 hours it's all going to even out, but I think we've got our leaders in the back of the production classes as we're speaking.
Yeah, the GP1 leaders just come by start, finish, and sail off down into turn 1. It's the Condor Motorsports number 210 that leads GP1, which is a name we're not used to seeing necessarily up at the top of the general production classes. Condor OMP, and the 701 Porsche falls in there behind it in second. They've opened up a pretty solid margin, 2.5 seconds now, back to the third place car, the number 75 of Valdez Motorsports. think we may end up having an onboard 4 later. Is that one of the ones that was delayed, or was that one active this morning?
That was active last time.
Oh, there we go. We do have an onboard from the 75, so maybe we'll pick that up here.
Ooh, we got a Mazda going through the chicane.
Oh, yep.
I think he's one of the yellow AOA cars. They were trying to avoid the battle I'm looking at is why isn't it would help if this YouTube stream had a title in it, but some of the mid-pack GTO cars were coming around the outside into the bus stop, and the Mazda I think just scared itself off the track by cutting straight through the middle of them and through the grass. So that was a bit of a scary moment, but I think everyone got away with it. One of the good things about the bus stop is you can just nail it across the grass a little bit. Yeah, we got absolute wad of cars coming into turn 1 right now. So yeah, they were going to be seeing this all day. And this is part of what I was talking about, where you've got these big long straights and then these sections where you can't pass for not a very long period of time. But if there is any chance of getting through on a car before you get to one of those bottleneck points like turn 1, you're going to see some pretty crazy dive bombs, I think, and maybe the risk reward might be an interesting thing to keep an eye on.
Leaders are front to back, Scott, around the banking at oval turn number 1. The west banking, such as it is, it's the number 9 and the number 95 now side by side around the banking, and this is one of our first opportunities to get to see these cars head to head, side by side for the lead around Daytona's banking. They'll come into the bus stop, the 95 to driver's left, the number 9 trying to hang tough on the outside, and it looked early on like that car was going to have the legs around the banking. Certainly it was the case on lap number 2 when it did take the lead for the first time this weekend, but as they make the braking zone or make the move into the bus stop, it's the 95 Irish Mike's Racing, I think sort of hometown boys. They're based out of Florida, who will take the lead and, but assuming they're still in the lead by the time they complete lap number 5 here, about 3/4 of a mile from the bus stop, across start finish, we'll have another new leader in the WRL 14 Hours of Daytona. There they are. And front to back, the number 9 has the big draft off the back of the TCR, pulls to driver's left into the braking zone at turn 1, but can't get the move done. He's going to get boxed in behind a Boxster, as it turns out. The 95 is going to swing around the outside, mash the throttle with its front wheel drive, and just start opening a margin here to the number 9. The number 9 gets balked in traffic again between turns 2 and 3, and up to its rear bumper comes the number 909 Automatic Racing Aston Martin. Move not completed there. They'll follow him through traffic between turns 3 and 4, just to the left of your screen. A little adjustment required on that camera there to get it pulled out from behind our timing tower. Reminder, of course, that you can follow along on your own with live timing. RaceHero.io is what we use for timing here. It powers all our graphics, our analysis software as well. Joseph will be diving into that a little later on when he joins us a couple hours into the 14 Hours of Daytona. Thanks, everybody, for joining us this morning. As always, Brendan Kazmarek and Scott Michaels on site here at Daytona International Speedway. Hello to all of you down in the paddock. The field's 70 strong this weekend, and really just couldn't be happier to have everybody along for the ride. Go ahead, Scott.
I just wanted to raise your attention for the Pro Sport competition car, which dropped back on the first lap. They were the fastest car on the track last lap, the only one in the top 5, like 2 seconds faster than anyone else in the top 10. And they've worked their way back up to 3rd place, so they're going to be worth watching for the next few laps, particularly as they catch that Irish Mike's ACP battle. I suggest maybe that the ACP car, which was stretching away, that may have been traffic related, the reason why it was caught, but it did a 2:03. It has the fastest lap of the race. It did a 2:03.4 on the previous lap. So I think that car's going to remain strong. But Pro Sport are looking like they're coming forward as well. So we're looking at having a really great lap for the lead.
I want to go back to GP2 here at the moment. HQ Autosport leads Fat and Furious Racing. That's 28 from 525. And that's really the first class battle that's stretched itself out from the rest of the class pack. Rocker Renstall 2, or Spy, I guess as it is, based on what I'm seeing here, is about 10 seconds behind that lead battle. And it's allowed the front 2 to sort of get away. Even further back is the number 601 from round 3 racing. Usually we've got a selection of onboards from that car. I don't see them yet. I haven't seen those onboards yet this weekend. I hope we get them back, because those are fine feeds with those Sentinel cameras from Candelaria Racing Products. If you're not already hooked up with one of those cameras, take a look at it over at Candelaria Racing Products. Just give it a Google, or we'll find a link here in a little bit, and take a look at it. They're they've served us well in terms of being able to get onboard feeds. Very much in the thick of the World Racing League action. We covered Ren's Rucker and Sport. Let's go back to GP3 just real quickly, Scott. Yes. I want to round this out. 15 AOA Motorsports. That wasn't the car we saw in the pit lane. That'll be the 55, the yellow car. It is back in the pits once again. They're sort of in the first 10 stalls or so this weekend. They've only completed one lap, and they've come right back into the paddock, or right back into the pits, excuse me. So a tough start at the bottom of GP3, but the class is led by its teammate, the number 15, by 4.4 seconds over 3 fast guys in Denny. So it's actually a pretty solid start there from the Toyota 86, the white, teal, and green, or white, teal, and orange. I did that yesterday too. White, teal, and orange. If I didn't know any better, I'd say they were Dolphins fans, but I suspect that's probably not the case. BSI Racing, the number 167, sits in third, and then another of the round 3 cars in fourth in its class. This time it's a 605, the only round 3 representative in GP3. Go ahead.
Just Civic pulling into the pits. I don't know if you can ID that.
Yeah, it's a 178, I believe, Scott. This is unfortunately, the J&R Racing. This is a pretty common sight, unfortunately, at the beginning of WRL races. They do eventually get out there and start logging laps, but it just seems like the beginning of their races are spent troubleshooting, unfortunately. So a tough start again for the 178 from J&R Racing.
And this looks, I think there are, am I right in thinking there are multiple yellow MX-5s out there? But this one in the pits here looks very similar.
That's the 55.
Some smoke at the bus stop. Yeah, there's a car with a puncture by the looks of things coming out.
Oh yeah, you're absolutely right, Scott. I'll pick up the binoculars here and see if I can look a mile across the Daytona banking.
I actually have it on this. I think it's a Cayman. No, is that a Cayman?
I think that's the Irish Mike's car, Scott.
Oh.
Take a look at your GTO. It is.
Oh, wow.
He's not come through, so a puncture for your your erstwhile race leader. It's the number 95 Irish Mike's Racing Audi RS3 with, is it a front right, Scott? It's definitely on the right side of the car.
There's so the car I've got here definitely. We have 3 cars trickling into the pits. it's very confusing.
Yeah, so one of them is the 542. That's the DBR 542. I assume that's Denton Brothers Racing still, not listed as such, but believe that's who that car is. It is the 95, and now I can't pick up what tire has a puncture there on that car.
Are they struggling to? Okay, there was a bit of a strange.
You pick out the pit stall there, up ahead of the Chill Out Systems number 678 Mazda MX-5. They'll put fuel first thing into that 95.
Another car comes into the pits. 54?
94.
94.
Yep, it's the 94. Scott, that 95. I'm not sure what the situation is there. It may be on the left. I don't see any tires down on the right-hand side.
I thought it was on the left when I...
Oh, okay. Well, I'll take your word for it then. I wonder if that's bad luck, or there was maybe some contact. You wouldn't think there's contact on the left front, but I suppose that could happen just about anywhere. We jump on board the 701. At least we did. Now it heads out of the bus stop and onto the banking just as the camera freezes. And we move back over to the turn 6 trackside.
I didn't notice them change tire.
No, you know what? I think that car's headed to the paddock. Is this a suspension issue rather than a...
Very well could be.
Yeah.
Oh, they almost crashed into a golf cart.
No harm, no foul there. Janetta into the pits. This will be the number 54. So they're... Well, okay, let's reset here. 17 minutes into the 14 hours of Daytona, the World Racing League. We are just past 8 o'clock in the morning. We've had a couple of lead changes already. We've had another one because while all that's gone on, the number 143 Pro Sport competition, Aston Martin, has gone from P7 back into the lead in the space of about 6 laps.
The Ginetta went straight to the garage.
Okay, so that would have, that is the number 54. We know that pits from...
Another RS3 in the pits.
Sorry, I just want to pick up that pits from 12th, excuse me. That's the number 1. So 2 out of our 3 RS3 TCRs.
Now is 1 and 01 the same car?
Sorry, nope. 2 out of our 4 RS3 TCRs.
No, there is. Yeah, sorry, there is another. Yeah, the
yes, there
is down in 32nd.
Yes,
started 20th, so it wasn't one of the front-running RS3.
Yes, 4 TCRs, the Irish Mikes, and then 3 Hammer cars. So the Irish Mikes car is in with what we believe to be a left side suspension or tire issue that presented itself while that car was battling for the lead. The number 1 RS3 is into the pit lane. They've put fuel in that car, and immediately one of the pit lane members or pit crew members has gone to the right rear. They move back around to the left front now, and they're changing front tires.
Got a BMW number 46 with its
rear bumper. Yeah.
It doesn't look. Well, you would get a meatball flag for that, but it doesn't look particularly serious besides the bumper hanging off.
It does look mostly cosmetic at this point.
I have a feeling we may be missing quite a lot of contact out there, because I imagine the damage to the 95 car would have been contact with traffic, as I've noticed there's a red Porsche leaving the pits and it's very slow.
This is out of turn.
It's at the International Horseshoe at the moment.
Okay. That's the 542 that was just in the pit lane.
Pits, and it hasn't got up to speed at all yet.
Yeah, no, that car is crawling, and this isn't just a case of a driver getting up to speed. This is very much a case of some mechanical issue. I assume they brought it in, assume they had it sorted.
Number 1.
They very much don't. Yeah, it was weird. It looked just like a front tire change on that car, Scott.
Perhaps that one was a puncture in that case.
It's possible. If only I knew somebody. We do have onboards for the 01 and the 02, by the way, and I'll get those sent over to our producer Tanner. And a good morning to you, Tanner. Didn't quite say hi during our little rundown, but Tanner will be a silent partner in production up in the Great White North this weekend. I can guarantee you it's more comfortable there than it is here in Daytona, especially just as the sun comes up. It's been kind of brutal this morning, actually.
Well, we've got some cloud cover, so...
Well, we do now, and thank God for that.
Yeah. It's actually looking through, now that I've had time to sort of look through the timing a little bit. The Hammer cars are, I was going to say uncharacteristically far down the field, but actually they do tend to come from further back. It's just we have a very deep GTO field this weekend. The 01, I actually can't find the 02 at all. The 01 is in 17th at the moment. So we'll look for them to move their way forward as we get through the race.
I want to say hi to Drew Neubauer, who comments in the YouTube chat. Let's go Team Premont. And it's one of the entries we haven't seen in the World Racing League before. I think we were due to see them a little earlier on this season. But they are, for the first time, fielding an Audi R8 GT4 in the World Racing League. And if you recognize the name Premont, because of Alexander Premont, I am 99% sure that it is Alexander Premont. Certainly everything I've seen on the internet suggests that it is, and his name is on board the side of that car. I'm not sure if he's the driver on board at the moment, but nevertheless, it's a beautiful silver R8 GT4, and by my estimation, is the quietest car in the field. It makes virtually no noise.
By the way, I embarrassed myself. Hammer Motorsport 02 is running 4th at the moment, and they're the fastest car on the track. So yeah, they're not doing the usual Hammer trick of coming from outside the top 10 and working their way forward through reliability and preparation. So in fact, it's going to be great seeing if that car can start to attack Kingpin, ACP, and Pro Sport, because they're slightly faster, at least on the last lap. One other thing I tried to point out earlier before everything went crazy is I wanted to correct that the NPO1 that was running relatively slow in the first couple of laps was not the 555, because that car is the best running NPO1, I believe, at the moment. But our GTO field was, Round 3 Racing ruined this for me, but there was propped up by 2 of the other NPO1s. So those cars have obviously got off to quite a slow start. We've had this discussion in the week leading up to the race. We're expecting the NPO1s to struggle a bit here, aren't we?
I think so. This has been a point of discussion over the last couple of races in the World Racing League as to how these NP01s from Subico were going to fare around a place like Daytona. If they were going to struggle anywhere, it was going to be here. That was sort of the common theme, or the common opinion. But those cars are so strong at places they weren't necessarily expected to be strong, like Road America, that I don't think anybody really knew for sure whether they were going to be competitive or not. Of course, those cars had an Evo kit, let's call it, upgrade from Subico after the program was purchased from Elan, and it gave the cars a bunch more power to be a little bit more competitive and considerably more efficient aerodynamics. They had a diffuser to the back of the car. It really made that car competitive in places that they didn't really expect it to be competitive. But certainly it seems to be the case this weekend, Scott, that none of the NP01s, and we had 4 in the entry list, are really very competitive at all.
Yeah, absolutely.
With the long straights and the high banks.
And that's backed up by, yeah, as I say, the back of the field is Grace. 2 of the last 3 cars are Stratus, which is our regular NP01 team, who have been extremely competitive in the past. And then Grayspeed are I say dead last in GTO. There are a couple Irish Mikes, for example, who have had trouble, but last of the running GTO cars. I do think, so I'm going to assume that the one that I spotted submarining through the field was Grayspeed. It did look like that was a driver getting himself up to speed as much as anything else, and wanting to have a little bit of clean air. So it's possible that a few of these teams have put their less experienced drivers in the car first. So there's actually 4 wide on the banking with 1 car on the apron.
It's amazing.
That car's trying to rejoin the track. Yeah, they've managed it. It's still 3 wide. I think we're going to be seeing that all day. But yeah, I think it's very possible, and we've seen this with Stratus as well. So it's possible they've put their less experienced driver in the car to start the race as well, and we'll see those coming forward. But as I said, so you say there are 4 MPO1s. Which is the one that I'm forgetting now?
So there were 4 on the entry list.
Okay.
I suspect that we've probably lost one at some point this weekend. I know we have the 555 Citation, the 59 Stratus. I did see a 58 car from Stratus down in the pit lane earlier.
Okay.
Do we still have that one? Or is that the one that we're missing?
I believe that one's not running with the... If it's running, it's not with the other GTO car.
Okay.
Well, it was the G-Tech Motorsport Ginetta, by the way, just to clean that up, that has gone to the garage. That's the one it's down in 59th overall.
Okay. We jump on board, first time I've seen it anyway, the Hammer Motorsports number 02. And being on board a GTO car, this will give you your first impression of what the legs are like on the fastest of the classes in WRL competition. 155, 57, 158 around the high side of some traffic on the brakes into turn 1, and essentially using the prototype braking point for turn number 1 in a TCR car. Now it has ABS, so that'll help a little bit, but this is getting on for it. And Lawless Allen behind the wheel for the opening stint this weekend. Professional driver coming up through the ranks at the moment. NASCAR driver, as I understand it. And the goal is to go down and talk to Lawless once we get a little further into the 14 hours of Daytona. But he's taken the green flag on board that 02, and it's been a good start for them. Like Scott mentioned a little earlier, they're right there in P4 in the thick of it, within 3 seconds of the overall lead, which is still the number 143 Pro Sport competition Aston Martin from the Team ACP Tangerine Associates BMW, who on lap number 11, so just a lap ago, set the fastest lap of the race at a 2:03.222. Pit stop for the W2W came in of, it's a 983, and we can car a little bit on pit lane there. I don't know if that's trying to feel out an issue. This is much too early for a regular stop, even on a track with as much full throttle time as Daytona. So some issue there. He's really moving on the pit exit lane here.
Yeah, this is something I'd noticed is that we haven't gone with the IMSA long pit speed limit line that will be around the outside of turn 1, which it makes sense because we're not using RFIDs, and that's the main reason why they use that one, I think. But also somewhat of a safety concern with the way the pit exit road wraps around the inside of turn 1. But we've had this kind of pit exit since Daytona has been holding road course races, pretty much, and very few incidents. So yeah, not particularly worried. But yeah, it's interesting that we're using the traditional NASCAR pit speed limit lines rather than the IMSA ones.
But certainly nobody wants to be that guy.
It actually, as someone who's had to we've done a lot of endurance racing at Daytona in the vertical
Sure
world. The difference between using the IMSA pit exit and the NASCAR pit exit it is significant for your strategy, because this is a very short pit lane as endurance pit lanes go. So we found in the past, as one of the MPO ones,
that'll be the 555, I believe.
Well, that was the highest running one in that case.
It is, yep.
It doesn't look like they're in any huge amount of rush, so this could be an early issue.
Do we think it's actually their pit stop? Let's hope it is.
It looked like it was.
Yeah, they've not even come up with a fuel jug to that car.
There's someone inspecting the rear, though.
Wonder if there's been contact or a little issue at the rear. These cars, as we mentioned, with the Evo upgrade kits, they do have a pretty substantial diffuser underneath the rear wing. And I just wonder if maybe they've broken part of the diffuser, or they've had contact or something like that, that has sort of created whatever this issue is on the number 555.
Well, it's prompted a conversation and a laptop. Other than that, there's not a lot going on with that car. They're now talking to the driver. Interestingly, that car does actually have an Elan written on the side, which we've been corrected from calling it an Elan multiple times this season. So that's confusing. So I think we've had the leaders come past us at the start-finish into turn 1 there. At the moment, we've had this effect we were anticipating, where there's the MPO1, the number 555 leaves the pits. I don't think any work was done to it, so that's a shame for them, because they were definitely inside the top 20, possibly inside the top 15 before that. And yeah, with no service done to that car, that's going to be a pure loss. I think they've lost in the region of a lap there. But yeah, we've got the leading 4, the lead group, which was 10 to 12 cars in the opening few laps that were all slipstreaming together. I think we're down to 4 in the lead group, and then a 4-second gap back to Automatic Racing, who were the pole sitters. Certainly they were on the front row, weren't they? So they're now running 5th on their own, with another 6-second gap back to Split Decision Racing, and a little gaggle of cars there. But yeah, we've got the leading 3 within a second across the line last lap, and then Hammer Motorsports 02 slightly detached off the back of that, but I think they have now got, I'm looking at the 02 on board, and they're right there with the leading trio now. So that's our race at the moment. We've got the Pro Sport Competition Aston Martin, followed by the Team ACP BMW, Kingpin Racing Cayman, and Hammer Motorsports Audi TCR car. So 4 very different cars in our lead bunch, nose to tail, as in fact the onboard I'm looking at, the 02 car is passing Kingpin on the inside of NASCAR turn 2. I know my onboard's a little bit behind, so I wonder if they've made that pass already. Can't find them on the track. No, they didn't make. The Cayman's slightly got the legs on the.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
The Audi TCR car, at least running down to the bus stop. Yeah, these 4 are really. It's classic Daytona racing, where they're running around nose to tail.
Well, they're now within a second and a half, Scott. They've just come across the line, and I think we're going to have a change. No, we almost had a change for the lead. The Team ACP Tangerine Associates BMW was up to the right door of the number 143 Pro Sport Competition Aston Martin as they came into the braking zone for turn 1 and 2, but he wasn't able to get the move done. There's now no traffic between our lead quartet, and they go 1, 2, 3, 4 with actually some pretty decent clear track in front of them. So by the time we get to the east banking through NASCAR turns 1 and 2, I think we may see another one of these slipstreaming battles like we just saw down the front straightaway here with a battle for the lead, but there's really no picks in traffic here. This is all about raw pace at the moment, and as the 143 sort of stretches itself off the nose of that number 9 on the infield, it's backed up the second place car to the third and fourth place cars, and in particular given the number 02 a really, really good opportunity here to get up behind that number 77 in the draft as they come off of turn 6 and up onto oval turns 1 and 2. You can see it in our camera here facing road course 1 and 2. A good shot of the wide east banking. As I look out the window here around oval 1 and 2, they've actually stretched themselves out pretty well. There really isn't, not to say there isn't much of a draft, but it hasn't really benefited anybody. The second, third, and fourth place cars really stretched themselves out across the banking.
Now that I've actually got my eyes on the battle, that Aston Martin really doesn't look that far behind either. It's a 6-second gap from the leader back to 5th place Automatic Racing, but really they've got them well in sight.
No, and the more scrapping the guys do at the front, if they're challenging each other in braking zones and sort of compromising each other on a regular basis, it's going to haul that number 909 automatic car that started on the pole, let's not forget, right into the lead battle once again. Ooh, side by side down the front straightaway, the 77 and the 02. And this is interesting because it actually looks to me like the 02, the onboard camera's a little behind, but if we stick with it, you'll see it here in a little bit. It got a good launch off of the bus stop, and some of that is probably owing to the front-wheel drive on that TCR. They got a good launch there and tried to use this car as a pick on the bottom side.
Yeah, they were very kind there.
Yeah.
They had the opportunity to cause issues.
But as they got to top speed, 150 or so, on the exit of oval turn 4, it was a 77 that just sort of stretched its way back out in front, and it left the 02 with no opportunity in the braking zone here at turn 1.
I'm going to say to me it looks like those two cars are very evenly matched, other than top end aerodynamic drag by the looks of things. It looks like, as you say, you get to 150 kilometers per hour and the RS3 hits a bit of a brick wall, and that's the point where the Porsche is able to just stretch out a car length or so right at the end of the straight, because they were extremely evenly matched up until that point. Got a car leaving the pits. That looks like an RS3 to me. It is. I think that might be Irish Mike's finally coming out of the pits. No, that's the 01, sorry.
Oh, interesting.
I think that's the 01. I've not...
It certainly looks like a TCR.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely the 01. Can read off the side of the car. That car was running about 17th. Are we far enough into the race yet to be looking at our first set of pit stops, or is that still early?
I think we're still going to be a little early.
Yeah, we're only 34 minutes in. So that could be an issue there for the 01 Hammer Motorsports car.
I feel like we've already seen about 15 or 20 pit stops anyway.
We definitely have, and they've all been... None of them are going to have been scheduled.
No, of course.
Just cleaning up. What is this car got on the...
Is that a Cayman?
It is a Cayman. Unfortunately, the sun is not helping.
Yeah.
It's not only shining straight through our window, it's also reflecting really badly off the number plate. I want to say 60...
Sorry, Scott, we've lost the 77.
So it's the 988, but 77.
Yeah, the Kingpin car.
Oh.
He has not come through, as I desperately look for something trackside to suggest where this car has gone. The 02 came through, and I looked up the front straightaway back to oval turn 4, and there was absolutely no sign of the Kingpin Racing Porsche Cayman that sat in third. So that Hammer Motorsports 02.
If we look at our replay off for NASCAR too, excuse me, I've got some of my breakfast coming back. The Kingpin car just pulls off to the left and basically stops.
Interesting.
So either they are limping back, or that car has stopped off of NASCAR 2.
Is this it coming through the kart track here on the infield of turn 3 and 4? Do you see that?
Kart track.
Yeah, let's look. I think he's gone the wrong way there.
Oh, I see.
That's exactly who that is.
Okay, so they've... I'm not sure that's the quickest way, if I'm honest.
No, and the bigger issue is he's not going to have this lap counted. If he had stayed around the banking, or at least on the apron, right, which is appropriate, around oval turns 3 and 4, because it's clearly not coasting.
I was going to say, the car is
under power.
He's able to pat. Yeah, that was an odd decision.
Right, and if you came down the paddock here, you would cross start finish, and you'd at least have your lap counted before you went back into the paddock.
Not to mention, even though it's a longer route, it's definitely more direct to take the banking, rather than through the...
Longer, but anyway, it doesn't matter, because here you're losing all of this time a lap. Right, you're losing that lap by driving through the pit lane or the paddock roads.
If the car is completely dead, it's not going to... Well, it's not completely dead.
That car's got power, for sure.
But if the car is not able to come back out on the track within a few laps, then it's irrelevant anyway, because they're going to drop way out of contention. But yeah, they've made it back to the paddock. The car's definitely on the power, you can see that.
Is there something hanging?
It does look like... It does look... Although it didn't look like that when... from the replay, from the O2's on board.
No, it didn't.
So I don't know if did he hit anything in the car track?
No, exactly. I wonder if he's caught a lip or something, and it's done so. Well, So what's happening here? Because now it looks like he's coming back out.
Does look like he's going to come back out into the pit lane. Let's see if... Yep, he's definitely coming back out into the pit lane. The rear bumper is hanging off.
So now they're going to push it. This is baffling.
Yeah.
So just to reset here, this is the 77 Kingpin Motorsports Porsche Cayman. I'm not sure if our...
They were running third in the lead.
I'm not sure if our...
oh, their pit still happens to be right there by the entrance to the paddock, which they used as the exit onto the pit road.
Sorry, if our front straight camera here can pick this up, just so we can give viewers an idea of what we're looking at.
They're fueling.
Far right of the camera.
Again, absolute, as you say, baffling that you wouldn't come around the racetrack to come into the pits. Why you would come through?
Yeah, they've lost a lap in doing all this. In addition to all the time they're losing sort of working with the car.
And working through the paddock.
Yeah.
Rather than on the racetrack. Yeah, very strange decision. But
so, what this has done, sort of oddly...
Driver's out of the car now.
I wonder if they're going to pull off some kind of driver change here. They've got a...
There's no other driver. I can't see another driver ready. There is another driver under the awning, possibly putting his helmet on.
By the way, if you're following along at home, of course, Race Hero, or in the paddock for that matter, this weekend, or on 107.9 FM around the Daytona International Speedway area, as we've been told this weekend. If you are not already watching live timing, it's racehero.io. Fantastic resource. I invite everybody to check that out and follow along with everything there. 909 pit stops. Nope, sorry, it's the 143 race leader into the pit lane.
Let's hope we're not losing another one from our lead pack here. We're still pretty early for first round of pit stops. One car to draw your attention to is the car currently running 6th, Team Prema. I assume we're pronouncing it. Assuming it is the Alex Prema way of
I went to Google Translate to figure out how to actually pronounce that name.
You're going to have to use the French, that horrible sound that no English or speaking person can make.
It wasn't good, and I'm not going to be able to do it.
I think Prema is as close as we're going to get. But they've come up 26 positions to 6th at the moment. So that actually, it's showing that the RS3s have pace. It's on a very similar pace to the O2 car that is in the lead pack. So that car could start working its way into contention.
This is the 693?
This is 693.
Yeah, that'll be the R8, the GT4.
Oh, that's the GT4. It's not an
Yes.
RS3. Okay. Yeah, I didn't get far enough down on the entry listers.
Yeah, I know.
I thought it was an Audi. Yeah, I haven't actually spotted that car. You said it's the quiet one, so...
It's pretty much an all silver, just sort of plain... It's not silver, it's like a matte gray. But it makes hardly any noise because of how much they've had to restrict that car to get it to the power to weight ratio that defines the top of GTO. I can tell you the left rear tire is off on the number 143 Pro Sport Aston Martin. They're fueling the car now, which is interesting because it looks like they've actually taken the tire off before they've bothered to put fuel in it. So I'm not sure what the view will be from the...
Well, they were fueling the car as soon as they got in. They've been fueling for the last couple of minutes.
Oh, so they actually took the tire off while the car was being fueled, which is not ideal either. By the way, I wanted to get through this. RaceHero.io for timing. We sing their praises all the time because it's a great service. The WRL app as well on Android and iOS. If you don't already have that, please go ahead and download it. There's all kinds of links and little resources there. Our starting grid from today is there. Of course, our broadcast link is there to the YouTube feed. And there is a new service this weekend of a penalty log, which is sort of a way for race control to effectively communicate in something resembling real time the decisions being handed down from race control. We had, of course, the contact on lap 1 between the number 44 and the 701 at the top of GP1. That was issued a one-lap penalty immediately.
By the way, Brendan, you were just looking at the I forgot the name of the team. Kingpin car, right?
Yeah. Oh, yes. Yep. 77.
But where did you? Oh, so you were actually looking at the 143 as well because they've got the boot open. Fueling the car.
But they've been fueling that car for a while, and they had the left rear tire off.
Okay. Yeah, that's. They're now putting another can of fuel in various things.
Rear bumper.
As the
Seppi Sep.
Yeah, that car's now leaving the pits.
Yeah, I actually kind of suspected they would take that off, but it looks like they just reattached it. So I don't know what's happened there. Whether they just pulled it off a clip. But like you mentioned, when that car slowed pretty dramatically off the NASCAR Turn 2 banking, there was no such issue.
The 143 leaves the pits. Looked to me like it was, well, they finished fueling and sent the car. So it looks kind of routine. Do you remind me of the pit stop rules in this series? Are we on timed pit stops, or is it just get your service done as quick as you can?
Yeah, service done and send it.
It seems like having to open the boot, as I'm going to continue to call it, to fuel the car it's going to lose you time.
That car was the old GT4 spec of Aston Martin. So up until they introduced the turbo Mercedes engine, this was the big V8 GT4 that ran in Michelin Pilot Challenge, Coney Challenge, whatever it was, Continental Tire at the time. And that was just the standard procedure on the car. I mean, even in that series, you open the trunk and throw fuel in it. They haven't changed anything there. That car, from memory, I mean, it's competitive every weekend, especially the automatic car, the number 909. They've got that car really well sorted. And it is competitive on a regular basis in the World Racing League. They struggle for pit lane speed.
Sorry, there's a battle on the track into the International Horseshoe here. The R8 of Prema is taking 5th place off of split decisions M2. So that car continues to move through the field.
Sorry, oh, yep, there it is.
Heading towards the King.
Yeah, I see it now. Yeah. Pick up the split decision car. Pretty easy to see. The red and sort of light blue, the M2 Club Sport. I think, am I right in saying oh no, we do have an M240 still, the Hitman car, the number 34, is still in the field with us this weekend. I thought we had lost all of our 240s to M2s, but that's not the case. Automatic Racing sets its personal best lap of the weekend at 203.957.
Yeah, the gap, from them to the leader is. I do see them pumping in good laps basically every time I look at the time screen, but I also look at the gap to P1 and it's increased every time. So the car's obviously got pace, but I wonder if they're being more cautious in traffic perhaps than the leaders. But yeah, that gap's now up to essentially 10 seconds from first. Well, we keep moving up through the field as well because we've had cars dropping out of that lead group. They're up to 3rd. But yeah, 10 seconds, and next up behind them is now going to be Team Prema. So let's keep an eye on that gap and see if they end up closing up. So Team Prema right now, or at least at the start of the previous lap, was 16.1 seconds off the lead. So that's one to track.
Ginetta exits the pit lane. The number 54 G-Tech Motorsports car.
They've been in there a while.
It was very early on they went in, but is now headed back out. They've only completed 8 laps, so
yes,
lost something like 30 minutes in the pit lane there.
I think that's another one of our common sights in WRL, isn't it? That car.
Yeah, not so much. I on one hand, I feel like.
Oh, sorry,
right, but
a Ginetta. Maybe.
Yes,
yeah, because we've had the and I've forgotten the name of them, but there's
that was the number 60. I too forget the name, but we have had them pretty regularly. That 54 was really competitive at Barber.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
did really well there, and to that point. That Ginetta, I know we've mentioned this before, but the GT4 Ginetta especially was one of the early GT4 cars that was very light and didn't make a whole lot of power. So in terms of WRL's power to weight rules, it's not like they're adding a ton of ballast to the car. The car absolutely is sort of lighter and nimbler. Okay, maybe you're not gonna open it up in terms of power, but it allows it to be really good on the brakes, really good on change of direction. Relative to some of the heavier GTO cars like the M2 Club Sport, and let's say the automatic Aston Martin.
Kingpin are back in the pits.
Okay.
So that car, whatever was ailing that car, is obviously not fixed. I
want to direct the attention back to GP1 at the moment, where the number 44 PC Racing BMW that we saw on lap 1 backwards at turn 3. The International Horseshoe has worked its way back to the GP1 lead by almost 17 seconds.
Wow.
From the new 10 Condor OMP BMW. So stamping their authority there. Obviously that car started on pole, so we know it has pace, but 21 laps deep. And plus, And we've got that number 44 back into the lead pretty authoritatively. Best lap of a 2:09.326. The next closest fast lap in the field, in the GP1 field, is a 2:11 flat from Condor. But most everybody is now running a couple of seconds off of their ultimate pace, whereas the PC Racing car is still running very much right to it. Pit stop again from the number 1 Hammer Motorsports Audi RS3.
We've also got the number 33 Corvette in the pits, which I have to admit, as it pulled into the pits, I initially ignored it. Are you pointing something out, Brett?
Yeah, the 693 and the 484 are into the pit lane. This is the Audi R8 and the split decision M2 Club Sport.
Okay, so
we're just doing battle on track a couple of laps ago.
So we must be towards the end of our first stint then.
This is really early. I mean, I know we've got more full throttle here than we do.
I was going to say, I think that might be an artifact of Daytona. So this Corvette, I initially ignored it because we're very used to seeing Corvettes in the pits, WRL. But actually, this one was running up in 12th place.
This is the 33, correct?
Yeah, I mean, it may even have been. Let me have a look.
KBT Racing.
It was running 11th before it came in the pits. So hopefully, it's just a regular pit stop, and we've got a pretty competitive Corvette here this weekend.
That car was nose into the barriers, I believe, at the bus stop on Friday morning, within the first session or two. And I did not see them the rest of the day, but they've clearly got that car repaired. And to be up into P12, it's a good recovery for the KBT Racing team. It's an early pit stop, but again, not necessarily unexpected.
Then again,
those Corvettes have always been a little thirsty.
Well, you say that, but I don't see any fuel going into the car. My eyes aren't great, so in fact, I don't see very much going on with the car at all right now, so that's a little bit concerning.
Fuel and send for the 693 Audi R8.
Yeah,
fuel and send for the 484 split decision car, who jumps the number 693 Audi R8 in the pit lane. Good work from the 484 to get back the spot they lost. 2 laps to go out on the high banks. Well, it was out the International Horseshoe.
But I think the 33 came into the pits about a lap ahead of those cars, so I think that car's taken a long time to get
I think it will actually be a lap behind here, Scott. It looks like it's completed 22.
That's what I'm saying. I think it spent a lap longer in the pits. I think we have our overall lead.
We do. Yep. So it's number 9 Team ACP Tangerine Associates, the M2 Club Sport, into the pits. This is the first of our leaders to make a scheduled stop. Jesus, a scheduled stop. The number 9 sort of psychedelic art BMW into the pit lane after 24 laps and 50 minutes of racing. We've had 2 pace laps there, but I don't expect that we'll have put a huge dent into the available mileage on its first stint.
Guess who's going longest, Brendan?
Is it the Hammer 02?
It is, yeah.
Well, and the automatic car and the TLM car. But longest and fastest, definitely that 02 Audi RS3.
We've got this Honda Civic. It's found its way. It was on the short circuit or the rallycross circuit.
Yeah.
Re-entering. How do you end up out there?
My guess is they'll have locked up down at turn 1 and come off.
That doesn't make sense because you'd have to go to turn 6.
Behind the barrier?
Yeah. He was literally on.
Oh, spun NP01 at turn 3 at the International Horseshoe. Right where camera won't be able to pick it up, just to the right of the shot.
It's on the apex curve. It's the black one. I can't pick out the number, unfortunately.
Well, it's not the 59 and it's not the 555, so
it's definitely not the 555. Yeah, so it must be
Gray Speed, the number 994, perhaps.
It is a dark grey car.
There we go.
Let's go with that. Yeah, the number is, even with my binoculars, the number's not readable on that car. So, but we'll go with Gray Speed.
Or it could be the 23 Racer Motors LLC.
Oh, so we do have 4 MPO ones
on the entry list. Yes.
I don't think I've seen a 23.
Okay.
The time.
So let's take. Yeah, I believe that is the 994. I do see them there in 23rd overall at the moment.
Yeah, I think that was the car that got had the very slow start, getting up to speed.
The number 28 HQ Autosport BMW leads GP2 at the moment from the number 211 Rocker Wrench Sport Spy. Let's ride with that for a little while by 9.6 seconds.
I think 601 are a decent running 61 car, are they not?
Do you see what's happened there?
No.
So he's headed into these first stalls here after the cut in the pit lane. there are cones that define the entry to the paddock, the exit from the paddock, because there's
I
two
spotted them
traffic
earlier
down.
with reference to where the Kingpin car is. Like, how are they supposed to get out of the pits?
Well, so they moved the cones for them, but they also have been moving they just moved the cones for the 601 and let him come in between the cones and the 77 and then through that open pit stall there, which is legal, technically. Ooh, the 99 has missed his pit stall. Let's pick up the front straightaway camera here if we can and look for this blue BMW to the right of shot, just in the pit lane past start-finish. I know our broadcast feed is on a little delay.
As Kingpin gets out of the way, which is useful.
So there we go. You'll see it just to the right of that number 99 BMW is at a very odd angle, and it's because he almost missed his pit stall, turned in hard left at the very last moment, and sort of backed up to the rear of the number 77 Kingpin Porsche, and it's left him at a very odd angle. Now, the odd thing to me there is they've actually just chosen to service the car. Rather than push it backwards and trying to get it into some formal order in the pit lane, they've just left it.
So we were just discussing those cones at the break in the barrier. The one thing those cones are good for is locate. If you happen to have a pit stall near them, you shouldn't really get lost. You're the one that as the Civic comes back into the pits. I think that's its circuit. Isn't it? Yeah, it has to do a lap through the paddock every lap. But yeah, if you know that your pit awning is right by those cones, you really don't have much excuse to get lost. Even though we do have a very big, obviously a very big, wide, relatively featureless pit lane here in Daytona. So I have seen a lot of cars coming in and doubting where they are.
What's happened again, Scott?
Yep.
It's been one of the, I think that's one of the Caymans.
And
just further up the pit lane, back towards...
It's the 200. That's not... oh yeah, that is a Cayman. Sorry. Caymans these days look a lot like old Porsche Cup car.
They really do. Well, okay, so that car's got a taller rear wing on it, but it almost looks like it has the 997 Cup rear wing, mounts and all. Because that was my first thought as well.
Number 2 BMW in the pits as well.
Oh, the 2's got a new paint scheme on it this weekend. It's actually quite nice. And the number 34 into the pits as well.
I feel like the number 242 is usually one that we're calling out, or am I remembering weirdly? They're in the pits as well. We're going through a cycle of pit stops, and the production cars we'll expect will run a bit further than GTO. So
for sure,
we've gone through, I think, most of the GTO pit stop cycle. The O2 is still on the track, as is the 909 automatic Aston, which is not a car I'd have expected to be particularly good on fuel, but they're still running as well. It's worth actually, we should really be keeping an eye on which cars are going longest, because that's going to make a difference, even more of a difference in a 14-hour race.
Massive difference.
So TLM USA's BMW M2 is running third at the moment, having not pitted. Screaming Goat Racing, they have an M3. They are running fourth, again, having not pitted. So good mileage for many of the BMWs. Tangerine Associates, now they are currently... Oh, that's number 2. So that's the car you were just saying has a new paint scheme for this weekend. I can verify they're in the pits. It's an interesting paint scheme. Doesn't look like it's sponsor driven at all. I'm not sure. I'm definitely not a huge fan of running their paint scheme through the number board when part of their paint scheme is yellow and their number is white, because that makes it difficult to read. But they're running 5th, but they are currently in the pits, so they'll be dropping down. TLM Shift Now. So that's a second TLM car. Sorry, Shift Up now. They're running 6th, so they're about to move into 5th, I think. Kingpin's back in the pits one more time. So there's obviously something recurring going on with the Cayman. Number 34, Hitman Racing, exiting the pits. And the Kingpin car, Kingpin car's now gone to the garage, so it's not even taking its place right in front of us in the pits. Presumably they decided there's something a bit more serious going on with that car. Screaming Goat Racing are now in the pits, number 29, according to timing.
Car in the tires at turn 6, Scott. Sorry, I've just caught it on board the number 997 loose cannon car. I wanted to talk about them, and we will here in a moment, but there is a car
bursting out. It's a white car. I would guess the Ginetta, based on the paint scheme.
It looked like it had a rear wing of some description.
It does have a rear wing.
Yeah.
They're completely blocked by the barrier from here, but it's a white car with a red stripe, which I'm pretty sure matches the 54 Ginetta. They are reversing. They're just looking for a gap in traffic, which they're not going to get.
Well, they might get a small one here in a second behind this red car. And they're not really creeping forward. So you're right. They got reversed, and they sort of got themselves into position to be able to get out here. But now that they've got out of the tires...
Decent gap coming after this Mustang. Is he going to take advantage?
The problem is there's no marshals down there to be able to give them a point or anything like that.
He is...
Oh, no, he's facing traffic
backwards.
Now. Is he facing traffic?
No. Oh, now he is. Well, sort of now he is.
Very interesting choice here. And I think you're right here.
It is definitely the Ginetta.
Yep, there we go. Okay, so on board the 997, as this resolves itself, I'll let you kind of just mention to me when he's clear. I think this will be the first time Loose Cannon has actually made it out onto a race session in the World Racing League. We've seen them in other series up in the Northeast before. The car is uber competitive in the right hands. It's a really, really quick Porsche Carrera 996, I think.
Ginetta's got
very good.
Again.
A 2005. It's a beautiful car, red and white Cannon livery, and thrilled to see them in the World Racing League this weekend as the 909 is into the pits.
Right, so that
the automatic
be... they were already a lap down.
No, I think it's just because they haven't come across the line yet.
Okay.
Because their pit stall is short of the start-finish line.
Right.
But it's good to see Loose Cannon here. To make the point, from being crazy competitive in the right hands in other racing fields, to coming to the World Racing League around Daytona, a really quick car around the high banks is running 12th. And if that doesn't speak to the competitiveness of what the World Racing League offers at the moment, especially up in the GTO field, I don't know what does. We're used to seeing that car leading opening stints, not being mired back in the sort of the mid-pack of GTO, and just really, really speaks to the level of competition we're going to have here on this single-day 14-hour enduro around the high banks of Daytona International Speedway. We come up to complete the first hour of racing.
Ooh, the will to win Cayman's trying to leave the pits, but seems to be having trouble, and they've now stopped a few stalls down from their pit box as they again try and get going.
Sorry,
this
Scott.
is the number 981. Yes, Brent?
We've got a bonus RS3 this weekend from Team Prema. It's Prema Vida is the entry there. I didn't realize, I hadn't seen that car on track yesterday. Once. I only saw the R8.
Is that the 97?
It is the 97, okay. Yeah. So we lost the Irish Mike's car, but we've got this car back out on track, or we have this car out on track as well.
I don't know where this 981's running, but it's creeping into the garage now. It's making a hard left. So that car's going to drop out of whatever contention it was in.
Loose Cannon Porsche into the pits. Now they've fallen behind the Thunder Bunny number 350. It's a 350Z, of course. Hi to Thunder Bunny, you owe us stickers. If you can't hear us in the paddock, Thunder Bunny owes DriversEye stickers. You guys are great. We love Thunder Bunny. And hi to everybody down in the Thunder Bunny Racing pits. Stalwarts in the World Racing League with both the 350Z and the 110, the BMW 1 Series, Ryan West's favorite car, or one of his favorite cars.
So we're left with 5 cars who haven't yet pitted. I checked the cars just coming to pits isn't one of them. 172. Yeah, that is one of them. That's our second place car.
It is,
TLM USA. I'd expect the 420 probably to come in the pits straight afterwards because they are very similar cars and running in similar place on track. Other than that, the O2 Hammer Motorsports car is still circulating in the lead. Will to win, number 489. I assume that's a K. No, is that a Corvette? Apparently that's a Corvette.
Which car?
Will to win, number 498.
Yes, usually
they're running 4th. Oh, okay. I wasn't familiar with that.
Oh, wait. Sorry, no, the 91 is usually the Corvette. So the 498. Let's do some digging here.
Of all the cars that was going to run low on fuel,
it's not on the entry list.
I was not okay. We've lost 20 of cars on the entry list, and we've picked up at least one, apparently. But 498 is running 4th and haven't pitted yet. And then
there's no way that's a Corvette.
Yeah, that doesn't seem right to me. But and then in 5th place, confusingly, Tangerine Associates, Team ACP Tangerine Associates number 52 car hasn't pitted, even though they're fast
now.
Well, that's a long time after their
yes, it really is.
Yeah, a good 5 laps or so.
And wait, and the 9 is in, and the 01, I think, behind it.
Yes, to both, and the 44.
Okay. So the 01.
Oh, the 9. Well, the 9's coming in for its second pit stop now.
Yeah, exactly my point. So, but it's coming at the same time as it's...
Okay, so its first pit stop probably wasn't for fuel then, and this is going to be the fuel stop?
Unless that was... very confused.
Neither of them seem... Oh no, the 52 is definitely taking fuel. The 9 doesn't appear to be taking fuel. So no, I think this is a problem.
So just to clean some things up here, 8:50 this morning we had some contact between the 981 W2W and the number 601 round 3 car. That was down at turn 1. That's currently under investigation. Car 54 was off at turn 6. That's under investigation. We saw that. That was the Janetta that looked like it had sort of nosed its way into the tires down there. And we have a visor up warning issued to the number 683 on pit lane. 542, Denton Brothers back out of the... I think that car's coming out of the paddock, isn't it? The red and black Cayman.
There seems to be some movement around the left front of the number 9 Tangerine Associates car. The 52 looks like it's getting regular fueling. It's my first time really seeing a WRL pit stop in the flesh.
Same?
It's not the most efficient fueling procedure, but presumably it's obviously it's rule driven. But yeah, there's some big gaps between removing one can from the side of the car and adding a second one. But yeah, I'd have to check the rules to know if there's any way of optimizing that. But as the O2 car is it's leaving the pits.
It's leaving the pits, and through comes the number 143. Now that car's lost laps, hasn't it?
The O2.
Yeah, the Pro Sport car has lost laps.
So the O2 has exited the pits before the 52 by a few seconds. I think that means he's got a lap on the 52.
He does.
Yeah, I think the O2 pit stop was actually very, very quick. Because I didn't even notice it come in. So
I'll tell you what's not quick though. The 01 is into the pits. He came in with the 52 and the number 9, and that car has not moved yet. Irish Mike's is out of the paddock
again.
Again?
Yeah, that's the second time.
I don't think it is.
Oh no, sorry. Yeah, I spotted the 97 earlier.
Yes, that was
coming out of the paddock. The 9 is left the pits.
Okay.
But I didn't see any fuel going into that car, so I think we're going to see that car dropping out of contention. Which means that from our lead battle we had earlier on in the race, there's a car off at turn 1. It's an MX-5 with an enormous wing. Number 16.
Rejoins.
Yep.
The car, in addition to having an enormous wing, I'm fairly certain has an enormous diffuser as well.
It definitely has an enormous splitter, or from valence anyway. Yeah, it has an enormous diffuser as well. They were wide at turn 1, but I don't think they hit the wall, so they'll continue on. So from our lead battle, firstly, the 420 is apparently in the pits right now, so that will be the last car to cycle through the pit lane. That's the 601 leaving. That's the 983. Where's the 420? 34 Hitman Racing. I think that's the second time we've seen them, so that's probably an issue as well. .420 must have already left the pits, I'm guessing. 01 is now leaving the pits. Oh no, there's 420. They're further down the pit lane. They're the second to last in the pit lane. They now leave their pit box. So those guys were the last team to pit. So that's worth keeping an eye. Well, mentally noting that TLM seem to be able to go. TLM and Hammer seem to be able to go as long as anyone on fuel. I think Hammer Motorsport may have come round after the pit stop. I think they have. So I think the O2 Hammer Motorsports car, so my point I was trying to make earlier is we had an early group of 4 or 5, depending on whether you counted automatic racing. Let's say an early group of 4 who were together just before the pit stop cycle started. Through the pit stop cycle, we've lost 3 of them, essentially, and Hammer Motorsports are the only ones left. There's now a 17-second gap back to Team Prema, who have managed to overtake automatic racing. So that Aston Martin, which is now 18 seconds off the lead, if you remember earlier on, we mentally noted they were 6 seconds and then they were 10 seconds off. We've gone through the pit stop cycle. Now they're 18 seconds off the lead. So they're still dropping back away from those lead. Well, what were the leaders is now the single leader, the O2 Hammer Motorsports car. And in the process of dropping away, Team Prema has leapfrogged them. So I think our two sort of pace setters right now are going to be Hammer O2 and Team Prema number 693. I guess we shouldn't be surprised that GT4 car is pretty competitive, despite the significant BOP that it's had to undergo to be able to compete here. But presumably it can't be that different to the BOP the Aston Martins have had to undergo, right? They're both GT4 cars.
I mean, the BOP is just power to weight.
Right.
Sorry, we've got a car being recovered from the banking of turn 3. Wait, is there a truck there?
I can't. I haven't been over there.
I can't tell. Yeah, just hand me the binoculars.
Yeah, oh, okay, there it is. So well, that would be turn 4, Brendan. That's why I
Sorry,
couldn't say.
NASCAR 3 and 4. Is that a W2W car? I thought you kind of take care of that. I believe that's one of the W2W Caymans.
That, I agree, it looks like one. Definitely can't pick out the number from this distance. It's definitely a Cayman, and it's definitely black and white, which I think is W2W.
I think there's a little bit of green there as well, which is why I believe it's W2W. Into the pits, 3 fast guys in Denny. Toyota 86.
Chattanooga Tourenwagen are also in the pits. I think they were running
An onboard.
quite... We do have... And I think they were running quite high up in general production in general, because I don't think they are... Oh, no, they are GP1.
Yes. I think they're pitting from 5th here.
Right.
Now I see V2.0. Maybe that's just an update to what it shows on Race Hero, because it looks very much like the same car we've seen before, and I think it is. Although that car's been tossed around a little bit over the last couple of races. I think they had to repair it after the Saturday race or Sunday race at Barber, where they backed it into the pit wall in the front straightaway. They had a little contact exiting turn 9 at Mid-Ohio late on the Saturday.
Speaking of repairs, we've got our Civic coming out of the pits again.
The 178 is out. Okay, the 542 has come back out as well, this time very much more under power than what we saw earlier. I think that Chattanooga car, I'm trying to remember back to Road America. I think they had a fairly clean weekend at Road America.
I remember them being pretty competitive from the
Yeah, I think they were.
Well, I was thinking Barber as well, I remember them.
Yeah, they backed into the pit wall on the Saturday, though, so they lost a lot of running time as a result of that.
Team Prema were 3 seconds faster than Hammer Motorsport on the last lap. We've had this thing that does tend to happen, I've noticed with WRL, where we get through the first hour and all of a sudden every single car loses about 4 seconds a lap of pace. So we'll let that settle down. There is one car, Pro Sport competition, running in 10th place who are in the 204s. Everyone else is well off of that, bearing in mind the fastest laps earlier on in the race were 203s. So yeah, we'll let the lap time settle down a bit, but this is a good opportunity for Team Prema to close the gap. Hammer Motorsports have come through again and done a 2:08.9, so another relatively slow lap. Let's see, Prema should be coming through. Yeah, they've done a 2:05.8. So Prema again, another 3 seconds chopped off the gap. So this is they're making really good progress right now. Split Decision have moved into 3rd ahead of Automatic, which that actually might have happened a few laps ago because the last laps were very similar, and yet there's a 5-second gap. So. Yeah, let's check Automatic Racing if they had a slow lap time in it. Yeah, they had a 2:15 2 laps ago. So something obviously happened to the Automatic car. They seem to be relatively back up to speed, although 207s are not fast, but they're faster than the leader. So yeah, some strange lap time behavior going on at the moment.
Some of that will be traffic, and remember too, we've now sort of lost the long trains of cars in the drafts that we saw early on in the race before the field sort of stretched itself out on pit stop rotation and running through traffic. We also have fewer cars on track than we did at the start by a
do.
pretty considerable number.
Yeah, we
Right,
do.
we've really thinned things out over the first hour here. And it's not to say that we're just missing oodles of cars. They do come in and out of the paddock on a regular basis. The 542 is back in. Poor DBR. Back in from... Well, they've come in from the paddock. The green Porsche Cayman is working its way into the blue garages from the paddock side as well. But anyway, my point is, as we've thinned things out, I think it's sort of dropped some of these cars out of contention. There's no more slipstream for them. They're not able to produce these lap times because they're not, picking up 5+ miles an hour around the long banking. They're just sort of limited by whatever their aero situation and power situation is.
Well, conversely, there's less traffic to be held up by.
And that's true.
Prema, again, they take another second out of the lead that lap. But the Hammer Motorsport car is getting up to speed. So we definitely don't expect that car to change tyres. Presumably they'll change once in this race, but they wouldn't have changed on the first pit stop. So it's not a cold tyre situation, possibly a cold driver situation. We see that quite commonly in WRL. Do we remember why Pro Sport Competition have dropped down to 10th?
Didn't they pitted fairly early? Let's use Race Hero. They pitted on lap 19.
By the way, Stratus Racing.
There's a stop.
Sorry, it's Stratus Racing up to 7th with their MPO one.
I don't think they've pitted yet, have they?
Oh, maybe that's why.
No, they haven't.
Okay. So, because they were running last but two.
Yeah, in GTO. Yep.
Yeah. Their fastest lap time is a 2:07. They're currently running 2:07s, but as I was saying, everyone else has dropped down to 2:07 now. So suddenly they're competitive, which is that's the thing. So yeah, they're running 7th, and I mean they're going to pit, obviously. Yeah, they did have a 2:18 lap time. They've had some very erratic lap times early in the race. There's a couple of 2:14s in there, a 2:18, 4 laps to go. So, hey, good for them if they've managed to. They're going to end up having to pit. I mean, they've gone a long way further than. They're half an hour beyond where the first of our GTO pit stop is.
Oh, I know it, and some of that will have been fairly conservative on behalf of some of the GTO cars. I think most of them, especially the ones that pitted really early, like before lap 20 or 25, I think most of them can probably go a little further than that. Maybe they're just getting fuel mileage in race scenario, although with the draft, you're probably losing some of that or getting that thrown off a little bit anyway. But my guess is they can go a little bit further. That being said, I mean, that Stratus car is about as good as it gets for fuel mileage.
Right? Checking the live penalties spreadsheet thing, because as I was looking at the timing screen, there was a lot of moving around all of a sudden. It looks like we may have just had some cars had some laps taken away. Pro Sport have just moved up to 8th, so that's 2 positions. And they have nobody anywhere near them on track, so that doesn't make a huge amount of sense. And nobody from that part of the field is in the pits either. So I think I think one of them might be the number 9. Then again, we think the number 9 they probably lost at least a lap doing an extra pit stop.
No, they definitely did. That'll be
they are only 1 lap down.
That's why they're down in 16th. So that will have been sort of organic. We haven't had any penalties issued other than the number 701 for the contact early on down at, well, it was lap 1, turn 3, wasn't it? Early on in GP1.
That's very interesting. Okay. I don't understand.
Everything else is just warnings down in the pit lane.
Okay, so I don't understand how Pro Sport just gained 2 positions. Right, I'll do a little bit of investigation. One car, as I go through the back end of the top 10, a car that we haven't mentioned all day so far is GTR 99. They're currently running 11th. They've been roughly that sort of area of the field all race. Already dropped a lap, fastest lap. The fastest lap's a 2:04.2, which is extremely competitive. But
yeah, I'm intrigued by not intrigued by the 99.
No,
I see them all the time.
I found our victim. It's the 909 automatic racing car. Dropped from 4th to 12th on that last lap while doing a perfectly normal lap time.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll wait for this log to update then.
So yeah, that's at least one car that has been penalised, I would be fairly certain. Grey Speed Motorsport, by the way, the other another MPO one hasn't pitted yet, so this is obviously, well, this is something to track really. If they can go that much, and I still don't see any MPO ones in the pits, so they can go a lot longer than any of the other GTO cars by the looks of things. So yeah, if Stratus Racing start to find their pace, they'll do things.
Well, it's not just about finding pace. We've mentioned this before. The issue with the Stratus car has been maintaining it, right? They get to, in our standard 8-hour races, they'll get to sort of hour 5, hour 6, and we know there's somebody in that car that just isn't as quick. So they have their quick guys in really early on that try and build up a margin, and then as they cycle through drivers that are maybe a little less consistent or experienced or comfortable in the car, then they have a little bit to fall back on. Then they put a quick driver in for the end and try and make up whatever time they'll have lost to some degree. As we go on board the Chill Out Systems car, I think, is the number 678. Yes, it is. Good feed from the MX-5 there. But anyway, with regards to that Stratus car, it's about maintaining it. They've done really well early on this race, running 207s pretty consistently. Now they've got the fuel mileage to back it up as well. So if they can shave, my guess is, with as far as I've gone here, probably 2 pit stops. I'm not doing the math, but just from getting the feel of things here, we've gone an hour 20. Most everybody was in right around the hour mark at the top of GTO. And I have a suspicion that that's going to pay real dividends at the end of this race. And if the Stratus car can click off 207s, 208s, lap after lap after lap for 14 hours, save for when we expect that car to lose a little bit of time, then I think there's every chance that car is going to be right in contention, not on pure pace like we're used to seeing it, but this time more on fuel strategy and consistency and being able to take advantage where some of the higher powered GTO cars are going to stumble a little bit with regards to their fuel mileage and their stint lengths.
Talking about pace, the leaders have found theirs again. Hammer Motorsport's back into the 204s, so they've stabilised the gap. They've actually extended the gap slightly over the last few laps. It's up to almost 12 seconds now. Yeah,
interesting. That margin was coming down when they were fresh out of the pit lane, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, they were doing 209, then 207, then 208. Yeah. They're now down to 204, which is where we'd expect them to be. Whereas Prema have stayed in 205s.
Yeah.
So I see I think that's the... Ooh. Yeah, that's the car I was looking at, the MPO1.
Yeah.
Taking a completely different approach to turn 1. To the
scenic road, as it were.
Yeah, that car's grippier on the concrete, apparently. But that, I think, is the...
Pass under yellow, by the way, for the 909, Scott.
Okay, there you go.
That's car number 80 at turn 3. So we'll... Oh, you know what? Didn't we have a spun Stratus? Or it wasn't Stratus.
It was the other one.
NP01.
It's the exact name. Grey Speed Motorsport.
Yes,
that's the team I was looking for. Absolutely. Yeah. That was the only yellow flag incident I saw at turn 1, as the other MPO1, the 555, almost gets drilled by a Cayman who locks up on the brakes to avoid. That's something on this track that is possibly quite difficult to avoid, just because there's certainly at places like turn 1 and turn 6, there's quite a lot of tarmac runoff. So spotting, and the marshal's posts are a relatively long way from the track in most cases. Spotting yellow flags amongst all these cars has to be quite challenging. So now turn 3, that's not the case, because the marshal's posts are relatively close to the track and there's grass everywhere, so you should really be able to tell if there's a car off. Whereas if you have a car recovering at turn 1 and there's a yellow flag for them, you might not necessarily notice it because it's going to be moving through a tarmac area. If you make a move, and I don't even know where is the marshal's post at turn 1? You're definitely the expert for this.
Yeah, so the Advent Health paved area, the blue paved area to the left there, they stand just at the end of the...
So on the corner there?
Yeah, at the end of the catch fencing there. There is a marshal's post for turn 2 as well. It's sort of just behind the timing tower straight out from us. But I don't see anybody down there this weekend.
Yeah, so I've always considered this a hard... Oh, as another car takes the scenic route through turn 1.
Well, let's talk about turn 1, Scott. It's a challenging corner. You're coming in at very high speed. It's a long curved, braking zone, an arcing braking zone. through turn 1 and into turn 2. And if you get stuck on the outside, it's all off camber.
I also can't help noticing they've stuck some cones where I wouldn't expect them to be for this race. So, do you see what I mean? The last 4 cones on the inside there, the one closest to us.
Oh, between the pit lane and the...
it's on the apron.
Oh, big lockup for one of the TCRs down into turn number 1. That is, it's a number 1, which is interesting because I believe that car runs ABS.
Didn't we have something at Barber where one of these cars
it had a failure?
ABS failure.
Yeah, lap failure. 1 or lap 2 of the Sunday race at Barber, going down into
the hairpin, I think.
Yep, down into turn 5. That's exactly correct.
We've got a very slow box.
Yeah, this is the chill-out car.
Well, this you can overtake it. It's holding up a... Is that an M1?
The chill-out car is, yes. I wanted to finish your point about the cone, because I see what you're saying. It sticks out very far, very close to the racing line. If you keep it tight there.
I would consider putting my car there if I was trying to make a late pass.
You know, the rubber. I mean, there are definitely cars that have been down there.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right, and that's. I mean,
I see a lot of cars that really get very close just in their normal racing.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that is a particularly effective normal racing line, but it's definitely a place I would consider putting my car if I needed to make a pass into turn 1 on a slower.
Or let's say you commit early. You're down the inside, and somebody maybe pinches you a little bit, or you end up 3 wide, or you're just trying to give them a little extra room. I can see ending up on a trajectory that puts me at that sort of last cone there, or just end up being thrown off by it. Let's say I haven't been down that close on the left before. I make my arc into turn number 1 again.
That's I've seen a few of them take that racing line.
That's the number 981. I think you'll see just to the left a shot here in a couple of seconds' time. Appears very, very close to the grass on the left. The cone we're talking about is just to the bottom left of your shot. And it just sort of sets an odd trajectory if you are very, very low on the way into turn number 1. But anyway, put that to one side. I think a lot of what we're seeing cars off in that paved runoff there is people sort of being dared to go in a little bit deeper. Maybe the cone throws them in a little wider trajectory. And then once you're out there, if you're going too quickly on your way into the corner, you can't get the car slowed down. Like I said, it's all off camber out there.
Yeah,
you're just going to slide off.
There's a strange crown to the road, which is, considering the rest of the circuit, I'm not sure.
Never understood.
Yeah, why it's there, but it definitely makes the corner interesting. I think I might prefer it'd be a bit more fun if the camera was the other way. But,
for sure.
It's odd that is the only corner on the entire track that has any other than obviously the NASCAR.
I would say it's drainage, but again, it's the only corner that has any drainage at all, or any camber at all. So that's odd.
But it gives it some character. But it definitely invites. I kind of miss that being grass out there, though.
I do too. I think about it often. It's way safer this way, so I get it. But
but it made that a properly treacherous corner, particularly in the wet. As it is now, we've seen plenty of cars, just as we've been idly watching in the last few minutes, just use that concrete and suffer no consequences at all. So it's a bit of a shame, but as you say, obvious safety concern if that was grass all the way through.
Split decision has gone missing. The number 484. It's back into the pit lane. This was the car that was 3rd overall just a couple of laps ago, and now tumbles down the order back into 10th at the moment, and it's just going to keep slipping and slipping and slipping.
We got the 994 MPO1 in the pits. I think that's the one that we have both forgotten.
We have the
Grey Speed.
Sorry, do we have the Stratus car in the pits as well, or maybe just out of the pits?
They're listed on timing as having.
Yeah, so I was expecting them to come through just behind the Team ACP car, and they didn't.
So that's an hour and 25 minutes. I think if we were better at our job, we'd have written down when Hammer pitted. But I think it was around.
We can do that.
10 hours.
Let's use Race Hero. They put it on lap 30.
Sure. We can do it by lap.
So 2 minutes a lap, roughly, and now you're looking at 10 laps, 20 to 25 minutes.
Yeah. Well,
right?
I mean, let's just do 10 laps is it's 35, 36, 37. It's just 8 laps further. Stratus have gone.
Sure.
On a relative to a 30-lap stint, that means every 4-ish pit stops, Stratus are going to end up gaining 1 on Hammer. So they'll make they'll make 3 pit stops up at that rate, assuming Hammer went as far as they could go. How much time do we lose in a pit stop? In the region of a minute and a half plus 20, so close to 2 minutes. So Stratus have got a 6-minute head start in this race based on very rough maths there.
In terms of putting out pit stops?
Yeah, because I think if they're going to make one up every 4 or so pit stops, they'll do 3 less pit stops over the race.
Yeah, but the issue here, Scott, is going to be pit stop time, because even if you're doing 2 fewer pit stops, his outlap was a 4:42 flat compared to the 02 Hammer car that leads a 3:37.
So 25 seconds there each time. So
no, is that 25 seconds? Didn't I say, what did I say?
4:02?
4:02?
I thought that's what you said.
No, maybe it is. Sorry, I said something else. 4:42. No, I did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a minute and 10 seconds.
Okay, well they've lost
minute 5
half
anyway.
the amount of time they'd gained
in one stop.
Yeah, so that's no good at all. That completely ruins the whole storyline.
Well, not really, right? Because okay, we can sort of project. Okay, they're going to gain this much time by not pitting. They're going to lose this much time by having slower pit stops, and that's probably true. But you have to do these things consistently, repeatedly, right? And these things still have to actually physically play out, right? So we know they're going to go, fewer pit stops through the duration of the race, and we know, okay, they're probably going to lose a little bit of time on pit road. Maybe they have some quicker stops if they don't do driver changes, or something like that. Maybe Hammer loses some time doing a tire change. Being a 14-hour race, almost certainly we're going to be changing tires at some point. Especially with the banks, right? We expect that to be a certainty for almost everybody. So there are still these little things that are going to play themselves out over the course of the next 12 and a half hours or so.
It's true.
So let's not write it off just yet.
No, of course. But we can only work with the data we have right now.
Of course.
Right now, it looks like they're going, as 2 Caymans try to hit each other into turn 1.
That was I think that's a 198 and the 60 something.
But yeah, it looks like they could gain as much as 6 minutes by making...
Oh, sorry, 2 cars off at turn 3, Scott.
Yes.
One of those is the Hammer, that's the number 1, and the number 525, I think, from Fat and Furious.
Yep. Yeah, very good.
Yeah, and that will almost certainly have been contact. I didn't see it when it happened, but the 2 cars were both facing facing east at turn 3, which is not the normal rotation there.
But yeah, so with the MPO1, it looks like they may gain 6 minutes over the course of the race by making fewer pit stops.
Right.
But if they're going to make, say, 10 pit stops and lose a minute each time, they're going to lose 10 minutes. So that's a delta of minus 4 minutes.
Yes,
so
of course.
The strategy won't necessarily... I mean, making less pit stops definitely helps them, but losing this amount of time per pit stop will completely negate that. But we'll track it. See how things progress through the next round of pit stops.
The Premont car is really holding that advantage nicely up to the 0-2. It's very much stabilized with this 9 to 11 second mark at this moment. It's 10.4, so smack in the middle. But they've done really well to sort of manage that over the opening stint here.
So there's a third Team ACP Tangerine Associates car that I wasn't aware of before, and they've moved into 3rd place, the number 2. Where were they running earlier? They were running 6th, so 6th or 7th before the pit stops. Actually kind of going back and forth quite a lot. They were obviously in a pretty good race. They've now progressed up to, they've been in 3rd place for the last few laps, having got past... So who dropped away from 3rd place? I wonder if that will be the Stratus car. Were they up as high as 3rd before their pit stop?
The 59, I believe it was, yes.
No, they were 5th. So somebody has dropped out of 3rd place recently.
Have they?
Well, the number 2 Tangerine Associates car, 5 laps ago, was in 4th.
Sorry, the 9 wasn't up that high either. I'm not sure, Scott.
It's confusing because TLM USA have moved up a place in on that same lap.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's a penalty that we.
I'll take a look. I want to, while we're searching for this, I want to draw your attention to P5 at the moment. This is number 29 is Screaming Goat Racing, who we have not mentioned once this morning. a really good run for them to get up into top 5 within the first hour and a half of racing. They are very competitive, and that car's really quick, but doesn't always have sort of the endurance legs, and then it'll just sort of drop away while it's running quick times. But we didn't really have a cause to talk about them because they hadn't featured in the top couple of positions in GTO just yet. But as pit stops have cycled through, we get to the end of very much the end of our first rotation of pit stops, and that car's right up into the top 5, which is great. Irish Mike's back into the pit lane. Obviously, that car had spent a considerable amount of time in the paddock this morning, but having headed back out onto the racetrack, has now come back into the hot pits. Let's take a look at the penalty log there.
Of course. It's the split decision racing car.
The 484, yeah, exactly. I forgot he had made it all the way back up into P3. 3 wide at the start-finish line. If we cut back to that, I think we're going to catch it. It's the 498 and the 555.
I believe Split Decision Racing have left the pits and completed their next lap. So they're back out there, but they're in 29th. It was a 9... Yeah, because they've just finished another lap. It was a 9:27. Well, they've just done a 2:23, which is very slow. 20-odd seconds off the pace. The previous lap was a 9:27, so that's 7.5 minutes lost in the pits. And they've added 20 seconds.
And that stop will clearly have been unscheduled. I believe the 143 is in. This is the Pro Sport Competition Aston Martin, and this will almost certainly be scheduled. 20 laps for its first stop. It's done 22 on its second stint now.
Are we under yellow? No.
I believe so.
There's a flashing lights over there, and I think...
Where's this guy?
Yeah, so this is out off of turn 6. The Corvette is...
Oh, yep, the 33.
Yeah, so that car...
Yep.
Which is a real shame. That was the car that was running... They were running 15th just before they stopped. They're now submarining through the field outside the top 20. So that's a shame. That's the although we do have another competitive Corvette, but we're fairly convinced it's not a Corvette, right?
No, W2W does not have their Corvette here,
right?
Which is interesting because I would have thought the Corvette actually would have been really competitive here. It's a competitive car in GTO
this
anyway.
33 car has proven that it was able to run. Top
we are double yellow. Good catch. So is that for
that really? Okay.
It is. It feels surprising.
So the Corvette, I don't know if we picked it up on the broadcast at all, but the Corvette is about 3.5 miles off the inside of
it's very far to the inside in the big paved runoff
it's
to the inside of turn.
Clearly hasn't crashed. So
no, this looks like something mechanical would have happened exiting turn 6.
Considering the car we recovered from the apron in turn 2.
Yeah, exactly my thought. Yeah.
Everyone just wants a break, I suppose.
The other option here, Scott, is maybe we had some sort of pass under yellow or something like that temporarily took away the privilege of a hot pull, let's say. I don't know how else to put that nicely, but these things do happen where occasionally you have... either that, Scott, or we've got a car in the barriers at the bus stop. We do. Just to the right here.
Yeah,
that'll do it. Yeah, so sorry for the condensation on this camera here. We've been fighting this on this particular camera this weekend. I think I can go and get it sorted a little bit later on, but it's been a tough morning with the humidity in
the hairdryer.
I did not, but I think I have a spare. I wasn't able to get sorted for this morning, but I think I can fix this, and we'll get a good view of the bus stop later. There's a car just right there, and I think it looks like one of the round 3 cars.
Particularly, we've got no chance of spotting it from here.
No, of course not. So the clue there was I saw an ambulance coming sort of counter race. Now that's not to say that anybody's in trouble there. It's just a standard response to an impact.
So that makes much more sense because that is a dangerous place to. Very dangerous.
Completely agree.
Recovering a car. So yeah, we were right in questioning the Corvette.
So let's say this though: we've made it 70 laps in a 4-class environment. I'm sorry, 45 laps, an hour and 36 minutes before we had our first full course yellow of the day.
Yeah, and I mean, I pointed out that this is I think you moved the camera based on my advice that we may end up with a car in this exact spot.
Yeah,
it's something very. No. The point is we can see. But my point is that this is common. This is something we see a lot, particularly in IMSA racing, as we were discussing earlier on.
Yes.
Often it's a single car thing as well. It's that if you make a mistake on the way into the left-hander and don't bail out the left-hand of the bus stop, you will end up in that tyre barrier. So there's a good chance this was just a single car thing as well. So you were making the point that this is 4 classes of racing with 70 odd cars, and we haven't had a yellow. I don't think this is likely to be contact either. It could even
that's my point.
And so we've gone this far without even a single driver mistake that's brought out a yellow flag, let alone any car contact. So that's quite impressive.
Yeah.
As I interrupt myself because the number 9 is back in the pits, and this is a car that's led early on, but have also been in the pits more than once. Well, one time I think with an issue.
There's not a chance that car is the 0-1, is that, Scott?
Oh.
Sorry, it's just come up on the.
We have
come up on the log.
Do we not have an onboard for the 0-1? This is the 0-2.
I know a lot of these onboards have been in and out through the course of the morning, and Tanner in production has been sort of chasing some of that. But if we do have the onboard from the 0. The onboard is gone. So that's not helpful.
We might be able to pick it up from this onboard camera.
Yeah, let's stick with this till we get to the bus stop here on the back straightaway.
So we've got Team Prema in the pits. Number 9, I think. I don't know if that is an issue, but they're a lap down anyway. So although 14-hour race, that's not out of contention at this point.
No,
I think
the only reason I'm not sure that this is a 0-1, by the way, is because it doesn't list a corner as yet.
We've got the 555 MPO1 in. We have the 242 BMW exiting the garage.
Oh, I haven't seen that car yet this morning, actually.
Which one?
The 242?
Oh, they've definitely been around.
Oh, have they?
Yeah.
Okay. That, and that's surprising because that team, Sons of Gas Motorsports, super competitive at Road America.
Yeah.
All weekend, both Saturday and Sunday, just the M4 GT4 constantly in the mix at the top of the field, top 5. I think they won one of them, didn't they? I gotta go back and look at the results. I'm pretty sure they either won or very nearly won. They almost won, because I think actually the automatic cars swept the weekend up there. But all of the Tons of Gas cars were really competitive. The 242 is here. I don't think the 24 has made it.
We forgot to check our O2 onboard camera, but I'll just rewind my own stream.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately, the quality of this one isn't as good as we've seen from Hammer in the past. I don't think... What do you think?
Oh, that's a tough one, Scott. That looks like a round 3 car to me.
Doesn't look like... It's definitely not a TCR.
No. I think that'll be a round 3. Thanks for all the kind words in the comments, both on YouTube and Facebook, by the way. It's a real joy for us here at DriversEye Live. We're happy to be part of the World Racing League season, and especially here at Daytona. This place is pretty special for a lot of people, but it's sort of homecoming for me. I lived here on Daytona Beach for a while, spent a lot of hours flagging here, and to be here for a long enduro like this is really our bread and butter. We love the 24s, but until we get to Sebring in October, this is about the best we're going to be able to do, and we'll take every minute we can get here. So,
honestly, I argue that, 12 hours is more common than 14, but it's the same sort of 10, 12, 14 hours. I argue that's a better race distance than 24 for any kind of regular. I know we've had this discussion. I know your opinion on 24s, that they just go on too long. Anything that's going to happen is going to happen by 12 anyway. But in fairness to one a year, right? Sebring is going to be the one. Sure.
Right?
Yep,
and
absolutely.
It's going to be the first time it's ever done at Sebring. You're going to have, professionally built cars out for 24 hours at Sebring. You're going to have home-built cars out for 24 hours at Sebring. And that's a race, a sort of situation where an approach like that, your build approach and your maintenance approach, can make a huge difference in the outcome of the race. The preparedness of your car and of the team. And, if we're going to do it once, that's a pretty good one to do. That being said, 14 hours at Daytona is not bad. I'll take a finish under the lights here. This would be pretty special from up here in the booth as well.
Yeah, and by one a year, for me personally, if I'm commentating or sim racing,
Gotcha.
or something along those lines, doing that whole overnight stretch I doing that more than once a year is
tough.
And it makes if you sort of commit to one, it makes it pretty special. Our Civic's back out the pits again as well. I'm going to commit to trying to mention that every time it comes out of the garage.
So we're going to have a couple of laps more here under a full course yellow. They're doing some barrier repair in the tires down at turn 6, where I think the 54 Ginetta had nosed in a little bit earlier. Unless we had a car to recover there, but I don't think that was the case. Yeah, you see the front end, or the forklift.
I don't remember. The Ginetta just carried on. I don't think it even came in the pits.
No, but
it's in the pits now, but
I thought he had made it into the wall. Anyway, they're doing a little bit of forklift work down there. They've got the round 3 car recovered from the bus stop, and I can confirm to you now that that was the 601 that was in the barriers down there at the chicane.
We're supposed to have an on board from them.
We were.
I think it's actually ended up as the 701.
While we sort all this out, under our first full course yellow of the day, we want to say thanks to Cooper Tires for their support of the World Racing League and what we're doing here at DriversEye Live, and tease that Sebring 24 Hours we were just talking about to come in late October. So with that, we'll go say hi to Uncle Koopa, and we'll be back with you on DriversEye Live on the other side of this break.
As your uncle, I want you to know that on the road of life, there will be rough spots, and they will chew up your tires. I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. You know, they're made with the durability of off-road tires, but for on-road driving. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. And those are the things in life, my friend, worth driving towards. So go with the Coopers. Cooper! I'm hungry now.
Hey, your Uncle Cooper here. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Goldie, my niece, your cousin, and Goldie didn't know which tires were right for her. The first ones were too much tire, and then the next ones were not enough tire. Anyway, long story short, Goldie found the Coopers, and they were just right. What a happy, practical ending. Go to sleep. I love you.
Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Back to green at Daytona International Speedway for the World Racing League 14 Hours of Daytona on DriversEye Live. Brendan Kazmarek and Scott Michaels joining you at the moment from the 5th floor of the tower, just under the World Center of Racing. Happy to have everybody's company this morning. Sorry about missing the green flag. None of us expected to be green this lap, but they got the barriers taken care of down at turn 6, and a good jump straight off the bat from the number 02 Hammer Motorsports Audi RS3. The Team Prema car has been in and out of the pit lane. TLM USA has taken over second as a result, but this is good news for that Prema Audi R8 because it essentially means they've only fallen from second to third while they made their pit stop. Similarly, Scott, we have pit stops for the 909 Automatic Racing Aston Martin and for the number 1 Audi RS3. Excuse me. And I think the result of this is that they'll have lost fairly minimal time having started their pit stops under yellow. In addition, they're going to come out and have clear track in front of them, while most of the other GTO competitors are going to spend the next 4 or 5 laps clearing 50-plus cars worth of traffic around the banking and in the infield.
Yeah,
so they'll be able to jump right back to 100% pace.
Yeah, I'm watching a lot of cars at very different pace headed towards the bus stop at the moment with my holding my breath a little bit. Looks like everyone's got into order. Yeah, that's impressive.
Tanner, can you remind, is this 3 Fast Guys in Denny we're on board with here? The GP3 Toyota 86? Oh, well, it was. Gotta fix this bust out right here. Brutal condensation.
So the leaders have come across the line one more time. 2:06.6 first lap under green for Hammer Motorsports. And a 17.7 second lead because predictably, speaking to what you were talking about, Brendan, regarding traffic on a restart, TLM USA have done a 2:12 and Team Prema have done a 2:16. So, yeah, while Prema lost minimal time with their pit stop, they then go and lose 10 seconds on the first lap.
And that was sort of my point with the automatic and the number 1 car coming into the pits at the end of, as the 3 Fast Guys netting car goes into the paddock. That's a shame.
Oh, yeah, there's some fluid, I think, or is that tire smoke coming out the right rear?
It could
Even
be.
at this very low
It does
speed.
look like right rear tire smoke there. And it looks like there might be bodied. Maybe not. Now I can't tell.
That's very odd, because they pitted during, like, on the end of the yellow flag, right? So it's not like they had contact on the first lap after.
I'm not sure, actually. It does look like there's a little right rear damage there, but it's tough to tell.
Got a. Oh, is this Kingpin again?
It is. They have right front damage on that?
That wheel looks very black.
No, it's just black. Yeah, that's weird. It looks different from the way we saw it this morning.
It looks different from the right rear. Oh, they're straight in the pits. The right rear wasn't low, was it?
Scott, I couldn't tell.
They've been in and out of the pits.
In and out of the pits, but this is the first time I think we've seen them go straight to the back paddock.
Maybe they have definitely been to the back paddock.
Oh,
before,
okay.
Yeah, but maybe not straight in. I think there's something up with the right rear of that car. But anyway,
I would buy
they're a long way out of contention, unfortunately.
Yeah, they started really strong, but like you mentioned,
for sure, they were running third, weren't they, for the whole basically the whole first hour.
Yep, absolutely. So anyway, back to this 02 and 693 because we've now split the strategy at the top of the field. These are our 2 main contenders here. Of course, we have the 172 TLM USA BMW M2 in there as well, which is fantastic. It's really nice to see TLM competitive at the top of the field. They usually carry an onboard as well, though I don't think their onboard is with that car. It's with the Marathon car. We did have on the entry list. I can't confirm.
Looks like they've got
Here.
relatively clear
See the lap.
traffic. That lap was a 2:08. They still lost 4 seconds to Hammer.
Yeah, the Prima car only did a 2:10.
Yeah. So
So we see all this traffic. It's cleared in the last, let's say 2 laps since we went back to green, and all the traffic has yet to clear. I mean, there's probably 12 to 15 cars between it and the overall leader at the moment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so the Hammer car's into turn 5. We're just getting the 693 on the way into turn 3 at the moment. So a lot of cars between first and third. The 172 M2 Club Sport is in there as well, but this Prema car is off in the grass at turn 3. I look away from the car for 3 seconds.
Always the way.
And there it is, rejoining from very, very far to driver's left at the International Horseshoe. It doesn't look like it's hit anything, but my point was going to be, before we caught all this, that it split the strategy. It came in under yellow, it made its pit stop, the 02 Hammer car stayed out. Now, the Audi was almost certainly going to have to come in, just based on when it was due a pit stop on its stint length. The Hammer car still has another 10 to 12 laps to go before it makes pit stop number 2. So that's an interesting dynamic to sort of play out there, but you would think with the margin last time around having only been about 30 seconds between first and third, it feels a little like Prima got that one right relative to what Hammer chose to do. Again, it's not often we see Hammer get a strategy call wrong. So, at first glance, maybe, okay, you think maybe Hammer should have made the pit stop, sort of managed to get back to the Prima car and put him back on equal footing, but we'll have to wait and see how this one pans out. 10 to 12 laps, of course, is 20 minutes worth of track time. And pitting 20 minutes early, even to save yourself some time under a full course yellow, maybe makes that not the better choice anyway. But we'll have to see what the consequences of all this are, probably in the next couple of hours, rather than in the next couple of minutes, I would think.
Yeah, just trying to wait for the Team Prema car to come across the line, because trying to stretch my terrible memory, but I believe they were roughly 20 seconds off the lead before the yellow flag.
It was something like that, yeah.
But obviously,
18 to 20, I think.
under the yellow
Very
flag,
close.
they had the... Oh, right, yeah, so it is a big gap. 41 seconds now.
Well, but that will include the off, right? So the last time was at 2:15.5.
So it would have been 30. Well, we have to include the off. It's part of it.
Exactly.
But,
well, no, I know.
and it was probably induced by the traffic that they put themselves.
Yes, my point is that it's a direct contribution to
Sure.
its lap time. Yes.
So, yeah, they had the option to be right behind Hammer. Hammer pitted on lap 30. Premar's first pit stop was on lap 23, so they were in a worse fuel position anyway. So they've corrected that at least. But yeah, as you say, they've lost themselves 40 seconds by doing it. So, but pit stops tend to cost 2 or so minutes. So I'd call that a win. It's half a pit stop because they're only halfway through a stint. So I think I'm on the side that they've made the right choice there. It wouldn't have looked so great if they'd stuffed it in the wall when they went off.
No, of course.
But is that the one of the Tangerine Associates cars coming out of the pits? Number 2 car, I think.
Yes, it was in there for a while.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I think I saw that one in there a little
He
bit.
pitted, I think, right at the end of the full course yellow.
And that was the car that I picked out as being the one I hadn't noticed, and therefore it was running third. So that's a competitive car that's dropped away.
We jump on board with Thunder Bunny. I believe I can't see from behind the wheel here. Is this the Nissan Tanner? I think it is the 350Z. It's a good start for Thunder Bunny. Yeah, it's the 350Z. Thank you. It's a good start from the Thunder Bunny crew. 3rd and 4th in GP1 at the moment. Pretty consistently. Actually, the 350 is a good bit quicker than the 110. Just on rotation, I think at the moment it leads its teammate, and that's actually it straight in front of it. There, it's the BMW 1 Series from old TBR. The class still being led by PC Racing, the number 44 BMW. Not a spin to win as yet. We've got a long way to go before we resolve that question, but it is a spin to lead. Facing backwards, turn 1, lap 3, now leads the class by... Well, I've been looking for the number 75 to see if it's still even remotely on the lead lap, and at the moment, it doesn't really look like it is.
The 75? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The second place car in
the
GP1.
lead lap in GP1. It's not, because through comes the 44.
It's right behind us.
Yes, it is. You're right. It's all in this gaggle of traffic, because there's a 75 just being passed by the P01 on the way into turn 1 there. So it is a lap margin for the PC car after just under 2 hours of racing. Now, some of that, we don't know this, some of that could have been affected by the full course yellow.
That's what the point I was about to make,
Yeah.
is that this something where you end up with exactly a lap gap between 2 different cars running, running first and second in class. That does sort of scream luck in yellow under yellow flag.
Yeah.
Particularly when it's lower classes, so yeah. But then, yeah, I don't know if let's check to see if they're on the same kind of the same pit stop. As I load up totally the wrong car there. PC Racing predictably didn't pit under the yellow. Valdez also didn't. So no, that is completely genuine. Now may have been forced by the full course yellow, but yeah.
The Thunder Bunny cars have swapped around. The 350Z now leads the 110. The 350 did pit under the full course yellow, whereas the 110 did. Actually, now that I look at it, yeah, 350 did pit. The 110 didn't. So they've swapped around, and the 110 is going to owe us a stop. That 110 on pace really hasn't been able to hang with the GP1 leaders at the moment. Its best labs at 2:15.2. Now, granted, it's still running to pretty much exactly that pace, whereas the class leaders have dropped off a couple of seconds from where they were at. PC Racing, last lap almost 5 seconds off their quickest. The 350Z is about 2.5, 3 seconds off its quickest lap. And Valdez is within about a second. So that's okay there, but 110 seems to be doing it more through consistency and a little bit of pit stop rotation here. The round 3 cars, the number 701, is back in 5th. I'm a little interested in this, Scott. I don't know what's left it there in 5th, whether this is just a raw pace issue or had some bad luck under yellow or what, but the round 3 cars just haven't really been competitive the way we're used to seeing them. I don't know, maybe it's owing to the banking and the long straights. These cars are maybe more handling than top speed. Just they don't seem to have it this weekend the way they usually do.
I mean, I was about to say, have we seen any Caymans? But certainly in the GTO class, we've seen the Kingpin car be very competitive. So that's not necessarily a Cayman specific thing, possibly a Cayman production car specific thing. So yeah, let's take a look. What are the front running GP1 cars? There's a BMW M3.
Yep.
And the Valdez car is a Cayman. But is that because most of the rest of the class is a Cayman? 350Z, the Thunder Bunny, is running third.
I will walk this back a little bit. The 605 round 3 car is second in GP3 at the moment, 15 seconds off of the lead. So that Boxster, I mean, we sort of sang its praises back at Road America. It's an incredibly well-sorted car. All of the Boxsters, the GP class Boxsters, have been really competitive over since we've been commentating anyway, since COTA last year. And they look like incredibly fun cars to drive, but they're very, very consistent, whereas some of the GTO and GP1 Caymans that Round 3 has dabbled with over the last couple of races just haven't been as competitive in class as those slower Boxsters have been. And I'm sure that's part of it. In addition, coming to grips with the quicker cars, stepping up in classes is never an easy thing as well.
Yeah, certainly the Round 3 Cayman is 26. It's actually behind the GP1 leader.
Exactly. So maybe it's a driver selection thing early on here too. That could be part of it. But I just would have expected, and we're used to seeing those cars being quicker than they are. So maybe they can make this back up. It's a long race, of course. 44 split decision.
There's Mr. Garrett this time. It's not only
Well, he didn't miss a stall earlier. It was a 99 that just about did.
Well, no, so yeah, this time I was speaking for the field.
Yes, at the cones. There's a lot of confusion down there in those cars. Whether it's missing pit stalls or missing the garage. That's kind of odd. You'd think, like you said earlier, it's like the most obvious spot on pit lane to be able to pick something out relative to it.
Yeah, we should mention that we are a long way above the track, and the cones are right in front of us. So they couldn't be more obvious to us.
And I'll say this too: there was an instruction that came out from WRL and from Daytona, where the procedure is to stay all the way to the right in the pit lane. Now, like you mentioned earlier, it's very wide and very featureless.
Yep.
Right. So you stay. I mean, you're. What do you think that is? 40 feet, 30 feet from the pit stalls. That far back.
You're not working in metrics, so I'm going to struggle.
No, 10 meters, 12 meters, something like that?
Yeah.
Away from your pit boxes. So you're looking very, very far to the left, trying to pick out where your tent is, where your pit stall marker is. And you're not allowed to cut through pit boxes and arc or angle your way in on sort of a shallow angle into your stall.
Yeah, and even those cones, if you're in the fast lane, those cones aren't in your...
No, exactly.
They're off to the left.
Even they are 20 or 25 feet from where you're driving down the pit lane. So... I get it, and it looks much easier from up here than it is down in the pit lane. And I would suspect that now that we've seen more than a handful of cars and drivers struggle with finding their pit stall and the garage entrance there, that it's maybe not as easy as it looks. So they've anyway, the 484 was able to make the hard left around the exit cones and sort of make its way through the paddock. We did see it enter around the far eastern side of the blue garages, if you're down there in the pit lane, and I assume it's now in its garage stall proper. But that's a shame, because that car was really competitive early on, and now it's just sort of slipped into irrelevance over the last... Well, it was just shortly after the first hour, wasn't it? Where it just sort of it made a couple of early pit stops, and then that was really the last we saw of it. Up at the sharp end of the field. 2 hours complete.
Change for third. Screaming Goat Racing has got past Team Prema on that one. Not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure what's happened to the pace of the Prema car.
I think they've made a driver change there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
For sure.
The car hasn't been below a 209.
Yeah, if you look on Race Hero on the lap chart, Scott, I mean, that's the wonderful thing about Race Hero. It's not just reading numbers and trying to interpret that. There's a visual reference for that data.
Yeah.
Where all your quick times are very low on this bar graph, and even a small increase in pace will be represented over the beginning of a stint, and you can see that visually. 209, 210, 209.4 last time, which is great because it's the quickest he's gone within the stint since the driver changed, but he's ceding 2 or 3 seconds every lap to the 3 cars in front of it, and now, like you mentioned, he's already lost that last podium spot to the number 29 Screaming Goat Racing BMW. I know we mentioned earlier that we really hadn't had much cause to talk about the Screaming Goat car. I'm sort of pulling back from my memory where that car had been the most relevant. That was one of the cars, I think it started on pole for the Saturday race at Barber.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And it led the first hour before it got into it with a GP car down at turn 1 and deposited its splitter and the whole splitter pan in the runoff. And again, that was the last we saw of it. The car was never the same after it came back out, even on the Sunday. Just never really had that same pace. But it's good to see it back in contention here. It was a really sort of beastly car back one of the last times we saw it. And like we said, yeah, just really nice to see it back up, having a top 3 sort of run in the early stages here.
This is going to be such a long day for Kingpin.
Yeah.
They seem to be in the pits. It literally seem to be doing one lap at a time.
They're going to be one of my first stops once I make it down into the paddock there. I'd love to know what's been going on with that car. It is one of the GT4 Caymans, the Club Sports. So you would expect that cars should be pretty well sorted as we get like a gaggle of 8 cars into turn 3, going 3 wide. It's a little messy.
We do also have another battle on track for 8th place. Team GTR 99 has just taken that from the number 9 Tangerine Associates, Team ACP Tangerine Associates car, which is interesting because GTR 99 is a team we've seen earlier in the season start from further back and work their way forward. In my head, there's a little bit of significance to them having just passed the team that led early on. So we're seeing that transition where the teams that are just kind of plugging away and ticking off laps are starting to move forward ahead of those who had a fast start and maybe are dropping backwards, trending in the other direction.
Let's talk about that GTR car, actually. Stalwarts in the World Racing League, we see them all the time. Super competitive at the end of Barber, really went toe-to-toe with the one of the Hammer RS3s and did a really, really nice job. Unfortunately, came away second best in that one. They were at in Ohio, I believe. They came back to Road America with a brand new BMW M4 GT4 to replace the old M3, which was then, I don't know if it was written off, but a considerable amount of damage was done to that car. And it seemed to be sort of an unfortunate send-off for a car that had just been so competitive. Race after race after race, always up there. When they had the M4 on track, it didn't seem to have that same pace, that same consistency that we were used to seeing out of the 99, that M3 chassis.
They've got the M4 here, right?
This is the M4 now, so this is the new car, and my guess is that now that they've got a race weekend under their belt with the M4, they did the Saturday race at Road America with it. They figured out ways to make that car a little more competitive. I'm sure they've done some testing. They've replaced the rear wing on that car to make it a little more efficient, get it closer to the spec that the M3 was. And it seems like they're finding the pace and the consistency in that car now. And the drivers, there's an adjustment there as well. When you're going from, a car that you've built yourself, every bit of the ins and outs of that car, into a car that's basically been built for them or designed for them by the BMW factory, by BMW Motorsport. And that will take some time as well. But it's good to see now. I mean, that car's quickest laps at 204 flat, right, which is there or thereabouts with the top half of the GTO field. And like you said, P9 just taking away that spot from the car with the quickest lap in class, quickest lap of the race, as a matter of fact, for that number 9. So this is, like you said, the beginning of its march into relevance for the afternoon.
Can we check the penalties? Because I think the 909 has had their penalty appealed because they've suddenly reappeared in 5th place.
Look at that. It's a good call, Scott.
Yeah, which is why, as you mentioned, that I said that GTR 99 had moved into 8th place.
Overturned.
They have actually moved into 9th place because the automatic racing car has popped up ahead of them. So yeah, that Aston Martin is now into 5th. It's a bit of a shame because they were in the top 3 earlier on, and because they dropped out of contention, it's been hard for us to actually track their pace. But apparently they've been dropping away a bit because they are they're a lap off the leaders still, even after having their penalty overturned.
So having taken a look at this, Scott, let's sort of update where things are at. The 981 has been dealt a 2-lap penalty, not just a single lap. This was for contact with the number 601 down at turn 1. So that will have been very early on in the race at 8:44 this morning. We just mentioned the 909 penalty has been overturned. It's put that car back into P5. The 982 has been given a penalty for passing under yellow at turn 7. That'll be at the bus stop. That was 1 lap. We've got some cars under investigation for impacts. The 01 is one of them. the car with the question mark, I believe, is the 54 for an impacted turn 6. But I think that'll just be more an aggressive driving review, just to make sure that nobody's driving in over their heads, and if they are, then to have a little counsel with them.
I was going to say the 54 was the car we saw in the barriers.
It is. That was the G-Tech Janetta.
Yep.
Just down here at behind the barriers where we can't quite see. Other contact, that number 1 is under investigation for contact with the 525. We saw that down here at turn 3 about half an hour ago. 16 has been given a 1-lap penalty for a pass under yellow. The 1 has been given a penalty of 1 lap for a pass under yellow. In addition, we're investigating for the spin down there at turn 3. So a rough old afternoon here for that number 1 hammer, Audi RS3. Uncharacteristic, I think is the word I would use there. So we got a little work to do in the turn 5 as well.
So our lead battle lead race is still relatively close at this point. It's not stretching out too much as the Civic comes out of the garage again.
Sorry, Scott. Side by side on the way into turn 1. That's the 0-2 round the outside of the number 2. If we can pick that up on the onboard, Tanner, the 0-2 Audi from Hammer. I know we're on a delay here, but as they went into turn number 1 and 2, yeah, here we go. You're going to see it. They split one of the round 3 cars. They split... Oh, I actually haven't identified these cars yet. There's the 2 just in front of it. Gets on the brakes really early, and Lawless Allen, who we think is still on board the 0-2, goes far to driver's right, and you'll see him just draw right, draw right, draw right. It's because the 2 went really, really deep on the way into turn 2 through the braking zone. Sort of let off the pedal when he realized he was about to lose the position, and it made them just way out in the dust on the off-camber portion of turn 2 through the exit of the corner there. It was really, really close, at least from our vantage point up here at start-finish.
Yeah, good heads-up driving there. Keeping an eye on your peripheral, not just ignoring the car that you've almost completed a pass on, and making sure that you are actually... that they're not going to make a mistake on your inside, because, I mean, if he'd taken out the O2, it would have been the 2's fault, but that doesn't help the O2 if they've been taken out. So, yeah, good endurance driving there, making sure that you're fully aware of what your opponents are doing.
Yeah. Tanner makes a good point here. This is, rain is expected after 12 p.m., thunderstorms by 1 p.m. That'll be 3 p.m. here. So I guess that makes it 2 and 3 p.m. We haven't really mentioned the weather here. It's been a challenging weekend weather-wise. We saw some showers on Thursday. We saw some pretty wicked thunderstorms here yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, welcome to Florida.
Yeah. We lost the canopy. We know that. And we lost a good amount of running time yesterday afternoon. Lock up for the 54 Janetta down into turn 3. Slides wide. Not into the grass, but very, very far offline. He gets back and recovers. But regardless, the weather situation... for today, the forecast I've seen locally here has it improved considerably from what we saw this weekend. Like you mentioned, it's Florida, so you expect sort of towering cumulus, high vertical development, which looks a lot like rain. We're at 10-10, and we haven't seen too much of that yet, just big fluffy white clouds.
Yeah, I mean...
And the forecast I've seen has not a whole lot of rain in it, really at all.
We both lived in Florida. You can usually rely on a morning being relatively quiet. Unpredictable is how you describe afternoons. I think there's no reason to really expect much different from what we've had the last few days, which is, thunderstorms around that 2-3 o'clock time. I don't... If we get away without that, I'll be pleasantly surprised. But I think, and as we know, we have marshals out on the track, so if there's any lightning in the area, we'll have to... pause the racing for a little while. So I think that is... I would call that more likely than not, that we're going to have a little intermission at some point in the afternoon.
I think so.
Yeah. You said we lost an awning, and we've also lost one of the features of our commentary so far, which is our racing line cone at turn 1.
Oh, it's been tipped.
It has. I'm not sure how somebody has got that close to it, but it's in exactly the same position on its side. It's trying to get out of the way.
Yeah, for sure that cone's been clipped now.
We've got our Honda Civic leading the pits once more. I'm not sure if I've seen it do the tri-oval yet, so...
think that's 178. There are 2 JNR cars here this weekend. I hadn't really noticed the 13. But I believe that's the 178. 16 laps completed. The leader's done 59. Its class leader has done...
Are they identical looking cars? Is that why I'm seeing so many Civics coming out? Because they've done very similar numbers of laps.
Where's that car got to?
They're 41 and 47 laps behind the lead. So yeah, it's over there. Yeah. So maybe actually that's why I'm seeing so many Civics come out of the garage, is that there are actually 2 of them.
So I'm just trying to pick it up out of the. That's 178.
Meanwhile, our lead battle is actually, it is starting to stretch. It's gone from just under 20 seconds to just under 30 seconds now. And I think I've noticed we're going to need timing to refresh when they come across the line, but I think the Screaming Goat car is now over a minute down. Prema is being listed as a minute 20 behind the leader, which, yeah, that car's really starting to drop away. But yeah, it looks like Hammer Motorsports are really showing their authority here in this early part of the race, which it's such a shame that we had that early 4 or 5 car group that just... It would have been nice to have got halfway into the race and maybe that sort of thing started to happen, but all at the first pit stops, most of them fell away.
We've had this discussion many times in many races. I mean, we even saw it at the Indy 500 a couple of weeks ago, right? Where if you let things play out naturally, eventually things will come back together organically, right? There isn't enough disparity in the GP1 or the GTO, especially the GTO field at the top. Look at the number of cars that have turned quickest laps in the 203s or 204s. I mean, there's like a dozen cars that fall into that category. There just isn't enough differential in pace in those cars for things not to come back together to some degree over the next, let's say by the time we even get to mid-afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, it only needs one issue for the O2 and we've got a very unpredictable race again. Right now we're in a position where potentially the most sorted, strong, not necessarily fastest car, but the although their fastest lap time is only 2/10 off the fastest lap of the race, but certainly the most sorted and one of the better prepared teams. It has a strong lead and is stretching it out right now.
Yeah.
So it's easy to extrapolate from that we're going to have them romp away to a 2-lap win. But yeah, as you say, it only takes one little we have seen the Hammer cars have problems this year. We've certainly seen incidents in traffic. So yeah, definitely it's not a done deal.
Was it Road America where they broke a suspension, a right front suspension, going up into turn 6?
Yes,
ended up at the gravel while they were leading.
Yeah, and they also broke their ABS in the other car. Was that the same car on a different day?
No, I don't remember the specific.
Oh, sorry, no, that was Barbara.
Yeah, Barbara. Yeah. So little things do creep up unexpectedly here. Now we're not. Well, it's a different sort of loading.
And then the other track that I've commentated at, Mid-Ohio, we've seen Hammer have traffic-related incidents. So yeah, it can definitely happen. The cones got clipped. Oh, I thought it was gonna. It landed correctly for a moment and tipped back over again.
If I'm looking for vindication here, what I want to see is somebody knock that cone out of the way, and then for everybody's lap times to improve. Like everybody sets a new PB.
As I say, that is definitely not the racing line, but it is a passing line, which is what the car that just clipped it there was. I think it was actually being passed on the outside. Yeah. But yeah, it's WRL or Daytona, whoever's Daytona have decided that is where the track limit is today. So you must abide by it.
That's marked down there because it does look different to what we usually see, even like on TV.
Well, I mean, it's right on the end of whatever that yellow line is.
No, but like oftentimes they'll have little painted squares.
Yeah,
sure. On the tarmac.
So I wonder. I'm
going to step away for a minute here, Scott. I'll be right.
So what I was going to discuss next was how that safety car period might have affected our MPO1s, which are a bit off sequence on fuel strategy. So our leading MPO1 earlier on in the race was Stratus Racing. They managed to get up as high as 5th. They're now running 14th. They have pitted... How many times have they pitted now? They've still only pitted once. So they decided not to pit under that last year. So yeah, so Brendan and I were doing a little bit of back of the envelope, not even that because I don't have a pen up here in the commentary box. We were doing some very rudimentary mental mathematics to try and work out whether that Stratus car could get itself into contention purely by skipping pit stops. It looks like they're kind of in as good a position now as they will be. As I say that, TLM USA, the number 172, running second, has entered the pits. So we're just going to start entering a pit stop cycle for those who didn't pit under the last yellow, I think. But that TLM USA car, for example, is 2 laps ahead of Stratus Racing. So I imagine they'll come out the pits either right with them or slightly ahead, slightly behind, with obviously a full tank of fuel. So I would say that yellow flag, the way it fell, probably hasn't helped the Stratus car. There was a chance it could have brought them back closer, having just made a pit stop. I think the opposite's happened, where the gap has actually kind of been extended or at least solidified. So that's going, because the Stratus car doesn't have a huge amount of pace, the MPO1 doesn't have a huge amount of pace, currently lapping in the 209s versus the race leaders who are in 205, 206 range, I believe. As I just make sure that 205s and 206s for Hammer Motorsports. The Stratus car is going to need, it's going to need help from yellow flags, I think, to keep pulling it back into contention, rather than what looks like it's just happened, which is a gap's extended during that last, which makes sense because they just pitted right before it. So unfortunately, that could have been a really interesting storyline, but I don't think it's going to play out that way. I think the main reason is that their pit stops are extremely long, or at least their first pit stop was, as Brendan pointed out at the time, they lost a minute, an extra minute in their first pit stop versus the O2. The O2 is in the pits, by the way. Do we think that's on time? Yes, we do, because they pitted in the first stint after 30 laps. They've just finished their 33rd lap, I believe, of this stint, which, when you consider there are 2 warm-up laps in the before the start of the race, and we had a yellow flag in the middle of that stint, that is exactly when you would expect them to be in. Then they're going to make up for the fact that they are pitting 10 laps earlier, and once Screaming Goat and Team Prema come in the pits, they're going to be back to being that minute or so behind, I think. So Hammer in a very strong position. We know that they're a well-prepared team. We don't expect their cars to go wrong necessarily. It's relatively rare seeing their cars going wrong. They tend to run some of the longest fuel stints, and they've proven so far in this race that the cars are very faster on this track as well. So they're in a very strong position. But we're going to see Screaming Goat and Prema lead for a little bit. The Prema car has been very fast through the second half of its first stint, I think, in particular. So yeah, let's see if they can maybe as the tyres wear, as we get a different set of drivers in each of the leading cars, how that progresses. Automatic Racing are running 4th. They did pit they pitted right at the end of the last yellow, so they lost a bit of time there. They're still, there we go, 39 seconds as they've just come across the line, apparently. I think Race Hero may have taken a second to update there, because I can't see them in turn 1. But they've just come across the line. They're 39 seconds, I believe. Oh no, sorry, it was Hammer Motorsports, I think, who came across the line. Who are 39 seconds behind Screaming Goat Racing. So that's that is the gap between first and third. But bearing in mind that Hammer has an extra pit stop made, so they're much better off on fuel than Screaming Goat or Prema. So yeah, as I say, very strong position for them. There goes Automatic Racing across the line. 1 minute 19, and I can confirm they are actually going to turn 1. So they're 1 minute 19 off the lead. They're on the same fuel strategy as the leaders currently, so they're going to have to pit relatively soon, next 10 laps or so.
Well, is that true, Scott? Oh, yeah, because they were in under the full course yellow.
Yes. So they're not on the same... So Hammer Motorsports are ahead of them, having just pitted, which means that Hammer Motorsports pit stop must have been pretty quick.
They usually are.
3:44,
yeah.
Same as their first one, but that is quick. Certainly relative to what we were looking at with the MPO1. Let's have a look.
Prema did a 3:45 on their first stop.
3:39 for Automatic. So yeah, that's
good.
They're all kind of in the same area, other than the MPO1 team, who's Stratus Racing.
So who else is on this strategy then, Scott? We see Screaming Goat and...
it depends what strategy you're talking about. The pitting under yellow.
Yes.
Strategy. So Screaming
2 stops done with the second one under yellow.
Screaming Goat, Prema, and Automatic definitely. GTR.
Yep. TLM is on a pit stop.
They're on the same strategy. Yes, they're on the same strategy as Hammer.
ACP was also in under the yellow 20 laps ago, but they made 3 stops.
Actually, this is worth noting. TLM's pit stop just now was a minute slower than Hammer's, which is why they've dropped to 6th, where Hammer only dropped to 3rd.
That car was in 2nd, right? Just up ahead of the
yes, and they had a similar first pit stop as well, so I think they're going to be a slow pit stop team for the race. So that's going to be an issue for them. They have been going longest. Certainly on the first pit stop, I think they went slightly longer than Hammer. No, they pitted on the same lap as Hammer. So, well, that's interesting. It's a good comparison. TLM and Hammer, they're not super dissimilar on pace. Hammer is slightly faster, but TLM look like they're going to lose the best part of a minute every pit stop. Well, 50 seconds or so every pit stop, which is that's going to add up really quick. So that's an issue for them. That's going to, unless they can improve on that somehow, that's going to make it really difficult for them to stay in contention through the race, unless they get very lucky with yellows, which is why they were so close to Hammer anyway, as it was. So we've got this pit stop cycle coming through. I think this is the number 1 Hammer Audi in, as well as the 555, which has got itself a little bit lost. It's found its pit stall. We've got the 350, the Nissan, in the pits as well. None of the GTO runners right now. I don't think there are actually that many cars on the Hammer and TLM strategy. Basically everyone in contention pitted under yellow, which, I mean, that makes sense to me. It's probably what I'd choose to do.
Yeah.
So Hammer are obviously confident that their fuel mileage means they can make up for it, and there was just no need for them to make that pit stop.
That 350Z, by the way, Scott, is in the pits from 2nd in GP1.
Oh, that's the most competitive I think I've seen that car run all year.
Yeah, and they were up ahead of Valdez, who also just pitted.
That might be why then.
Condor has yet to make its 2nd stop. And the team car to that, the 110 BMW, also has just made its second stop. Just made its second stop. Chattanooga is also vaguely in contention there in GP1 as well, within 2 laps anyway.
I think that car's very well suited to here.
The 350? Or the Chattanooga car?
The Chattanooga
Yeah,
car.
I'd agree with that.
Yeah, I remember them going off purely my own memory and perception, but I feel like at Mid-Ohio was maybe their least competitive track. So it seems like the more wide open tracks that car possibly comes into.
Yeah, I'd buy it. I also wanted to mention, just back up at GTO, the 511 Choice Racing BMW. Do you know what that car looks like, Scott?
511
on track?
Choice Racing BMW.
Yeah, yeah. It's funny. I saw it. I saw the pictures of it on the WRL Racers group. New car, new build. Saw it down in the paddock on track on Friday, testing various rear wing configurations, namely on or off. And then I hadn't seen it on track yet this morning. I just, for some reason, it had skipped my mind, missed it out on the pace laps, and now here it is in P7. I still haven't picked it out of the field, but it's been competitive. It's within a lap of the overall lead, and for a brand new car making its debut here at Daytona, and with the big honking wing it had on Friday, we ought to have seen it more.
It's a solid team as well. I remember the first race I was with you guys, with the 51, I think they won GP1. One of the GPs.
Yep. They sat on pole. Our first
just come
race.
across the line if you want to see it.
Oh, there it is. Yep. The silver and black.
One on the outside there.
Yep. There it is.
Go.
Wing on today?
It looks like the wing's on.
Yeah. Okay. They've done a really nice job with that car. Really good looking car. I'm happy they've left the wing on, because before it was just the car with no mount, or with the mounts on but with no wing, which looked very goofy.
I feel like for the race they may have removed the mounts. It was probably just so they could do quick things back.
Yeah, that's fair.
The 555 MPO1 has gone into the garage.
You see that here.
As the 350Z leaves the pits.
GP2 at the moment, I'm sure we're going to end up in a pit stop cycle here before very long. HQ Autosport still leads the class by about a lap over the number 17 Core Motorsports Mustang, which fared very well up at Road America. Cars have gone really quickly. Currently 2 seconds a lap quicker than the leading HQ Autosport Beamer, but I have not seen it come across the line here to get an actual sense of what this gap is like. For that, the white Ford Mustang, one of the, I think it's the only Mustang in the field this weekend. Rocker Renstall there in third.
I feel like I've seen 2 Mustangs, but I'm bad at this sort of thing, so...
Oh, let's do this properly. Mustang. Oh, Core and Core. Oh, is there a GP1 Core as well? I didn't think that car was here. No, it's not. I think we just have the one in the moment. There it goes.
178 back in the pits.
Sorry, a minute 2 is the lead gap in GP2. That's what I was looking for. As you say, the Civic back in.
One of the Civics back in.
That is the 178 again.
Yeah, but the other one has completed laps, so
Has it completed laps since the last time we saw it?
Probably not.
It was 8 last time we saw. Yeah, that car's probably done.
Right.
What I wonder, and maybe I need to go talk to them, what I wonder from the 178 camp is whether this is a recurring issue where they're breaking the same or similar parts that they need to fix, or whether it's just they fix one problem and another one appears.
I must admit, I haven't actually spotted it on track very much. I don't know if it's running around at speed, because they might be so far out of contention they're using this as a test day.
That is true.
Coming in and changing stuff,
yeah,
turning it back out.
No, that's fair.
It seems, with either of your solutions, recurring issue or constantly different issues, neither of them seem very likely. It's like if it was a recurring issue, well, I guess it's like a recurring issue they don't know the solution to, so they send it for a couple of laps, not fixed, come in, try something different, send it for a couple of laps. That's probably the most likely. As we've got...
it's the 99. The GTR BMW being pushed back.
Oh, is that what that is?
Lane, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Have they ended... what happened here?
No, they've been there for a while, wherever they were. They were parked just in front of that MX-5.
Is this their pit stall? Did they come in, try and leave, and have to stop, and now they finally got the car pushed back to where it needs to be?
Maybe.
I'm picking this up on the camera. I have no idea.
I thought they'd been sat just in front or just behind that MX-5 for a while.
No, they were. But why? Because this is their pit stall.
This is it?
Fairly sure, yeah. Although they don't seem to be doing anything.
Yeah, they're in front of a plain white easy up, which isn't super helpful. There is a man on a radio talking to the driver, very obviously. I would have thought, though, if this was their pit stall, he would have just come across the wall and talked to him in person.
So, very leisurely.
Okay, no, they're
brought
definitely
a pan over.
Which means they're going to fuel. And they've got one of the fuel tanks out of that awning. So that must be their pit stall. So, yeah, what
What are they doing up there?
What were they doing further down the pit lane? I don't know. It's a shame because this is the car we were trying to sort of set up to be a come from the lower down the field story, but obviously that is unlikely at this point. I think this is a will to win Cayman, is it? Yep. Number 983 going down pit lane. So I would be expecting Team Prema in quite soon.
Right, from second.
Yeah, they pitted first time on lap 23. They last pitted on lap 45 and it's now lap 69. We've had 2 laps of yellow since then as well. And I imagine lap 23 seems very early, their first pit stop, so I imagine there may have been conservative.
Yeah, even Screaming Goat was able to get to 27.
Right.
So we'll let's see.
Yeah, definitely keep an eye on it. See,
we'd be expecting Screaming Goat in then just a couple of laps afterwards because they pitted together under the full course yellow at lap 45.
They did, but Screaming Goat, as you say, went to lap 28 or 27 or 28 on their first pit stop, which was all green.
So 23 from, let's see, 45 and 23 gets us to, like you said, 68, right?
Yes.
69. So they're at their limit from, or their range from their first stint anyway.
Yes.
Like you said, it did seem a little early, so I wouldn't be shocked if they can pull out another 2 laps or so here before they come back in.
Well, they should be able to pull out a couple of laps anyway, because some of those laps on this stint have been under yellow, and there were also the 2 pace laps.
Right.
Which one? So
and the driver in that car was a little less quick than we think Alexander Prema was at the start.
Is that who we think started that car?
Well, I would assume so. I don't think it's Prema in the car now, just based on pace.
Seems unlikely, unless there's an issue with the car.
That is also very possible.
Is that another will to win Porsche?
That's the 984 coming out, yep. But that car's been in the paddock for, unless it's been out since then, I think it's been in there for a while.
498.
Or 498,
Yeah.
sorry, yep. Number's right.
With the 99 Team GTR BMW, by the way. Never left the pits.
Yes. How long has that 99 been there? Also, do you get clocked a lap if you push your car backwards across the...
They didn't push it back far enough.
Oh, because start finish is here. Right.
Yeah.
So let's keep an eye on this 99 when he comes back around to get an idea of what the lap time is like. Because they, like you said, they sat there for a while. The pit stop here wasn't terribly hustled, let's say. I don't want to say this wrong, but you know what I mean. They sat there for a minute or so, brought the fuel pan out afterwards, and then they decided, okay, we'll fuel the car and we'll send it. But for as much time as it spent sitting in the wrong pit stall, in air quotes, and then being pushed back to its stall before they did anything...
it was a curious situation.
Yeah.
Don't know what.
I wouldn't be shocked if this lap ends up being, like an 8 or 9 minute out lap. Yeah.
Yep, we'll...
Which meant it would have sat there for 5 or 6 minutes, and I have no idea. See if the penalty log here has any discussion of what might have happened. Well, they got a warning for speeding in the pits. I assume this will become a penalty, but...
Yeah, you don't often see that. It's usually pretty black and white. You either spend
There is a speeding penalty above it for somebody else from the 198. Nice to see we also haven't had any discussion of contact here in a little while on the log. It's been cleaned up a little bit now that we've got everybody into a nice rhythm. GP1 leader, the PC Racing BMW, up to 16th overall. I wouldn't be shocked to see that car into the top 10 a little past halfway.
Yeah, we're very early on for that car to have broken. Because what did we have? 40 GTO cars? I think on the entry list. I don't know if that's how many we
Started 33.
Yeah, so they're halfway through that in the first 2.5 hours.
Now, that's still an incredibly quick GP1 car. I mean, the car is, initially anyway, had been a couple of seconds quicker on its fastest lap than anybody else in class. Screaming Goat into the pit lane before Team Prema?
Interesting.
Very interesting. And a Prima's done a 230. Oh, that's weird.
Yeah.
Last lap was a 237, and they lost the spot to Hammer on track. But I did not see them in the pits.
I was trying to look out for them. I hope I didn't just miss them. But
well, it's not enough.
I don't think they miss it.
Either.
Just scanning around to see if there's anyone. There's a slow car over there on the banking. I'm not saying that's them, but
is it?
I don't think so. These binoculars are not great. I think the car's blue, purple. No, it's not an R8. I can't hold my binoculars. Still enough to be able to. I don't know if you'll recognise the car better than I would.
Where is it now?
Towards the bus stop.
Straight out. Yeah. Oh, geez, Scott. 989 maybe? Is that a number? It's the. I know the car, and when I see it up close, I'll be able to. I'll kick myself for not picking it up immediately. It would have been expected across the line by now.
By the way,
988 Star Spangled Racing. There we go.
Relatively normal lap for Prema that time. So Team Prema. So I don't know where that 30 seconds went. On the previous.
Yeah, no pit stop either.
But that is a significant issue because now they're just behind Hammer. They haven't pitted and they have lost track position.
Let's remember we did see that car off track once this stint.
Yes.
Turn 3, so it wouldn't be
too out of character.
Yes, for them to have, whoever the driver is, to have made a little mistake and cost the car some time. Obviously, it's recovered, and like you said, it was a normal lap time for, at least for this driver in this stint, a 2:11.6. So still lost a lot of time back, but that chunk of 20 or 30 seconds that it lost on that really slow lap has cost it.
Start
pretty substantially.
Racing is just between NASCAR 4 and pit entry.
The NASCAR chicane.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot that.
Thank God we're not running that this weekend.
I don't think anyone other than NASCAR ever will. But
I certainly hope not.
Yeah, he's going to make it back. So what type of car is this?
This is a Porsche Cayman, 718. Club Sport. MR. No, not MR. Club Sport.
Well, they've made it back under their own power.
Yeah, they were quick at Rotomaster too.
We have
it's a 13.
It's another Civic.
The other Civic has made it.
It looks totally different.
J&R.
So I am confident that I've been calling the 178 the whole time. But yeah, the 13 is back out of the pits.
Plot twist. They pitted the 178 and parked it and decided they're just going to run this car for the rest of the race because they're tired of fixing the 178. That's a theory. I don't know if that's true. But
I thought you were going to come up with something crazy about quick vinyl change.
No. This would be the very R for R approach, right? Where you start a bunch of cars knowing like only 2 or 3 of them are going to make it to the end, and then you just pick the one that you think will actually make it to the end.
Yeah.
Poor J&R team. I mean, thank God they come here weekend after weekend. They spend their time in the World Racing League. They've been here for a while, and I love seeing their cars on track, but man, do they spend a lot of time working on their Civics.
I'm interested, to find out when you go down to the paddock and see what's going on, because I'm not super into road cars, but my understanding is the Civics are pretty reliable in general.
I think so, right?
So, yeah, it'll be interesting to know what they're struggling with. Got the number 2. I think that car's been out of contention, right? Or been knocked out of contention.
Alex Mayer on board the Hammer Motorsports 02, the pride of Harleysville, Pennsylvania.
Cool. Take your word for it.
Regular competitor in the North American Formula 1000 Championship, which you may or may not have seen on DriversEye Live. Nice to have Alex back on board the Audi RS3. There was, of course, up at Barber, where they won on this Saturday.
Screaming Goat is in the pits, according to Race Hero, or has been in the pits. We may have missed that while we were... Unless, is that them?
By the way, Scott, the Team GTR outlap was at 8:56.
Yes. So that was
So
still not the longest one we've seen.
no, but it means they spent probably 3 or 4 minutes in a different pit stall than theirs before it got pushed back into its own.
I think we may have missed the leader pitting, which is a little bit embarrassing.
Is this? I'm going to theorize on the 99 here. Is there maybe an issue where that car doesn't have radio communication? It came in, didn't see its pit stall, but the crew never knew it was coming in. Oh, here's Prema into the pits, by the way, the 693. The crew never knew it was coming in, so when it missed the stall and just parked somewhere, they had no way of knowing that the car was not where it was meant to be. You know, that's like the only thing I can come up with at the moment. Very strange.
Right, Screaming Goat Racing, their pit stop lap was a 4:29, which is slow. That's the TLM sort of speed pit
You
stops.
say it's slow, but to put that into some context, there are a couple of GTO cars that are doing pit stop laps in the low to mid 4-minute range. There are really only 2 that are regularly setting themselves apart in the high.
Yeah, sure. Sorry. I'm
It's
saying relative to their on-track pace and track position,
Yes.
if they're going for the win. If they want to be able to compete with Hammer, they're they're 50 seconds.
And Automatic is doing the same sort of pit stop. The 345s, the 350s for their pit stop.
Yeah, it's something where they're going to have to be much faster on track to make up. So I'm not saying it's necessarily they're not taking half an hour and cleaning the car or anything. But as Prema has gone salmon,
That's because they're in the pits.
I was going to say, yeah, I was going to check. Is that them? Is that them leaving the pit?
Prema? No, they're right here.
Oh,
down
okay.
to the left.
Oh yeah, no, that's one of the Caymans.
Is that the 44 in the pit lane down to our right, or is that one of the FRS? Oh, Choice Racing into the pits.
511.
Yeah. Irish Mike's is in the pit lane.
Oh, yeah, there's the,
we had a slow Boxster creep between the pit lane.
That looks like a quick pit stop for the Audi. It's on its way out.
I think it was.
So yeah, 501 Choice Racing from 5th. Although, oh, that's Prema. Yeah, so Prema, because they have an early pit stop, we've got their. So theirs was their in-lap was a 3:59. It's difficult to tell because their out-lap's going to be relatively slow because they've got a lot of the pit lane to traverse. But so yeah, it's still not. That still seems to me like it's slower than Hammer and Automatic's pit stop turnaround.
Yeah. Probably. So what was their first pit stop time? 3:40. Yeah, they'll be right there. 3:59, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you know why? Because their pit stall is before
the time.
Start finish.
Yeah. So their in-lap is the slow one, whereas most of the GTO cars seem to be in the second half of the
Right.
race, so their out-lap's the slow one. But I mean, obviously it evens out. But we can compare their first pit stop to their pit stop they just did. And actually, that one was 15 seconds slower.
Oh,
So-
well, they'll have put more fuel on board, right? If they weren't running that car to its absolute maximum in the first stint, they only did 23 laps.
That's
Now
a good
they've
point.
gone considerably further. They'll have put more fuel in that car.
Yeah, they did about 28, 29 laps that time.
We're missing the number 9 at the moment. The Team ACP Tangerine Associates BMW M2.
Which was our early leader.
Yeah. 143 Prost Aston is into the pits.
I think you might be being eclipsed by but it's over there.
Oh, you're right. Sorry. Yep. When you say over there, it's in the pavement
Yeah.
between turn 6 and NASCAR turn 1.
Can people not see me pointing?
I couldn't see.
Yes, yeah. Out of similar place to the Corvette earlier.
Actually, if we have the turn 1 camera shot, turn 1 and 2, you'll be able to see it to far right, just below the banking. There we go. Thanks, Tanner. Just down there, sort of right 3/4 of the screen, facing towards the left of the shot. Now, this is very clearly a case of a failure of some sort. This is very much a pull-off, not a spin-off.
Yeah. Unless they've managed to hit the wall on the way out of the corner, which is unlikely. At that
No,
point.
I
It's
wouldn't
not
think
really
so.
their race.
Yeah.
Is this a car coming out of the International Horseshoe smoking?
the international. Sorry.
Through the kink now. I thought there's a
Is that
silver.
a choice card?
I think it might
Yeah,
be.
I think it's a 511. Where did
I thought I
saw?
No, it's coming off the corner.
Oh,
I may have just been the way the sun was catching. I think I just saw it again out of Westwell's shoe. I'll keep an eye on it.
So, at the top, Hammer obviously made their second pit stop about 10, 12 laps ago, let's say. The second place car is now Automatic Racing, the number 909. After their penalty was rescinded, they're back on the lead lap. They're 44 seconds in arrears of the overall leader, but it's put them with... now that the Prema car has pitted, now that the 172 had pitted earlier, the Screaming Goat car has pitted, that's what I was thinking of. The 909 has gone considerably longer than either of them, and having done 28 laps on its first stint, has now gone it's done 28 now, so we would expect to see this car in here in a couple of laps' time, but it's put that 909 right back up into contention. And wherever it cycles out relative to the Prema Audi R8, that's the number 693, and the Screaming Goat number 29, will be pretty much a raw comparison there of its actual position on track in terms of the battle. At least with those cars, it's even with on pit lane or pit stop strategy. Drop down to the general production classes. GP3, we mentioned that round 3 was maybe looking a little less competitive this time around in its other classes, but still doing well in GP3, and it's the number 605 who leads the class now by 2 laps plus from the number 15 AOA Motorsports MX-5. So it's a really nice opening stanza of the race here for that round 3 car. And I think we mentioned those Boxsters are well-sorted cars, but I'm pleased that they've kept a couple of them around rather than jumping over to the Caymans in GTO and GP1. I like the Caymans. They still seem to need a little bit of sorting out, but in GP2 and GP3, the cars just look like so much fun. They're lively, they're quick, you can kind of chuck them around a little bit. You can run deep on the brakes because they don't have a ton of top speed. Man, do they stop on a dime and get turned in really well. We see Sarah Montgomery featuring a couple of those onboards. Certainly have seen her in some of those onboards, a stalwart in the Boxsters, really chucking the car around. I'm pleased that car is still there in GP3, but doing really, really well there with a 2-lap margin already in the class. Team Zima, which I think is a new one for us, 1987 BMW 325, sits third in class. BSI Racing, is there in fourth. MX-5's the number 167. 3 fast guys in Denny, who, Scott, I think spent some time in the paddock earlier today, didn't they?
They did.
Yep, is still top 5 in class, or 8 laps off of the class lead, which isn't a ringing endorsement of the depth there in GP3. I think we were expecting to see considerably more than that just based on the entry list, but as tends to happen with some of these lower classes, you have a little more variety in the overall build of the cars, and you end up seeing some of them more in the pit lane, and certainly I wouldn't be surprised to see the majority of the GP3 field, general production in general for that matter, have something to contend with before the end of 14 hours today. Usually we see about half the field with issues in an 8-hour race, but we've got 6 hours to tack on to the end of that.
Apparently we've got, presumably it's left the pits, but the Team Prema 97 car, I didn't realise that car was had made its way into the top 10. It's done that relatively recently, but it's just come in the pits. So it's been towards the bottom end of the top 10 for, let's say, probably 20 minutes. Yeah, sounds about right. It was running 11th before, so just outside.
Slow. Is Kingpin back out? Is this them on the apron, slow back into the pit lane again? It looks orange and one.
Could well be.
Oh my gosh, it is. Or Kingpin.
Yeah, real shame for a car that was looking super competitive early.
Yeah, started 4th, I think, or top 4 anyway.
Well, yeah, it was running 3rd in front of the Hammer, in front of our current leader when it broke down for the first time.
It's a little weird to see out the window because with the black front wheels compared to the silver rear wheels, it looks every time I see it like, oh, is the right front down? Is the left front down? It's not. It's just that the wheel is different, and it kind of plays tricks with your mind. This one, well, I was going to say it's more routine, but again, they came in really slow. So the cars I wanted to pick up were the 28 and the 17. The 17 is into the pits, both on Race Hero and very much out our window here. That's the Core Motorsports Mustang. The HQ Autosport BMW is still listed as in the pits, but I don't see it, which says to me that it's already made it back out on track. Like I said, I don't see it just yet. Worth noting, they've recovered that number 9, Scott, from down on the inside of turn 6. Oval turn 1 down in that area.
Recovered as in removed it from the track, or is it back in the paddock?
No, they, as in the safety crew, has recovered that car, not necessarily the team.
Right.
The car I'm looking for next is going to be the number 28 HQ Autosport BMW. That's your class leader in GP2. And if we don't see it in reasonably short order, this Core Motorsports Mustang is going to be right back up there with it. Mustang's down there through turn 4. In the infield through the kink.
Yeah, so I noticed this Valdez Racing came in really slowly. I wasn't sure whether it was just the driver taking things very easily into the pits, but it does have the engine cover up, and it's been there a while, so I think there might be an issue.
This is the car to the left here.
Yeah, I think they were well, they were certainly running second in GP1 earlier. I think they dropped maybe just off the podium, but now they're going to drop way down based on this. But I think it's been there at least 5 minutes.
I'd like to, once I'm done looking for this 28 and the number 17 here on track, I would really like to take some time and count the number of cars we've got left on track here, because, like we've mentioned a couple times now, it really feels like it's thinned out. I mean, just tremendous the number of cars we've sort of, I say lost, but have seen in and out of the paddock. The lack of clumping we have relative to what we saw earlier. I mean, it wasn't so long ago we were seeing groups of 8, 10, 12 cars come by the start finish. And obviously that doesn't happen all the time, but it doesn't feel like it's happened at all, very recently.
It's very much ones and twos.
Yeah.
We've also had that lap time migration again. As Screaming Goat puts in a 2:07, which is the fastest lap time I've seen for a little while. But a 2:07 is not fast relative to earlier in the race.
No.
As I say that, I feel the sun beating down more on the top of my head, which means that we're getting later into the day, so the track is heating up.
By the way, Scott, this battle out front of us here going into turn 3 is the lead battle in GP2. Oh. The orange and white car is the HQ Autosport BMW, which was less than half a second ahead of the Rocker Rennstall car there in second, number 211. That margin is going out fairly quickly. I just want to make sure I've got the right car there and make sure that's not a Screaming Goat car. In any case, that's the Core Mustang through turn 3 now. That margin is, that's a minute 3, so that's not correct. I thought that was the HQ car. It's not. So now I'll have to look for the HQ car again. Silly commentator. Anyway,
we have an Aston Martin coming into the pits.
The point was GP2 lead margin is half a second. Although we are going to be owed a pit stop from that 211 Rocker Rennstall car here in a couple of minutes, a couple of laps.
I don't think we're expecting. Oh, we might be expecting automatic.
Yeah, no, this is their their third stop.
Yes.
Their first pit stop since the full course yellow.
So yeah, they pitted on under full course yellow on lap 47. So add 30 to that, and you get 77. And they've actually, well, because of the yellow flag laps, they've run longer than that. So that's an impressively long stint. I think that'll be 32 laps. They've just done. So yeah, so that car's running long at least, and their pit stops. I think we're putting them in the fast pit stop category, aren't we? They tend to do a 3:39. Well, their first green flag pit stop was a 3:39 in lap, because their pit stall is at the start-finish line, but
Yeah.
just on the left side of it. So they're in laps of the slower laps. But yeah, so they're one of our fast pit stoppers, and they're going very long. Again, pace though, with the last 4 laps for automatic, they've all been in the 208s and then a 210. Whereas we were seeing 3s and 4s and then migrating to 5s earlier on in the race. But yeah, as I mentioned before, this hot Florida sun is fully up now, heating up the track surface, and we've got less cloud cover, I'd say, than we had earlier on in the race. So
For sure.
migrating 4 seconds a lap is a lot, but with track temperature, but seems when the field's spread out a bit, there's a little bit less pressure on the drivers. Maybe they're just relaxing down into more of an endurance pace as Kingpin gets out once again, and the 13 comes in but doesn't go straight to the garage.
No, proper pit stop, we think.
Yeah, don't speak too soon. We've also got one of the MPO1s. Is that?
That's a 59.
Yeah, that's the
Stratus car.
the faster of them.
Yeah, still top 10, Scott. The car hasn't...
It won't be once it cycles through this pit stop.
Right,
but,
yeah.
I don't think the safety car helped it in any way, because that's only that car's second pit stop of the race.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't think the safety car helped it. I think the safety car stretched the gap from them and the leader, unfortunately. There was an opportunity, I mentioned it while you were taking a break, there was an opportunity for that to close them up a bit and really help them with their strategy, but because they had just made a pit stop, but they were caught on the wrong side of the safety car, I think. So yeah, they're going to be, well, I mean, with the way longevity is going in this race, they've still got a very good chance at a top 10, even a top 5, to be honest. Anyone in the top 15 right now is... Which race was it recently where we had a GP1 car almost get in the top 5? Was it Road America?
It was Road America,
Yeah. And that was one of the Road Americas, and that was an 8-hour race, wasn't it?
It is,
So we were running a lot longer than that.
It's kind of funny. You wouldn't expect Road America to be the place where that happens. GP1, little down on power, relative to GTO, certainly. But, yeah, they were second or third, I think, for a long time on, I believe it was a Sunday race. Go ahead.
The Racing Line Cone is now properly Racing Line Cone.
Oh, no.
So it just got clipped.
Yeah, now it's in the race.
Absolutely in the way. So I don't think that
The turn 1 and 2 camera might pick that up, actually.
Yeah, it might have
There
moved
it
it
is.
into shot.
Yeah, just above the racing there.
Yep, there it is.
Oh, no.
I don't think that cone's long for this world. Next time a couple of cars come through side by side.
I think the strategy there is you hit it on your in-lap, right? So even if the risk is it gets lodged underneath the car, if it's your in-lap anyway, you're only dragging it around for the one, and then it's gone forever.
Yeah.
So you're going to pick up time every subsequent lap after that because you don't have to worry about it.
Oh, no, that car managed to avoid it.
That's the loose cannon car. Really close to it, though. Poor Cohen. So now what we have are a bunch of drivers seeing it for the first time, right? Because it was tipped the other way very much in the pit exit lane, but now everybody's coming across it, and the drivers that, like you said, have sort of kept that tight racing line on the arc into turn 1, where the exit lane grass sort of meets it, are coming across it and realizing that there is now an orange foreign object in their way that wasn't there a lap ago. Oh,
No, missed it.
do we have no surface flag here at the start, which does surprise me a little bit. By the way, as we complete the 3rd hour of racing from the 2021 14 Hours of Daytona, a reminder, you're listening to DriversEye Live. Brendan Kazmarek and Scott Michaels joining you for the moment. Happy to have everybody's company as always on YouTube and on Facebook. A special hello to those of you listening down in the paddock.
We got
appreciate your attention and listening along and having fun with us during the day today. You're always welcome to come up for an interview. If you find RJ out and about, give him a shout, and we can coordinate having you guys come up here to the booth and talking to you guys like we'd love to do. I certainly had a lot of conversations with you at Road America and at Barber, which is a big part of what we like to do here at DriversEye Live. Scott, you were about to point out a slow car in the pit lane.
Well, we've got a 4-man power.
Exactly.
Valdez came in. Rather
Oh, this is that Valdez car.
It is Valdez.
Yeah.
Yes. So serious problems with this car now. Which is interesting because it came into the pits under its own steam. Maybe clutch. But yeah, it's now being pushed, definitely very much not under its own power, towards the garage. Oh, Now it's not being pushed. They've been yelled at by as a MX-5 pulls into the garage in front of them. Being instructed by an official.
Yeah, I think this will be pushed all the way into the paddock.
Yeah.
Which is a long way to get a car not under its own power.
In the Florida sun, yeah. We were just talking about track temp. Oh, that cone's been clipped again. It's even more in the racing line.
Cone Watch 2021.
We've got 14 hours to film.
Well, it's good. So if we get thunderstorms later and we have to shut things down for lightning, we can just replay the bits where we talk about the cone. Like the cone palatial.
But they'll also replace the cone, which...
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, replaces and move it.
Yeah.
Like, this is not going to last.
Well, that's what I mean. I'm forecasting right now when it's about to get whacked. Oh, no.
No, but now we have examples of people having to alter their racing line on the way into the corner because it's sitting where they would be.
But I'm looking forward to a sunny future where this cone is completely out of the way and we can just take the line we want to take into turn one.
Would you take a rainy future where the cone's out of the way? Because at this point, I think I would take that. Most of the viewers and listeners would as well.
The rainy future would be where we have lightning, we pause the race and they replace the cone and it's back to square one again. I feel like this is the progression we're going to make over 14 hours, is getting that cone out of the way.
I am going to start a new cryptocurrency when this race is over. Cone coin. And the catchphrase is going to be cone to the moon. And it's just going to be a picture of somebody punting that
when
cone.
That cone finally gets punted.
Yep, to the moon.
Here it comes. There's a lot of cars that are aimed for it, then adjust their racing line very awkwardly at the last moment to avoid it. But,
whoever's on board the Prema 693 is very clearly doing a double stint at the moment. We can say with some certainty that it's probably not Alex Prema, but the lap times have not really improved out of the sort of 210 range. And so let's talk about that R8 for a second. We have seen R8 GT4s on the entry list in the World Racing League before, typically under Hammer Motorsports, obviously partners with Audi. Customer Sport, Audi Customer Racing, and they've tried to get an R8 into the field, but haven't really been able to do it. Just based on the way the rules are written for WRL, 200 pounds of ballast was not going to be enough to get that car to power to weight, based on how the car would run with the necessary restrictor. And I'm interested to see that somebody else has figured out how to do it. The sense I get was that relative to the other GT4 cars, that car was going to be massively overweight and massively underpowered and just sort of drive like a dog. Now on pace...
So I tried to sort of touch on this earlier because we have other GT4 cars in the field. I'm curious as to why. There's obviously something about the way that the Audi was originally modified, but built by Audi into a GT4 car, differently to how the Aston Martin was built into a GT4 car. That means that when we apply WRL BOP on top of that, it affects the Audi way worse than it affects the Aston.
Well, the BOP as such is essentially just down to individual teams to determine how they want to get their car to power to weight.
Yeah, I shouldn't be using the term.
No, but the sentiment is the same, right? Yeah. It's where you're trying to achieve a target pace based on what you're starting with and what the WRL rules will allow for in GTO, which is 200 pounds of ballast, and then whatever power you need to get to 9.0 to 1 pounds per horsepower. This car, the minimum or the maximum size restrictor you can put on it, I guess the minimum diameter restrictor you can put on it, and still have it run, 200 pounds of ballast will not get that car to the necessary weight to get to 9.0.
So the Aston Martin has an engine that they just can restrict more.
I assume that's the case. Yeah,
that makes sense.
Or
because I guess the Aston Martin teams also presumably have the choice. They can restrict their engine less. They just have to then put more ballast on.
Right.
So we could have
200 pounds.
So these two Astons we have in the field could be very different in the
absolutely.
Power to weight rise. They'll be the same, but some of them could be more power, higher weight.
Yes.
Whereas the Audi sounds like it's more hamstrung. You have to do it in a certain way because you can't restrict the engine enough without it spluttering.
Yeah, exactly. That was the issue Hammer ran into. So they just could not get the car to run. So I'm interested that Prema has figured out how to do that with this car. Maybe it's a different generation.
Well, you would assume they
from Audi.
Possibly.
It's also possible.
Or the simple solution is that they've just put they've got tons of ballast on, right?
Up to 200 pounds.
You're not allowed to put any more than that.
No, but Hammer's
okay.
issue was they were only putting 200 pounds in the car, and they couldn't make the numbers work.
So that's a WRL thing that you can't
specific to the GTO rules.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, so in that case, yeah, they literally couldn't find a combination.
Yeah, no, and it's interesting to me. So anyway, my discussion here was going to be that somebody like Alexander Prema can probably get a car that is way overweight and underpowered to run consistently at a pace that is competitive in GTO. Somebody that is less experienced, less professional, maybe, I don't want to say less talented than Alexander Prema, but he is was in the top % of the sport of racing worldwide for a long time.
Still competes very competitively at the Bathurst 1000.
For sure, yeah. And maybe this is just a different driver in that car being totally up against it with limited power, a ton of extra weight on the car, and trying to figure out how to hustle that without the talent and skill of Alexander Prema. And he's consistently in the 210s and 211s. It's not, it's not shameful pace by any stretch of imagination. It's just a challenge. Automatic Racing, having made their second pit stop now, falls to 4th, still up ahead of the Team Prema 693, although I think that position will have changed hands.
Be their third pit stop.
Sorry, third pit stop. Yep, second under green.
It's only the MPO ones who are managing to
yes. No, you're right.
That long. One interesting point is that before TLM USA and Screaming Goat pitted last, they were running 1 and 2 because that's just the way the pit stop cycles are working with the O2. But they were the other way around. Despite the fact that Screaming Goat Racing's pit stop was 10 seconds quicker than TLM USA, TLM has managed to pull 30 seconds on them. So that's curious.
Yeah.
Despite, as I say, they came into the pits the other way around. 4:39 on the last outlap for TLM USA, and Screaming Goats was 4:29. Was the in-lap significantly different?
They didn't come in together, though, did they?
No, they didn't.
No,
Screaming Goat went longer.
And Prema were both in together, I think.
TLM's in-lap was 1 second faster. So around the pit stop itself, Screaming Goat were 9 seconds quicker, but they've ended up losing significant time.
Interesting.
It's not enough for it to have been a penalty.
No, and remember that TLM is on the strategy with Hammer, right, where they did not pit under our full course caution, right? So they're both sort of on this.
Oh, sorry, that's okay.
Yeah.
In which case, I'm thinking thinking TLM is someone else.
I think you're thinking Screaming Goat Prema.
Yes,
right?
that sounds
right.
Yeah, that sounds right. Okay, yeah, that was me getting confused in that case. In which case, yep, that is the same, except that we've got automatic racing in between them now.
The number 01 Hammer Audi is missing. Do we have an onboard for that? I know we're on board with 02.
I think that's the one that's broken, the 01. I thought that car had been missing for a while, but it's still 18th. So
yeah, no, exactly.
O2 onboard right now is just a mess of cars in front of it. It's been following the Pro Sport Aston Martin around for quite a few laps. But that car is Pro Sport Aston Martin's 2 laps down. They had an unscheduled pit stop earlier, right?
Yeah.
That wasn't a penalty.
No. RJ very correctly directs our attention to the lead in GP2. Says that they are within tenths of a second. That's quite correct. We are owed a pit stop from the 211 Rocker Renstal 2 car. So while the battle on track is a quarter of a second apart, and I would expect HQ Autosport to take the class lead on this lap, it's really the HQ and the core cars that are in contention for the class lead at the moment. They're separated by something like a minute, with the core car actually picking up about 3 seconds that time around, 2.5 seconds that time around, and sort of recovering time after their pit stops about 10 laps ago. That Rocker Renstal car has just been, they haven't pitted since lap 41. So they'll owe us a stop in about the next 2 laps, and when they do, that'll drop them probably to 3rd or 4th, right there with the Fat and Furious number 525. So we'll pick the battle up out the window here, but again, we'll expect that 211 to cede a whole bunch of time once it comes into the pit lane. Still a podium run for that car.
it's on YouTube.
No, you only sent me on Facebook.
Yeah, I just found it. Yeah, I found it.
So the Pro Sport Aston Martin has actually pulled away a little bit from the race-leading O2 car, which has been following it around. So that car's got good pace, the Pro Sport, but we knew that. I think they led early. They weren't on pole, were they? They were the second on the grid car, Pro Sport.
Yeah.
Right.
Automatic, started on the left.
So yeah, we know that car's quick. Presumably they're going to start. But again, we've got this kind of intense lap time migration down into the 209s and 210s for most of the field now. The fastest car on the track right now is Automatic Racing by a significant margin, certainly on the last lap. Let's see how that's been trending. Yeah, they've been doing 207s pretty consistently. They just did a 208.0, as I say that. Number 9 out of the pits, Brendan. So they did manage to recover that car.
Oh, yeah.
Out of the garage. And I think it's about to go into the pits.
Or into its pit stall.
That kind of looked like a late decision. I don't know if they were expecting that to be able to drop out.
There's a very specific rule here about driving through pit boxes, where if you drive through more than one pit box on your way in, you will be penalized.
More than one. Okay.
More than one, yes. You can drive through one, but the way to avoid that is by just being very deliberate with your turn in, which coupled with a 30-plus foot wide pit lane, right, makes it look like a because it is a very dramatic late turn into a pit stall.
I just saw, pretty sure that Porsche, despite having the big gap there.
Well, they have the cones to contend with, right? So now you have this sort of like...
I still think they went
making
through,
an allowance there.
I still think they went through pit stall.
No, they did. That's pit stall. They did.
Not that I'm trying to catch anyone out, but...
but you see...
I think when you've got the cones there, it's a little bit...
Yes. But I think that's why so many of these turns look so dramatic, is because you're only allowed that one, and they're telling you to stay very, very far to driver's right in the pit lane until you're ready to turn into your stall.
So, yeah, so Automatic Racing. So, who's Automatic Racing chasing? They are chasing Screaming Goat Racing. It's a lot of things. Screaming Goat has been... Well, they did a 206.5 about 5 laps ago, but they're very inconsistent. 208s and 9s mostly. So that's an interesting... And then TLM USA is ahead. TLM USA are on Hammer's pit stop strategy.
Yep. This is the only 2 cars left on this strategy in contention, I think. They sort of stand alone.
Yeah, they've been scattering some 207s in there as well. So yeah, maybe the pace isn't... I mean, maybe Automatic Racing isn't quite so far ahead of the field. I think they're a lot quicker than anyone behind them. Premar hasn't been below 210 for a while. Got lots of dust on my screen, and the Florida sun is coming from higher and higher. So
it is, yeah.
it's getting harder and harder. Yeah, so Automatic is definitely, I think on average, it's the quickest car on the track. The 3 ahead of it are the closest to it, which you would expect.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think they're going to start closing in. 55 seconds at the moment behind Screaming Goat, so they've got a long way to catch up. But they've pitted recently, although Screaming Goat have also pitted recently. And we think the Automatic car's going relatively long on field, don't we now?
Very long.
On the last...
of the cars that pitted under the yellow, it went by far the longest. So put that to one side for the moment, and we'll go say thank you again to Cooper Tires, who is on board the World Racing League for the 2021 season, allowing us to do what we do here at DriversEye Live, and of course, offering to support to the 70-plus cars we've got here this weekend at Daytona International Speedway. Happy to have everybody's company, and we, Brendan Kazmarek and Scott Michaels, will rejoin you on the other side of this break while we try and learn why they're dispatching a wrecker from Turn 3 back at Daytona in just a minute.
Here is a bit of wisdom from your Uncle Cooper. Tires exist on a spectrum. On one end, you got too much tire. On the other, you don't get enough. Both ends are rip-offs. You're either paying for more than you need or needing more even after you pay. So if you want a tire that costs what tires should cost and does what tires should do, go right for the sweet spot. Go with the Coopers.
Cooper. As your uncle, I want you to know that on the road of life, there will be rough spots, and they will chew up your tires. I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. You know, they're made with the durability of off-road tires, but for on-road drive. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. And those are the things in life, my friend, worth driving towards. So go with the Coopers. Cooper! I'm hungry now.
Back at Daytona International Speedway for the WRL 14 Hours of Daytona on DriversEye Live. Thanks, everybody, for being with us today. 10 hours and 43 minutes remaining. Weird saying that at a WRL weekend, but of course this is our first opportunity for a long enduro. The wrecker and flatbed we just mentioned were dispatched from pit lane to go recover the number 350 Thunder Bunny Racing Nissan 350Z. And when our producer just comes back here in a moment, after sorting out some of our audio issues behind the scenes, we should be able to take a look at that car and see what's going on exactly. It looks like it ground to a halt there, just exiting road course, sort of the chicane between 2 and 3, and never made it quite into turn 3, the International Horseshoe. Just sort of ground to a halt there. There's the onboard. Thank you, Tanner. And that car is going to be headed back to the paddock. So we've got some figuring out to do on what the issue is there. Again, we don't think it's hit anything, though I can do a little investigative work on my own. We're on YouTube. We're doing our onboards a little bit differently this time around. We don't quite have the replay capability we used to. That car had been at the International Horseshoe there for quite some time. So I'm just sort of watching as we jump on board the HQ Autosport. This is number 28, GP2 leader. First time we've seen on board. They're on board this weekend. They're really nice speed, actually. So the 350Z, as I just sort of watched the replay here on their YouTube from Thunder Bunny, it looks like they just came out of road course turn 2, excuse me, got on the power, and that was kind of the end of it. Yeah, you just sort of breathed out of the throttle, uttered a couple of expletives, and that was that. Just ground to a halt there right in front of the Marshall station at turn 3. Shame for Thunder Bunny. So HQ Autosport and Core Motorsports, we've been watching this GP2 lead battle for a little bit here. Now that the Rocker Renstal Zwei, number 211, has pitted and lost the lap, we were expecting this to happen. At least I think it's pitted, right? Yeah, they haven't made it to start-finish yet, which is why it doesn't show them as being, quote, in the pits. But the HQ Autosport and Core Motorsports Mustang, 53 seconds apart. That margin has come down from a minute. So in little chunks here, even on pit strategy, because they were in virtually together last time, these cars are... This GP2 lead battle is closing back up on track. And I'm excited to see this, actually. That core car is quick. It's been quicker than the HQ Autosport car, at least over a single lap, but the HQ Autosport car has been considerably more consistent, and that's sort of what, well, maybe in some luck under the full course caution, is what got it way out in front there, having completed 84 laps with a margin something around a minute. But this is a little, not so much recovery, but a competitive drive here from the 17 to get it back into contention with that number 28. The other thing we'll watch here is where the number 211 cycles out relative to the 525 Fat and Furious Racing 330, who is about halfway through a fuel run at the moment. And this was kind of my point a little earlier on. This is what I was going to be looking for when this car pitted at number 211, where it came out relative to the 525 and whether it was going to be able to stay in contention for a GP2 podium spot? The answer is it's actually going to come out pretty far ahead. The 211 now holds a 59-second gap over the 525. So that one lap that was on Race Hero is legitimately a lap. The 525s come through. It's now fallen, or it's given up some of that time, has the number 211, as a result of its pit stop. But it's been a quick car, that number 211, so I would expect to hope it could defend anyway. It's P3 from the number 525 Fat and Furious 330. Up at the top, Hammer Motorsports number 02 is missing because it stopped on the screen. I caught it on Race Hero before I caught it on our production screen, and boy, oh boy, have things changed. This is your overall race leader, stopped on the apron between NASCAR turns 3 and 4. The Audi RS3 LMS. I'm sorry I didn't catch this earlier, but man, what rotten, and it seems to be this car in particular, what rotten luck for the 02 Hammer Motorsports RS3. This suggests to me where it ended up. Seems like it would have come out of the chicane there at the bus stop, turn 7, and just sort of lost drive and ground to a halt, not being able to make its way all the way around the banking. I'm sure we've got Needy. We can go dispatch to go recover that car, although I worry a little bit. Oh, no, here, they're coming up of the service road at the middle of the west banking, and they'll go pick up. We don't think that's Lawless Allen anymore. He would have started that car, but it's a long stint if it is. Yeah. Well, so this changes things considerably. This puts TLM USA into the overall race lead by 43.8 seconds over Screaming Goat Racing. And pretty significantly, it puts that number 172 on a fuel strategy of its own. So these two aren't tied together anymore. Obviously, the 02 having now dropped, well, no longer existing in competitive terms, at least for a while. And we just sort of have to watch it as the outsider, while all of the cars behind it sit on the strategy where they pitted under a full course caution at lap 45 and are cycling through on roughly 25 to 30 lap stints after that in sequence. So TLM USA leads Screaming Goat. We said that margin was about 43 seconds. Screaming Goat is not really doing much for pace. Oh, there they go. 2:12 last time around, but this time they come through and put in a 2:07.8. So they actually did claw back about half a second. Automatic Racing, the number 909, sits in third. And while it hasn't been demolishing anybody on pace, let's say that. The 2:07, 2:08 seems to be the running race pace for most of the top of the GTO field. Because the 54 Tenetta just slides a little wide down at turn 1. That 909 does have a card in hand, which is that it's going now way longer than anybody else on fuel. That Hammer car had been doing well in terms of fuel mileage as it gets towed into the cut, sort of where the NASCAR chicane is on the front straightaway here. The 02 was sort of matching the 909 or close to the 909 and how long their stints actually were. But between pit stops, that Aston Martin has several laps in hand over the cars that it was lined on the same pit strategy with. And if I'm going to identify one single item as being, I think, the thing that's going to, define the competition over the next couple of hours, certainly by the time we get to halfway, we should have a good sense of what it means. That fuel mileage on the 909, we saw it at Road America. We've seen it in WRL competition before. I would not be shocked if that's a difference maker when we get to the early evening hours of the 14 hours of Daytona. This also puts the 59 Stratus Racing Subico NP01 into the top 10, at the expense of that 02 Hammer Audi. Puts the 52 Team ACP car up into 9th. And one of the cars that Scott had mentioned some time ago, the number 97 Team Prima Vita Audi RS3, up into 6th.
Well, this looks like a development.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I should say so. The entire time you were gone, the car ground to a halt. Nobody saw it. Well, we didn't see it because we weren't paying attention. Stopped on the apron here at turn 2 and was recovered.
So we've got a very smoky car coming into the pits.
Yeah, and that looks like some actual damage there to the right front. This
It's one of the MX-5s, isn't it? Is it AOA?
It's the 67. 167, excuse me. BSI Racing.
So yeah, I've had the O2s on board on my laptop for the entire race so far. And the second I move away,
Walk away. This is a problem.
you guys who aren't watching my laptop miss the thing that would have been right in front of my face. Well,
Tanner conveniently sent about 3 messages that I didn't see or hear. What I need to do is I need to drop that down. There we go. It's a little better.
so we're now left then with TLM USA is the only car on what we were calling the hammer strategy, which obviously isn't anymore. But they're the only ones off sequence from the rest of the field, right?
So that is exactly what I was just pointing out while you were gone. Is now that TLM number 172 stands alone on its own pit strategy, where it chose not to pit under our full course yellow at lap 45, and everybody else, so I'll bring you up to speed here, everybody else now is sort of aligned on that same rotation. The difference maker is that the 909 has gone considerably farther than anybody else on that rotation. Right, and if you're going to pick out one sort of item or one sort of difference maker over the next couple hours, it feels like that fuel mileage is probably going to be it. With
As well as
everybody
their
having
pace.
said about it. Well, sure.
Because
Right?
that car has been sort of.
Yeah, but every leaders into the pits, the number 172.
I'm just going to say,
too.
I think we'd be expecting them
Yep.
very soon.
So where is the screaming? Oh, he hasn't even made it to a stall yet. He's right at the far end of pit lane. And now we keep an eye out for the number 29 Screaming Goat Racing BMW M3. There it is. 27 seconds after the leader came through, and through goes Screaming Goat to the overall lead of the 14 hours of Daytona. Automatic Racing will be the next one to come through, and I suspect that they'll probably be able to pick up second overall here as well. This, I know this is a Pro Sport car, I think. Cross start and finish.
Yeah, that's Pro Sport.
Yeah. You know, I have to say, just looking down the tri-oval straightaway here, exiting NASCAR 4 coming towards us, it's nice to see that old Aston Martin grille shape. It's very iconic for fans of Le Mans since, like, I don't know, 2005, right? The DBR9s sort of carry over from the DBR9 to the Vantage and all kinds of developments of the Vantage, racing and road going. And now that it's sort of been upgraded and replaced, it's just nice to see that little throwback of that iconic grille shape at the front. Because usually when I'm at a track, I'm not looking head on at the car. Excuse me, right? I'm looking side on as it passes in front of me. But it's kind of neat to see.
The automatic car has now taken second overall, with TLM USA still in the pits. So who's third? Prema. So we're
Yes.
that.
Yep.
Audi.
The 693 Prema. Right.
Yeah, the Prema
R8.
R8.
Yeah, here it comes. Nope. Sorry. Okay.
This
This is it here. Wrong group.
Right behind
Right
him.
group, wrong car.
So yep, they've just taken third.
Yep. So this puts TLM back into P4 at best.
Do we have any excuse me, any indication what went wrong with the O2?
No, not yet. Alex Mayer was on board the car when it happened. The pride of Harleysville, Pennsylvania. Not making Harleysville very proud. As if he had anything to do with it. This appears to be just a mechanical failure on the
TLM are just leaving the pits.
Class 3. Yes.
Do we think Choice Racing would have made it through?
Steve Sharp just asked what happened with the 02. I don't know the answer to that.
So you said it broke down in NASCAR too?
The 02?
Yeah.
No, between 3 and 4.
Oh, 3 and 4.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Thunder Bunny Nissan is back into the pit lane, having spent a couple of minutes being recovered from turn 3. Did you see that as well?
What's that?
Had you stepped away when we decided who the car was?
I was on my way out as.
It was the 350Z.
Oh,
from
okay.
Thunder Bunny. Yeah, so that car has been on a tour of the paddock, into its garage, repaired, and now back into its pit stall here, where they will fuel the car and presumably send it back on its way. Yeah, we don't know what's happened with the 02. It broke down between 3 and 4. That was that.
I think it broke down a lot earlier than that, actually.
Are you reviewing?
I am. going back.
Oh, yeah, it is not up to pace there at turn 2.
Yeah, it's slowing down. Yeah, because it's not accelerating. It didn't accelerate out of turn 2.
I wonder if he spent half a lap resetting the car trying to get it to. Well, there's a yellow flag there. So
that was, yeah,
anybody's.
Yeah. Although the Cayman ahead of him didn't seem to care. And then he just sits at 40.
So he made it all the way around it to 3
Yeah.
and 4, which is actually pretty impressive. I suspect they just rebooted that car a bunch of times. Interesting. So maybe a gearbox issue. Yeah, it kind of sounds like going from 3rd to 4th, you would think. Yeah, I know you guys couldn't hear that, but Scott was just sort of watching the replay here in the booth, and as the car goes from 3rd to 4th, it clunks into 4th and then stops accelerating. Yeah. Team GTR, for all of its troubles earlier on, the number 99 BMW, including sitting in somebody else's pit stall for a couple minutes, being wheeled back to its own pit stall, is up in the 10th.
Yeah, how much time do we think they lost?
Well,
5 minutes.
It was a 9-minute pit stop lap, so yeah,
So
probably
5
about 5
minutes.
minutes.
It's 2.5 laps. Yeah. It's 2.5 laps off the lead, I think. So.
Oh, I had a theory maybe that the 99's pit stall was occupied by somebody because there are a couple of teams sharing pit stalls this weekend.
Is there a protocol for, or do we not know?
I think they try and have teams share pit stalls, or cars in the same stable share a pit stall where they can. And if you do get assigned to somebody else, maybe you can request it. But that's not the case. It doesn't matter because GTR isn't sharing with anybody.
Right.
So. Anyway, back up into the top 10 for that car, and I say just behind. It's 38 seconds behind the Stratus Racing Subico and P01, who, now that things have heated up in the middle of the day, as we crest 11:30, and the pace has sort of scaled back to something like 208 for the leaders, 207, 208, and even deeper in the field, back into the 210s. That Stratus car has really, doesn't seem like it's dropped off quite as much.
It's sped up. Since its pit stop, it's set its fastest.
Oh, it's just got a 206.6. That could be a driver.
Its fastest lap was 10 or 15 laps ago after the pit stop. It's done a few 6s in there as well, which is by far, I think, the fastest car on the track.
No, for sure. I haven't seen anybody dip below even a mid-7.
Sevens are quick at the moment,
Yeah.
relative to the rest of the field. So to be in the 6s relatively regularly, that's so maybe they were. We've seen this before with them, where they've had inconsistent drivers.
Yeah.
Maybe they're getting their less experienced drivers through earlier in the race, hoping maybe to be catching up with safety cars later.
Yep.
And then you can have the faster drivers in for the end. That would it's definitely a valid strategy. It's risky having a lesser experienced driver in when the race is as
overall leader
packed as possible. The 99's in as well, by the way.
99's in. Yeah, 29 is the one I was pointing to. Screaming Goat.
That's this one, is it?
Yeah, the blue, white and orange car here, just up ahead to our right,
Yep.
is into the pit lane after 26 laps. Seems a little short.
Does a little bit. Last lap was a 2:13 for the Automatic Racing 909 car, which is interesting. That's a long way off the pace. Likely to have been a mistake. Oh, as I say that, they come across the line this time for a 206.7. So that's the second car recently that we've seen in the 206s. Stratus Racing are currently the other car. So Automatic Racing, who have just set one of the fastest laps we've seen for a little while, they'll be taking the lead very shortly. In fact, they probably already have. In fact, as they set their lap time, I'm sure that was them taking the lead. Screaming Goat is on a similar pit strategy to them, I believe. They pitted previously on lap 71. Automatic Racing pitted previously on lap 79. So we should, and Automatic has been going 4 laps or so further than Screaming Goat just did. So it's going to be a good 12, 13, 14 laps before Automatic comes in. So they're in a good position right now. Prema, they're somewhere in between. They last pitted on lap 73. We're not super sure how far that car goes on fuel. We think it's not quite as far as the Aston. So Automatic Racing are looking like they're in a good position right now to almost work their way off sequence with Screaming Goat, just through the length of their fuel runs at the moment. But they have a 40-odd second, in fact, it's more than that. They have about a minute to close in on Screaming Goat in pure track position. So that's going to be interesting to track over the next couple of hours.
Sorry, Scott, this is a Primark car?
This is Screaming Goat versus Automatic.
Oh, versus Automatic.
Yeah, so Automatic's last lap was a 2:06.7, which is obviously, as we were just discussing.
Oh, yeah.
It's very quick, but the one before that was a 2:13. So, not sure what's going on there. The car's obviously got a lot of pace, and presumably the previous lap was a mistake, or... Yeah, that'll be the O2. I was just watching their onboard. They're pushing out of the garage, and I forgot it's on such a big delay. So O2 coming back out. How far down have they actually dropped? 28, so they're behind the number 1 car.
Wow, that's come quickly. But it's 10 laps, I guess, which, fair enough, but it doesn't feel like they spent that long in the pack. Huh.
So, Stratus Racing, they're continuing their pace, 2:07.6. So yeah, I'm definitely interested in tracking that car coming up through, although the car ahead of them is Pro Sport, who have proven to be... Stratus Racing set 2:06.3, which is their fastest lap of the race. So, yeah, they're really on it right now, and that is, again, they're their fastest car on the track. Screaming Goat, 2:20, that'll be their in lap. Or out lap even. So yeah, TLM USA still the car. Actually, we were considering them off sequence, right? TLM USA, but they only pitted 3 laps ago, and Screaming Goat's just come in now. So
that's
very similar.
So are they going further then? I mean, is TLM going further?
Yes, they are. Well, it's not necessarily that TLM's going further. I think it's the Screaming Goat's going quite short.
I mean, TLM did 33 laps,
whereas Screaming Goat did 26 even. So TLM's a bit short. Sorry, Screaming Goat's a bit short. TLM's a bit long, and they're I think TLM's getting themselves back on that strategy now, which we did predict was going to happen.
Yeah.
Same with Hammer, that they were going to work their way onto everyone else's strategy because they were going slightly longer. The only exception to that is that Automatic are going pretty long. So
yes.
I assume we're going to see quite a lot of cars in the pits now.
So let's see. Prema is doing. Yeah, well, I was going to say there they are.
Yeah, they presumably there.
Yep. So Screaming Goat and Prema are in together.
I always forget they're just there where the window thing.
Yeah.
I
suspect we'll have a driver change this time around too. That'll have been a double stint for the car that the driver that wasn't Alexander Prema.
Right.
Choice Racing stands to gain here. Actually, they could be up into the top 4 here if things pan out as they are.
It's interesting that TLM USA are already back into second, given that they pitted.
Well, Screaming Goat pitted immediately after them, right?
Yeah, but it means...
And Prema never came through.
Yeah. Choice Racing are up to 4th now, as Prema leave the pits.
It's a quick stop.
It seems... We thought that last time, though.
Well, we're going to find out.
I think it's because they pit there, so we don't notice them for a little while. Yeah, that's not that quick at all. It's relatively slow for them, actually. It's because they pit there, so we don't notice them.
Their early stop was very, very quick, but again, that was a short film. But that seems to be on target for them anyway, like a 410.
So I'm tempted to say that we're migrating towards, as we sit right now, only having 3 cars super competitive if all else stays equal, which it never does in WRL. So I don't even know why I'm going down this path, but let's do it anyway. Automatic Racing, so TLM USA are a minute behind Automatic Racing, and Screaming Goat are a minute and 18 behind. Both of those cars have pitted very recently. Automatic Race, so they have that advantage, and they're running 18 seconds apart. Automatic Racing's advantage is that it has pace, and it is going, I believe it's going longer than both of those cars. It might not actually be going, maybe a lap longer than TLM USA, not a huge amount longer. But it does, on average, not on last lap, but on average it does appear to have a little bit more pace than the TLM USA car. TLM USA car is fairly firmly locked into the 8s, with a few 7s scattered about, whereas with Automatic Racing it's more like a 50-50 split of 7s and 8s. So I think their average lap time's a little bit faster. There's not a lot in it though. We shouldn't be seeing Automatic Racing in the pits for about another 11 or 12 laps. So they're going to lead that. They're going to lead for that amount of time at least. Got the 01 Hammer Motorsports Audi RS3 coming down the pit lane. I think it just came out of the garage. It doesn't look like it's up to pit lane speed limit. Maybe it is now. Oh, big lockup going into turn 1 from a car that I've been needing to identify for a while. Nope, can't pick out the number from this distance. Red and white, older looking car. Made it around the corner just fine. But yeah, big long lockup all the way from the braking zone past the turn 1 apex. So there'll be, hopefully the tyres aren't too damaged, because we don't tend to see very many tyre changes in WRL racing, so you definitely don't want to be flat spotting them. Twist Racing potentially would be the next car we'd see in the pits, but even then, I would expect them to go another 5 or 6 laps. Team Prema number 693, which is the GT4, obviously is just pitted. They're running 5th, 35 seconds behind Choice Racing. And the other Team Prema car is right behind them. Again, they should be staying out for another 5 laps or so. It's been a little bit of a quiet period for pit stops. We've got the number 1 Hammer car in, but that car was delayed earlier. We've got another car off pace going down the pits, I think. It's difficult to tell sometimes, but that doesn't look like it's up to pit lane speed limit. The 366 putting into its pit stall. Looks like it's got the very last pit stall. Looked like it wasn't up to... The pit stop seems spirited. So it didn't look to be up to pit lane speed limit to me, but it might just be my my perception being wrong. Lap time wise right now we've got the same 2 cars really showing the most pace. Automatic Racing 2070 and Stratus Racing MPO1 2068. So those are the 2 fastest cars on the track by quite a margin. I've noticed the 420 TLM Shift Up Now car pitted very recently. Their outlap was a 5:02, which that indicates there was an issue with the pit stop, because actually no, maybe not. I don't see very many cars doing 5-minute outlaps, but their previous pit stop was also a 5:17, so actually even slower. So that car must have a long fuel fill time. But they've just pitted and they're now running 12th. That's the TLM number 420 car, which I believe is a BMW. It's not listed on the on Race Hero what it is. The Choice Racing are now in the pits. So that's actually earlier. I think I literally just said that I was expecting them to go another 5 laps or so. But yeah, they've come into the pits, fueling as you would expect. Interesting to note that they have to fuel from the right-hand side of the car, which considering you're only allowed, unlike NASCAR, no, actually, sorry, very similar to NASCAR, where you only have one person allowed to carry the fuel cans. He has to run all the way around the car between cans 1 and 2. Obviously, runs, grabs his can 2, and then runs back to the right-hand side of the car. Over the course of a race, over the course of a pit stop, doing it once costs maybe 3 or 4 seconds. If we're adding that up over 12 or 13 pit stops, best part of a minute there, just because they have to put their fuel in on the other side of the car. So it's just little things like that that really add up in endurance racing. But 511 out of the pits now. Choice for Racing. They were running 4th. I think they're really the first, almost in the sort of best of the rest race at the moment. With Automatic Racing, TLM USA and Screaming Goat, really, they make up kind of they have a little bit of a break being in the top 3 as they are. And then it's Choice Race. I think Team Prema, we'll see. Brendan seems, as we have the number 13 Honda Civic coming back down the pit lane, not into the garage. Brendan seems to think that we're going to get some faster drivers through the Prema Audi R8. That's not really proving to be true right now, with first couple of laps for this, what we assume is a new driver after their most recent pit stop, have both been 2-minute 12s, which is it's about 5 seconds off the pace that Automatic Racing are doing in the lead, and 6 seconds off the pace that Stratus Racing are doing, because they've just once again set their fastest lap of the race, 2:06.1, which, yeah, as I say, is by far the quickest car on the track right now. And I wonder what kind of pace they'd have had earlier on in the race with this driver during the faster conditions closer to further into the morning, or earlier in the morning, I should say. Screaming Goat Racing just set a 2-minute 7.0, which is very fast. So that's the fastest lap time. Just checking to make sure I'm not going to talk complete rubbish here. But yeah, that is the fastest lap time we've seen from them from a very long time. 20 odd laps since they were doing 207 1s and 2s. So that's closed the gap up to TLM USA quite nicely as Stratus Racing moves up ahead of Choice Racing. Stratus, again, as a reminder, are going very, very long on fuel. They can go. They appear to be able to go almost 40 laps. We're talking 38, 39 laps on fuel, where most other cars are struggling to get much over 30. So Stratus Racing, yeah, they've got a lot of pace right now and really, really good fuel mileage at the same time. Not expecting them to have to pit for a good 15 laps or so from now. At that point, teams like Screaming Goat and TLM USA will be thinking about their next pit stop. Meanwhile, Stratus are marching up behind on pure pace. Unfortunately, they're just at a 2.5 lap deficit to start with, so definitely worth keeping an eye on. But it's going to be a long road back for them.
Anything you want to fill me in on?
Not so much. We've got. We just had a Choice for Racing pit stop. Stratus Racing have been continuing to drop their fastest lap times down to 2:06.1 now.
Only one even remotely setting anything close to a fastest lap time recently. I mean, look,
yes,
the best lap, 21, 11, 23, 37, 11, and then them at lap 100.
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of anyone near their pace, Automatic Racing has been in the 6s. Screaming Goat just did a 2:07.0 and then a 2:07.
Close to their ultimate.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Yeah, for sure. But whereas, as it is right now, Stratus have the best fuel mileage by miles and the best pace by quite.
Are they even outrunning the automatic? Aston on fuel?
Yeah.
Wow.
Automatic Aston's about 33 laps and Stratus is 38, 39.
This is kind of amazing to me because this is so not the Stratus way. This is almost in direct opposition to the way we see the Stratus car normally be competitive. Or any of the NT01s for that matter. Normally they do it on pure pace and then lose it on pit stop time or something like that draws them back into the rest of the field. Now it's gone completely the other direction, where they're not really they are in the heat of the day, but earlier on this morning they really weren't there on pace, and now all of a sudden it's fuel mileage and pit stop time that's bringing them back into the battle.
I do think it's driver rather than the heat of the day.
Sure, yeah, that's probably true.
By the way, that's one thing. You were questioning whether we'd get a little bit more pace out of the Prema car with a driver change. The answer's no.
No.
212 to 212 to 213 first 3 laps.
Well, they weren't necessarily going to put Alexander back in the car, right? I'm sure there are more than 2 drivers there. So maybe it'll be some time before we see that car competitive again.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shame because as we are right now, I think we're transitioning into a phase of the race where there are 3 competitive cars.
Yeah.
And that Prema car could be the 4th if it was running at its ultimate pace.
It's a little unfair. I mean, the pace is there for quite a few of these guys, right? Automatic tail up and scream and go. Well,
that's
right, exactly. Yeah, but you wouldn't write off the Stratus Racing NP01 now, knowing what you know about where it stands.
That's why I called it a phase of the race.
Right, okay.
Absolutely could. I think that Stratus car, if they continue going at their current pace and current fuel mileage, then they're going to start working their way towards being competitive with those top 3. Right now, without a problem for the top 3, we're not going to see them. They're going to trade the positions amongst themselves. As the 13 Civic exits the pits, that looked like actually a completely normal stop.
That car has done considerably more laps since it came out of the garage than I think the 178 did at any point this morning.
Let's see what the Civic class race is looking like. JNR. Then, yeah, the 13 is well ahead now.
Yeah.
35 laps to 23 for the 178. So, yeah, as you'd almost immediately after you'd completely written off the 13, they're now romping away with the Civic class win.
Oh, the Civic class win.
Yep.
Sure, yeah. Well, I said that was the R for our way, right? You start a bunch of cars, then you pick the one that'll get you through to the end. The 178 had obviously not been that, but they had the reserve car.
Is that the other Civic there come out of pits?
No, that's the 3 fast guys and Denny, Sons of Rear Wing, from the looks of things.
Okay. I was good. Yeah, I thought it was yellow, the other Civic, not orange.
No, it is. Yeah, yellow and white.
Yeah.
Tons of gas, 242 back into the pit lane.
Back into the garage.
Oh, sorry, yeah, into the paddock.
As they try to kill a guy on a scooter.
Wow, the guy on the scooter kind of did that to himself.
True.
Ran out for the car. Unnecessary.
So yeah, we got Pro Sport competition from 6th place in the pits. The Aston Martin, they have to raise the boot to fuel it up.
143. I'm surprised the car hasn't stayed quite as competitive. I know they had some extra, an extra stop early on, didn't they? Yeah, lap 19, very early. Just gotta have a proposition for you.
Go for it.
I'm gonna go down and have a chat with a couple people in the pit lane. I know we're short a commentator at the moment, but you can kind of cruise through the next 10 minutes or so until I get down there, and I'll join you remotely on a handheld microphone, and maybe throw in a little video to the mix. You see less enthused.
No, I'm fine as long as there are no technical challenges.
No, I think we'll be okay. Tanner,
I can try just talking.
No, Tanner should have things pretty well covered there. And if things get really bad, just coordinate with him and throw to a couple of adverts. We can go talk to Uncle Cooper for 10 minutes on end. We won't need to do that. I'm sure.
No, I think we'll be all right. We're
Okay.
getting into another pit stop cycle, so
Yeah, it's kind of why I wanted to head down there. There's a couple teams we definitely want to go have a chat with. We know the poor guys over at Kingpin have had just a torrid day, and I don't see anybody in their stall at the moment. But if I can go find out what their day's been like, I'd like to do that. Of course, Hammer Motorsports with the RS3s, the trouble they've had. GTR had that very bizarre situation earlier on. I'd like to go talk to them and find out what the deal is.
Stratus Racing
Well,
just moved up to 5th, by the way.
There you go, top 5 for the first time.
Sure. No,
Maybe
they have
not.
been.
No, you're right.
Earlier on, when they were really early on pit stop.
Yeah.
They're really stretching on pit stops.
Yeah, first
But,
stint.
we're missing the 97 apparently.
It's in the pits. Remember,
Yeah,
it hits before start finish.
Right,
so
so
it
it always
always
it doesn't really know. Okay. Yeah, sounds good.
Okay.
I do like that you've picked exactly midday to head out into the Florida.
Yeah, it wasn't a great choice, but we were expecting to have an extra commentator today around 10 o'clock, and that was when I was going to head down there. but that hasn't materialized. Our boy Joseph is a little under the weather.
Okay.
Also, I'd like to just point out before I leave, our cone.
Oh, someone on the inside of it.
Oh, that's very funny. I was
Literally, as you were pointing.
just about to point out that it hasn't been hit again since the last time we saw it kicked into the racing.
We now know we can fit a car down the inside of that cone.
That is not what I expected to happen.
I wonder if we're going to get it on the. I think we may have just switched cameras slightly late there, but
It's very
exactly as we were looking at it. But yeah, I don't think that cone's going to last huge amount. Then again, they all know where it is now.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I was saying.
Clearly, the three fast guys and Denny's and Denny driver. Denny's.
Guys and Denny's.
Not the breakfast chain. Presumably, the three fast guys and Denny car definitely knows where it is because they're aiming for the inside.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Okay, well, I'm going to go do the thing, and I'll be back to join you to do the thing here in a couple of minutes' time. And for now, dear viewer, we leave you in the hands of Scott Michaels. And I'll have some live reports from the pit lane here in a couple of minutes.
All right, guys, let's survive this. We've got a slow car down the inside of, I believe that's NASCAR 3 and 4. Yes. So I'm going to try and locate that car. Actually, I just realised I'm watching an onboard, so on a big delay. So I think it might be this Mazda MX-5 that's just come in the pits. That would be the number, who is also getting lost on pit lane. Well, that's the number 16 car, the one with the huge wing, or one of the ones with the huge wings. There's a few MX-5s that look like that, and it's gone straight to the garage. So yeah, that will have been, that car was just running slow down the inside of NASCAR 3 and 4. Number 16. I think we've seen that car in trouble already. So it's the 6 sideways car running 51st, GP3 car. Actually, not that many GP3 cars beating it. Obvious reason for that being that the GP3 field has been somewhat decimated by reliability issues. I might as well go through the GP3 field while we're here. We've got, I believe, I might as well show just GP3. We've got round 3 racing number 605. 3 fast guys in Denny, who we know have spent significant time in the pits. They're running second, 7 laps off of the round 3 racing number 605 lead. Another lap behind them is AOA number 15, but they are listed as salmon, so that means they are missing. They're not missing, they're in the pits, but the bonnet's up. So there are engine issues for that 3rd place in GP3 Mazda MX-5. They're one of the early pit stalls, so they haven't registered on Race Heroes in the pits. They've registered as missing, but it's the same thing. Overnight Motorsports are 4 laps behind them, number 197. I believe they're on track. They have a Porsche Boxster. As Race Hero updates on me. BSI Racing, number 167, are running 5th. They are in the pits, 4 laps behind Overnight Motorsports. BSI is the number 167, so let's see if I can locate that car. That is not that one. We have a few cars on the pit lane, but one of them is the Mustang, which is just leaving its pit box. So that car is not in, as I'm seeing this number 15 AOA Motorsports Mazda being pushed away. It's the 2nd Mazda we've seen recently under human power, unfortunately. We had the Valdez car a few laps ago. We'll let them deal with that. I don't know where they're, I think they're trying to push it through a different gap in the wall, which is surprising. So yeah, we've got the BSI racing cars apparently in the pits. I imagine that means that they've gone into the garage because I can't see them on the pits. Either that or they have left the pit lane and they're just on their outlap. Then 6 sideways, the number 16 car, which we just saw. That was the MX-5 with the big old wing and diffuser, the red one. That's just driven itself into the garage after running slowly. I caught it on an onboard camera running slowly around turns 3 and NASCAR turns 3 and 4. So that's the GP3 field update. Quickly check in on overall. Slower lap for automatic racing that time around. It was a 2:11.9. The previous one was a 2:09.0. So lost some time recently to TLM USA. 53 seconds behind. TLM USA has been solidly in the 2:07s. Seems like I think we've got a bit more cloud cover right now than we've had for the last couple of hours. So the lap times are dropping slightly. Presumably that's track temperature related. Oh, as I see one of the Hammer cars, I think it's the O2 actually, was trying to get down the inside of the 54 Ginetta into turn 1, but our racing line cone got in the way, so he had to make an evasive manoeuvre and not attempt the pass in the end. We're on board with the O2. It's going to happen now because this camera's on a bit of a delay. So let's see how invasive this cone is. Yeah, you can see it right in the line that the O2 clearly wanted to take down the inside of the Ginetta. So that, yeah, TLM USA car has been, well, presumably it's taken, and the last lap was 2:11.9. Yeah, that's the same lap time for automatic racing. It's managed to take a good 6 seconds or so out of the lead over the last couple of laps. Screaming Goat Racing have pulled away slightly from them. It's another 20 seconds back. I think it was 18 before. Team Prema, the Audi R8. We're kind of hoping to see some more pace out of that car because we know it's capable of it. And it would be great to see that team finding its way towards racing the guys at the top. Automatic Racing are in the pits, by the way. Is that scheduled, do we think? Last pitted on lap 79. It is now lap 109. I think that's a bit early. 30 laps. They've been doing 32, 33, I think. Very quickly out of the pits. The in-lap lap time is 3:40, so that's a quick pit stop, but all of their pit stops have been quick all day. So yeah, that kind of sets us into the next stage of the fuel cycle, or the pit stop cycle, where TLM USA leads. They were the one team left who didn't pit under our one safety car period, so they're roughly half. They're roughly half a cycle out of phase with automatic racing, but they've worked themselves onto the same cycle as Screaming Goat, who they're racing on for track position very directly. Automatic Racing crossed the line 18 seconds behind, but Stratus Racing pop in with their fastest lap of the race again. Now they've made it into the 2:05s, which is insanely fast considering the rest of the field is struggling to get below 2:08, certainly below 2:07. And Stratus have managed to get below 2:06. So that car's marching forward. The Prema R18 conversely hasn't got below 2:12 since its last pit stop. So we're looking at 6 seconds a lap, roughly. Those are the 4th and 5th place running cars. Stratus Racing, the gap at the moment is 48.6 seconds. Quick bit of maths on that. That's 8 laps at 6 seconds a lap, I think. So really, really impressive pace from Stratus at the moment. And yeah, they're within no time at all. They're going to be all over Prema. Are we expecting them to pit within the next 8 laps? That's another question. They last pitted on lap 77, and they've been running just short of 40 laps. So that would mean we probably are expecting them in the pits pretty much in exactly 8 laps. I think maybe slightly less than that, to be honest. So yeah, Stratus, we're expecting them in relatively soon, probably before they catch Team Prema. Just looking at Team Prema, they've pitted relatively recently. They pitted on lap 98. They tend to go around 30 laps on fuel. So we're not expecting them in for another 18 laps or so. So yeah, Stratus, we might be denied a nice opportunity to see Stratus work their way past Prema on track. The last lap from the Team Prema car was 2:13.0, so that was a full 7 seconds, 7.1 seconds, or 7 seconds differential between Stratus and Prema. Stratus come across the line this time for a 2:08.6, so they obviously had a little bit of They're a little bit traffic delayed, presumably, on that lap. And they do, yeah, I can see them now. They have 5 cars lined up behind them, but they've presumably just worked their way through. So, let's work our way through the classes, shall we? So we started with GP2 just then. Sorry, GP3. GP2 class, our leader is HQ Autosport, number 28. That is a BMW 330i. They have an 8-second lead, so this is the class that's been relatively close for quite a few hours now. HQ Autosport pitted quite recently. They have an 8-second lead on Ragnar Renstall 2, who have not pitted that recently. They last pitted on lap 84. They're going... It's difficult to tell, actually, how far they're going on fuel. It's somewhere in the region of 45 laps. They're getting long stints out of that car. So neither of those cars look like they need to pit anytime soon. And they're 8 seconds apart. Lap time differential. Ragnar has been significantly faster for the last few laps. So we might see that. I'm going to try and find that on track then. So we're looking for the number 28 BMW 330i of HQ Autosport, and then 7 seconds behind is the number 211 Porsche Boxster. And so as I wait for HQ Autosport to come across the line, Core Motorsports is in 3rd place. They're number 17 car, and they're only 35 seconds off the lead. So yeah, really close class in GP2. That's the Ford Mustang, number 17. Fast and Furious Racing are a lap down. HQ Autosport have just come across the line. So Ragnar is going to be that white and black Boxster that's just heading into turn 1 now. I'm looking for the 28 HQ Autosport BMW. Okay, so that's the white BMW with the sort of Schnitzer colours on the roof. And okay, cool. So just tracking that gap, that's come down by another second on that lap. Core Motorsports, interestingly, who are they're now 31 seconds behind in the Mustang. They were 4 seconds faster than the leader on that lap. So all 3 of those cars look like they're going to be closing in together. After that, in 4th place is number 525 Fast and Furious Racing. They're 2 laps behind. Number 11 TLM Marathon are 5th, and they are 7 laps behind. So very, very tight top 3 in GP2, but beyond that, there's not much competitive running to talk about. As for GP1, there's a 3-lap lead for PC Racing. So this is the class we've seen sort of the most spread out all day. PC Racing with their BMW M3. As I say, a 3-lap lead over number 210 Condor/OMP. With their BMW 540i. And as we have been discussing the whole way through it, that PC Racing does have the fastest lap of the class, but the 701 round 3 racing car. Now I think that 701. In fact, I'm very sure that 701 was the one that completely wiped out PC Racing on lap 1. So I'm going to imagine there's a 1-lap penalty in there somewhere for round 3 racing. And yeah, I can see on lap 12 they were docked a lap, and they dropped from 32nd to 49th overall. Absolutely no surprise. That was a pretty horrendous move for turn 2 of the first lap of a 14-hour race. But they are 3 laps down on the leaders. It's a bit confusing because apparently the car ahead of them is 4 laps down, but somewhere in that region. Then we got number 348 Chattanooga Tourenwagen BMW. They are 4 laps down on the leaders, the class leaders, and number 110 Thunder Bunny Racing are 5 laps down in 5th. Quickly check back in with the overall standings. The lead gap is shrinking slightly on the last lap. 209.1 for TLM USA and 207.9 for Screaming Goat Racing. Now I'm expecting both of these cars in on similar laps. Lap 94 for TLM USA that was their last pit stop. Lap 97 for Screaming Goat Racing, and TLM is going a bit longer. So actually, we might expect them in on the same lap or very similar laps. Chattanooga Tourenwagen pulls in in front of me. We've also got one of the RS3s. Team Prema versus Stratus Racing update. Team Prema last lap was a 2:12.6, so that's in line with where they've been on pace. Although there was a 2:10.4 recently, so that's the fastest lap that this presumably new driver since the last pit stop has managed in that car. Stratus Racing come across the line with 2:09.0, so I would imagine a traffic affected lap. That gap's now down to 32 seconds. So based on that, just over 3 seconds a lap, 10 laps. That before that battle should be closed up, but I would expect Stratus to be pitting before then. So let's have a look let's try and find this GP2 battle on track. So the gap is now 6 seconds. Yeah, it's closed down by another second on that last lap. HQ Autosport number 28 leading. And they come across the line now, right in front of me. And we're looking for the 211 Porsche Boxster. There it goes. This time just under a second, but faster for the Rachner Renstall 2 Porsche Boxster. 5.3 seconds is the gap. So I watch them. The HQ Autosport car runs wide through the International Horseshoe, I think, to allow that Aston through. It's a very wide line. It's been extremely kind to the Pro Sport Aston Martin coming down to the inside. Clear run at the moment for the Boxster, so that's going to be a little bit of a gain through the early part of this lap. There's a couple of cars in between them, but they look similar pace to these two cars that we're watching. Definitely some significant cloud cover coming over the circuit at this time of day. So lap times, I'm expecting lap times to be improving as the circuit potentially cools down. It's very easy for me to say sat in this air-conditioned commentary box. I'm sure Brendan's already melting outside. We've got a black car that I can't identify from this far away, running around the outside of the HQ Autosport BMW. There are now no cars in between first and second in GP2, and that gap looks like it's closed down a lot on this lap. I think that run through the International Horseshoe really, I imagine at this time of the race there's quite a lot of, we don't see a lot of tyre degradation in this series. Generally in an 8-hour race the teams only tend to change tyres once, if at all. So because of that we don't really see a huge amount of marbles or clag or other tyre debris on the outside of the corners. So the fact that the HQ Autosport car ran wide through the International Horseshoe last lap shouldn't really have affected him too much going forward in the lap as they come across the line. This time the difference was 1.4 seconds, so the gap's down to 3.8 now. Needless to say, the HQ Autosport car is well in sight for the Rachner Renstall Boxster. There is the Rachner Renstall now run wide through the International Horseshoe. The number 99 Team GTR BMW is catching Rachner Renstall. Makes its way through cleanly before the kink. Third place in class is now 15.7 seconds behind Ragnar Renstall, 19.6 behind the leader. So that will close down, but there's going to be a little bit of time before that gap completely closes, before we get a three-way fight for the lead. I imagine by then Ragnar Renstall will have taken it. As we see, this battle will go out onto the banking. Meanwhile, we have, I believe this is the MP01 from Stratus Racing in the pits. Maybe a tiny bit earlier than I was expecting, but let's have a look at what their last pit stop lap was lap 77, and this one is lap 114. So that is, nope, that's 39 laps, I think. So doing some. Sorry, not 39. That would be if they pitted on lap 75. It's about 36 laps. So yeah, a lap or two short of what I was expecting. But maybe that's because I think their previous stint had a. I think we've had a camera fall over there. We're just staring at the overcast clouds that I was talking about. Yeah, Stratus Racing, their previous stint had a yellow flag period in it, so that makes sense. They're running about 36 laps, so actually not hugely longer than Automatic Racing have been managing. So, but yeah, they'll be. Let's see if they can get through the pits a little bit quicker this time. They did a 4:42 out lap for their first pit stop, and then a 4:08 for their second. So that's a much more. That would be much more in line with what the other teams are managing. Right now, I don't see any. Okay, the car's off. Seems to be quite a delay between removing fuel and the car taking off there. But yeah, now it's heading down the pit lane. So that will be Stratus Racing from 5th place back into the fray. Let's catch up with our GP2 battle, which should be closing up. A decent lap time that time for HQ Autosport, 16.8 relative to Ragnar Renstall's 16.5. As a sort of a benchmark, the fastest lap Ragnar Renstall has managed in the last 10 or so is a 2:15.6. So they should still be able to close in, even if HQ are able to raise their pace a little bit. The gap is at the moment is 3.6 seconds, and then 17.7 back to Core Motorsports, who conversely have just done 14.9, so they're much faster at the moment. If I can locate these cars on track. A little bit difficult being so high up and such a massive. It's great being able to see the entire track here. As a number 9 BMW, so this was our early overall leader, is being pushed by manpower down the pit lane. I'm pretty sure they just came out of the garage section, as in they came through the gap in the wall onto the pit lane under manpower rather than engine power. Obviously being pushed into their own pit stall now. Interesting that they weren't able to get there under their own steam. The GP2 battle has come across the line again. Much faster lap time this time by HQ Autosport, down to 15.3. 15.2 for Ragnar Renstall, so only a 1/10 of a second faster lap time. These cars are heading into the International Horseshoe right now, I believe. They're amongst quite a lot of traffic. Meanwhile, Core Motorsports has got the gap down to 16.0. They are. Their last lap was a 13.7. Just tracking the cars through the West Horseshoe now, the leading GP2 cars. They're in amongst traffic, but it doesn't seem to be holding either of them up right now. It's going to be one of the Hammer Motorsport RS Series number 1 car that needs to pass the HQ Autosport car next, but they should round them up quite quickly on the banking. I think it's the Chattanooga Touringwagen car ahead. I think the Chattanooga car is a GP1 car, and the HQ Autosports car is about to pass it. So that Chattanooga car might be in trouble. I think that's the car that is. Yeah, it's the mellow yellow car. So might check up on their lap times, see if they've been limping. Chattanooga Touringwagen, their fastest laps are 14.3 and their last lap was a 20.1. So they have just come out of the pits, so it could be a new driver just getting their sea legs underneath them. They've literally just dropped down to 29th overall. 5 minutes 30. That's fairly regular pit stop for them by the looks of things. Got a Porsche coming down the pit lane, but that is the number 605. I think that's the GP3 leader into the pits. So yeah, Chattanooga Touringwagen. Then it was a 218. That lap they just completed. So they are running slower than the GP2 leaders right now, which makes sense as they were just overtaken by the GP2 leader. Going back to GP2, they've completed one more lap. So HQ Autosport 216.3, Ragnar Renstall 214.7. So the gap's down to 1.9 seconds now. As the number 9 ACP Tandreed Associates BMW exits the pits, so it's good to see that car back running again. This battle for the GP2 lead should be getting pretty close at this point. Trying to again locate them on track. Got the third place Mustang is just coming into turn 6. That car is 13.3 seconds behind now. The leaders are on the banking just coming off of NASCAR turn 2. We've got the Ragnar Renstall Boxster slipstreaming the Chattanooga Touringwagen GP1 class BMW, but they're not going to be able to make the pass into the chicane. Got another car I can't identify. I think it's the 242 BMW M2 trying to attack them through the chicane, but they've all managed to get through. I think actually the HQ Autosport car got more held up by a black BMW ahead of them through the chicane. 242 M2 blasts past Ragnar Renstall and Chattanooga Touringwagen, and now the HQ Autosport leader as they all come down past the pit entry. Huge group of cars, one of the bigger groups of cars on the track, right ahead of this group now. It includes the number 13 Honda Civic. And the Ragnar Renstall car's been really badly balked. I think it's 3 fast guys and Denny on the inside of the black BMW. I'm struggling to identify. There we go. It's the number 366 BMW. So I think, while the last lap Ragnar Renstall managed to close up by another 0.6, gap down to 1.2 seconds, I think this next lap might swing more in the favour of HQ Autosport. They got a little bit more lucky into turn 1. As I say that, it looks like the yellow flag's coming out. The marshal has the double yellows in hand, and I can see a yellow flashing light up at the west horseshoe. The yellow flags are not being held out. They're, as I said, they're in hand, but not necessarily, they haven't been shown yet. So we're still under green right now, other than at the west horseshoe, and I can't figure out why there's a yellow flag at the west horseshoe. I can only assume. Oh, I think there's a car pulled off to the right, being blocked by some safety equipment. I would say that looks suspiciously like an Audi RS3. I don't think it's the O2 because the O2's onboard camera shows that it's still running. We are now under full course yellow. Yeah, unfortunately the safety vehicles are blocking my view of what that car might be. It's too far off the track to really pick up on an onboard camera as well, so I'm going to have to try scanning scanning the timing screens to see who's missing. Unfortunately that denies us what was going to be a really fun little battle between our GP2 leaders, although we might now get a three-way race once we go back under green, depending on how pit stops work out. TLM USA at the front of the field. So who are we going to expect to pit at this point of the race? We got TLM USA last pitted on lap 94. So if we add 30 laps to that, we get to lap 124, and we're on lap 120. So absolutely we're going to see TLM in the pits. I think we're also going to see Screaming Goat by that same logic. As we have cars filing down the pit lane now. That's the O2. We've got the 67 putting in at a very acute angle. The O2, we've got the 34 Hitman racing car. Number 200 Porsche. I think they've been in there a while. Here's the 54 Ginetta. We've got the Prema Audi R8 in the pits. 988 Porsche. Got the red Porsche of number 130. I think that's a Boxster. Coming very, very slowly. Almost looks like it's coasting. 997, which is a really nice looking Porsche Cup car in the pits. As well as a 97, so that will be the other Team Prema car, the RS3. Not seeing just yet any of our leaders. I don't think we're going to see automatic racing. Well, we could. They kind of more have the choice. All the two cars ahead of them have to pit. This is actually really well timed for them. Automatic racing pitted on lap 109, so only 11 laps ago. So they've got about 20 laps left of fuel. They were a minute behind. Sorry, no, they were a minute 28 behind the leaders. We've got the train of the safety car with the train of cars behind it, just heading down towards the pit entry at this point. So we're going to see who comes in. Again, absolutely expecting TLM USA and Screaming Goat in. The interest is going to be... So Team Prema with the R8 got in before the safety car, and they've also got out. That could be interesting to see what happens there. Anyway, coming down the pit lane now, we have number 172, which is TLM USA, followed by number 511, Choice Racing. We've got the 99 GTR, 29. Really the car we fully expect to see the 29 is Screaming Goat. The 909 Aston is the one I'm interested in, and yep, they've come in as well. Relatively close behind, so I'm wondering if they're going to be able to have a much shorter pit stop here than the other cars. So everyone's now going to be on the same strategy after this. So this really is a track position race at this point. The 909 should have the shorter pit stop because they've got way less fuel, 20 laps or so less fuel to put in the car. I think they might... Oh no, they're going on to a second can already. Let's see, 29 is still in the pits. Can I find the 172? The 909 is now exiting the pits. The 909 passes the 29. And it also passes the 172. So that's going to be the 909 into the lead due to a shorter pit stop. Should mention our racing line cone did end up getting killed. It's now sat in the middle of the pit exit road. But it's well out the way of the racing line now, at least. So yeah, we're still waiting for number 172 and 29. So TLM USA and Screaming Goat Racing should be pretty close between them. We'd expect TLM USA to get out the pits first. We'll see. Both still sat there. Another can of fuel going into TLM USA. I don't think Screaming Goat just changed tyres, but they've got guys. I think they're changing tyre pressures, which makes sense as we get further into the day. Screaming Goat come out of their pit box, and they are going to beat the number 172 of TLM out. So Screaming Goat's going to be second, and TLM USA look like they're about to take off. Just remove the drip tray. It's taken them almost a lap. Well, even a safety car lap. The safety car's just going into the bus stop, and TLM USA still sat in the pit box. We've just removed the S-bike, but they've got another jack under the car. This could be a problem for them. I don't know what's going on at the left rear of the car. Of the car from where I'm sat. Yeah, they're jacking the car up NASCAR style. The safety car's just coming out of the on the back straight, or the bus stop. I should give it its actual name. They've still got a good minute or so before the safety car's going to be back around here, but hopefully this isn't a major issue. I'm not sure exactly where Team Prema have ended up in all this, because they pitted before the safety car train gathered up. Often that's an advantage, but it's easy to get caught out the wrong side of the safety car when you try that. According to timing, they're a lap down right now, so that would be a shame if that's the case. TLM USA still sat in the pits as the safety car works its way off of NASCAR turn 4 towards the pit entry. And now the TLM guys have come around the right hand side. I think they're just changing tyres. Which is strange because I'm pretty sure that car has. So maybe this car had a jack failure, which is why they weren't able to change tyres while it was up on its air jacks. They're now changing them. Presumably it's much slower to do it this way. The safety car now comes across the start finish line, so they are going to lose a lap. So this is the team that was leading the race up until this yellow flag, and for some reason I can't help thinking that maybe they could have sent the car around one more time and come back in to change tyres, because it's not worth losing a lap.
Scott, not to interrupt, but which car is this?
A second from last pit stall, so right down the turn 1 end.
I'm gonna go take a look.
Yeah, it looks.
Would you like a hammer update, by the way?
Go for it.
So, the word from our boy Tim Myers down in the paddock is that they're having fuel and tire issues. I won't go into detail on the tires, but the fuel, they were running out, but they think it's actually fuel boiling.
Huh. Do they know where in the system the fuel's boiling?
No, there wasn't a whole lot of detail provided, and it's just suspicion at that point. Okay. So, a little confirmation to come there, but to have fuel and tire issues, as far as things that make a race car go fast, those are two pretty fundamental issues to have.
Yeah, I imagine considering the pace they had, the tyre issues might be one of those nice to haves rather than this is really ending our race type of deal. But yeah, the fuel issue, I imagine you end up with air in the fuel lines if you have it. It's easy to joke about how hot it is here in Florida, but actually that's obvious. It's going to be something to do with a fuel line getting too close to a hot part of the car that it shouldn't be anywhere near. Oh, TLM USA have now exited the pits, by the way, but it would be good to know. Yeah, because they spent more than a lap under safety car in their pit box there and lost the lead and are now a lap down. So it would be really great to find out what took so long. It looked like they had an air jack failure to me because they were using a NASCAR jack later in the pit stop to actually change tyres. I'd love to know why they still felt the need to change tyres. Don't know if that would be really worth losing a lap for. But yeah, interesting development there in the overall race. So what we have now is automatic racing and screaming goat racing, first and second. The gap is 22 seconds. Obviously, that's massively inflated by the fact that we're under safety car speeds, but it shows that they are not nose to tail. So automatic racing is going to have a significant lead, and we know in WRL how difficult first laps after restarts can be if you're stuck in traffic. So if automatic racing happened to be near the front of the safety car train, and I just remembered that I'm in person, so I can actually check that. It looks like it's the Pro Sport Aston at the very front of the field. They're certainly not in the first 10 cars, our overall leader. Which makes sense, because they came in the pits, and a lot of these cars won't have come in the pits. I don't think they're ahead of... I spotted the MPO1, the Stratus Racing car. Where's... the cars are going very, very slow on the back straight at the moment. There it is. There's a good 20, 25 cars ahead of our overall leader in the train. One of them is the MPO1, so that car looks like it's got a lap back. I don't think we do wave arounds in WRL. So that's not really a very genuine lap gain back, but considering the pace of that car, it all helps. And the old cliche is as true here as it is anywhere, that yellows breed yellows, because even though we do have a significantly thin field right now, it's still going to be chaos at the restart. There always is. So safety car lights are still on, so not expecting to go green anytime soon. Flagman still has both yellows in hand, so we've got at least one more lap of safety car. I think this safety car period was caused by the car pulled off to the right out of the West Horseshoe, which is not there anymore, and I still haven't worked out who that is. So I better hopefully there are no cars running anywhere in the top 40 that are salmon on Race Hero, so I don't think it was anyone competitive. I thought it looked like an RS1. RS1? There's no such thing. Well, not in this race. An RS3. And the Hammer Motorsports 01 car is missing. So possibly could put 2 and 2 together and make a silly number and find that maybe it was the 01 car. It's possible that Brendan's very short report from the Hammer team may have related to that as well. Number 9, Tangerine Associates are back in the pits this lap. The 02 is also in the pits again. That's curious. Although they are well out of contention, of course. They have pitted already on this under this safety car period. We've got the very last car in the pits, as in very last car down towards turn 1 is in the pits. Number 366. Got number 46 as well. And the number 9, that's the Tangerine Associates GTO car. Got the 17, so that's 3rd place in GP2. So actually, yeah, let's catch up with our GP2 race that we were watching before.
Before we do that, Scott, can I offer you an update on the 172?
Yes, please.
So the TLM USA car, you were absolutely spot on. The air jacks didn't work. So they were planning to come in and have a quick tire change under yellow here, and it turned out to actually be a very long tire change under yellow. The happy news, if there is any, is that it was not a car failure, it was an issue on the equipment side of the pit wall, which has now been fixed. So if they do have to change tires a little later on, they should be right back in the competitive side of things.
All right, thanks, Brendan. I do suggest that maybe sending the car around once rather than losing a lap under those circumstances, and then changing the tyre later on in the safety car period, or not bothering. Either way, it's not going to lose you a lap if you have to run an extra stint on older tyres. So it's a bit of a shame they weren't keeping... I don't know if there's more to that story, but it appears that they weren't keeping a close enough eye on the safety car and ended up losing a lap unnecessarily there, which is, I mean, obviously caused by the jack failure, but one of those things that can make a difference towards the end of the day. Difference, to be honest, a lap is significant. GP2, it looks like, so Core have just pitted. Did either of our other two GP2 leading cars pit? HQ Autosport did, so I have to assume Ragnar and Stall, yep, they also did. Core have pitted twice for some reason. Shouldn't make a huge difference. It will drop them right to the back of the train. So we'll have to keep an eye on that race as we go back to green. But obviously, our overall race is going to be pretty close. As I say, there's a 20-second gap under safety car, which probably equates to 10 cars, I'd guess. But even the 909 has to make its way through a lot of cars on this restart. It looks like... Can I spot whether the safety car lights are still on? I think they might be off. Oh no, I think they're on. It's difficult to tell with the Florida sun glinting off the roof. The overcast conditions have kind of... yeah, our flagman's definitely still holding 2 yellow flags. So, I would say we've moved from overcast to partly cloudy in the last 10 minutes or so. So, track temp's going to be heating up. We got they've corrected the cones down at turn 1, but it doesn't look like the last one encroaches quite as badly as it was originally, so that's interesting. The safety car is in. They caught me by surprise there. Green flag. We've got the 143 Pro Sport Aston leading us across the line. I'm going to try and find Automatic Racing number 909 and then Screaming Goat. Oh, the MP01 made a really great restart there. No surprise from the driver they've had in that car has been absolutely on it recently. There goes our race leader, middle of 3 wide, with the GP2 leader. GP2 second place is right behind, braking much later into turn 1 as well. Yeah, so the 909 car is in the back third of the bunch, which means that Screaming Eagle must be there as well. Screaming Eagle. Where have I got that from? Screaming Goat. Yep, they're Screaming Goat. They're quite easy to pick out. They've got a white car with a big red stripe down the bottom. Yeah, there's actually only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars in between the two leaders right now. We then have Team Prema have moved into 3rd place overall. They're a lap down, 6 seconds ahead of TLM over the line. So yeah, actually, Automatic was only had a 2.6 second lead across the line, so much closer than I was expecting. Let's see if I can track them through the West Horseshoe. Cars coming 2 by 2 the whole way. The race leader going around the outside of I think it was an M2, and now stuck right behind one of the number 1 TCR car. TCR Audi, that is. I think they've made their way through a little bit better than Screaming Goat have. As we go out onto the banking, trying to also have a look at the GP2 lead battle. I can see the leader, but I can't see the HQ Autosport car. I can see. I think they may have lost the place. We may have had a lead change there in GP2. Oh, lots of 3 wide into the bus stop. Oh no, maybe not. Sorry. False alarm. GP2 battle stayed the same as everyone trips over each other into the chicane on the back straight. Let's see. We've got our Pro Sport competition coming across the line, followed by number 242 and number 2, then number 52. We've got an Audi TCR, number 95. Here's our MP01, really struggling to pass an older M3 in a straight line, and that car is so hamstrung on top end. There's the 909. They have managed to pull away a little bit. 3.7 seconds is now the gap. Out to Screaming Goat Racing. Relatively honours even though, through one lap of traffic. What were the lap time? It was like 2:15.6 for Screaming Goat and 2:14.5 for Automatic Racing. So yeah, 10 seconds a lap off the pace, roughly. 8, 9, 10 seconds. The Aston Martin's got held up really badly into the kink there, whereas Screaming Goat gets a clean run. Aston Martin's still stuck behind two side-by-side cars through the West Horseshoe. They're not the slowest cars, they're two GTO BMWs, I believe. The Aston Martin managing to clear one of them around the outside of turn 6. Actually, no, it was the Chattanooga Touring Wagon car, so it wasn't a GTO BMW. Screaming Goat has got a clean run through this part of the lap, but there's still a few seconds between them. Not closing in too much. I can just locate the GP2 battle. Once again, I've managed to find the leader, but the HQ car, but not the Ragnar Renshaw car. I can hear some background noise, so I'm expecting Brendan to cut in. I think Ragnar Renshaw has actually taken the lead in GP2. So those two cars are both heavily stuck in traffic, but it does look like they're the other way around now as Ragnar Renshaw goes into the chicane, into the bus stop, and HQ Autosport are two cars behind. Well, there's one car in between them. So presumably that happened. I look down my timing list. That did happen on this lap, so earlier on in this lap. But Scott, I don't believe GP4 class is eligible for this race. I don't think WRL runs them in any of, certainly any of the races I've commentated on. Maybe
Yeah, Scott, GP4 doesn't exist anymore, so that'll do it.
At all. Okay, there you go. So you're out of luck there, bud. You're gonna have to get a GP3 car, I guess. Going back up to the top of the timing screens. 2:11.0 for Automatic Racing and a 2:10.5 for Screaming Goat. So that jives with what I was seeing, which was Automatic getting held up through the kink in the West Horseshoe on the last lap, but it's still a 3.2 second gap. The battle for third is very close. Team Prema and TLM USA, 0.3 of a second between those two cars. Based on the way the pace of those two cars were going before the yellow flag, I would expect TLM USA may have already made that pass. But see if I can find them on track. Looking for that R8, which is quite a distinctive shape out there. I think I found. Oh no, that's Screaming Goats. They're probably not that far up the order. Struggling to find those cars right now on track, but as they come across the line, TLM USA has. They've just come across the line. TLM USA has indeed made that pass on Team Prema and pulled 4.2 seconds. That's probably why I struggled to find them, is they're not actually that close together anymore. So yeah, that was a 2:07.5 in traffic for TLM USA. So that's pretty impressive. Although the GTO cars have managed to make their way through most of the field. At this point. Now there's the R8. They're just going through the kink now, ahead of the number 1 Hammer Motorsports RS3, and yeah, just going through the kink now. I think it's the TLM car. So yeah, big gap. Oh, sorry, no, it's the other way around. That's why I was looking the wrong way. Anyway, up at the front of the field, 206.8 for Automatic Racing on that last lap, and a 209.5 for Screaming Goat. So Automatic clearly have the pace, as we speak at least, on Screaming Goat. Pulled it out to 5.9 seconds. Now, remembering that those two cars are on exactly the same fuel strategy at this point. They both pitted under the safety car, so Automatic Racing managed to leapfrog ahead because they had less fuel to put in because of where they were in their pit stop cycle, so they managed to build themselves a bit of an advantage there. It got them ahead, and now they appear to have the pace to pull away from Screaming Goat Racing. Two very different looking cars. Screaming Goat car looks very much based on an older road-going BMW, whereas the Automatic Racing Aston Martin is GT4, full-blooded. Well, obviously it's restricted for WRL, but it looks like a full-blooded GT4 car. It's pretty cool to see them balanced enough that they can be this close together, almost 5 hours into the race. Screaming Goat is running right behind. It's running right behind the MPO1, which I thought was a little bit further up the queue. So I guess that MPO1 has not had a particularly great restart. Lap time since the restart, 218, 212, 210, 210. Whereas Automatic has managed a 214, 211, 206, 208. So yeah, it's particularly that first lap was 4 seconds slower. I imagine we've discussed this a fair amount, but the way the I keep wanting to call it BOP. I know it's not BOP, but the way the regulations work in WRL and the way you have to tune your car to a power to weight ratio, that car is so light that it needs to reduce its power a lot, which is fine. It ends up at a decent pace, but it does mean it's not as raceable. So when you're trying to punch through traffic on straights, the car's pace comes from its light weight and speed through the corners. So being able to overtake a big group of GP2, GP3, GP1 cars between two corners is not something that car is going to be particularly strong at. So that's why a lot of this, and also getting heat in the tyres as well in a car that light with these hard durable tyres we have for WRL. It's always going to restart slower, and other than the rare case where it will be the first car behind the safety car, and even then getting heat into the tyres isn't super easy. So yeah, that car is always weaker on restarts. We may also have seen a driver change in the actually that car didn't pit under yellow, so first two lap it did pit just before the yellow this time. So that is that the same? Has that happened to them again? Yeah, their very first pit stop was a couple of laps before a yellow flag, and this one is their third pit stop has been a couple of laps before a yellow flag. So that may have caught them out again. They are only 2 laps down and right behind the leader, so hopefully that's exactly 2 laps. So that would mean that they're a bit closer than they have been in the past. But I think they might have got a little bit unlucky there. If if the yellow flag had come out 3 or 4 laps earlier, it's possible they could have made up an entire lap. So that's a bit of a shame for them. But they may have had a driver change as well. I think they're relatively clear of traffic now, and their most recent lap has been a 2:11.0, so they're in the 2:10s, 2:11s range. Whereas the previous stint was more in the 5, 6s and 7s. So yeah, it's possible. I mean, the sun's also come out, so the track might be a bit slower, but it's quite possible we've had a driver change there in the Stratus car. So we might not see that car march forward at quite the rate it was before. Team Prema up, so that's 5th place overall. Team Prema up in 4th. They are 1 lap down, so whereas Stratus are 2 laps down. And actually Stratus, I'm going to go backwards in the order actually, because Stratus potentially are going to come under pressure from TLM shift up now. who we haven't really mentioned too much. The onboard camera I'm on, I'm not 100% sure what car this is, but it and the 3 Porsche Caymans it's racing with all went completely wide at turn 1, way into the runoff area. So for a second I was wondering where it was, and then the yellow Cayman just ahead finds itself in the grass at the International Horseshoe. I'm looking at the International Horseshoe now, and there's no cars stuffed in the barrier, so I imagine it managed to survive. But yeah, Stratus Racing currently running 5th, 6.9 seconds ahead of TLM Shift Up Now. Both cars 2 laps off the lead, but the TLM Shift Up Now car is 2 seconds a lap faster right now, doing 209.0. 206.7 for Automatic Racing, and a 206.9 for Screaming Goat Racing. So now the Screaming Goat are clear of the traffic. They're really picking up their pace. TLM USA also doing a 206.9, so that's really the pace. TLM Shift Up Now with 205.9. So yeah, again, this time 2.5 seconds quicker than Stratus Racing, so that gap is down to 4.3. Behind that, Choice Racing and Team Prema, that's the Audi RS3, are also on the same lap as Stratus Racing and Shift Up Now, but they are only split by 0.3 of a second, so that's really the battle to keep an eye on for now. So we're looking for the number 97 Team Prema Audi RS3 and the 511 Choice Racing BMW. So that's what I think they just recently came across the line. So I think that's them working through the International Horseshoe. Yes, it is. 511 is the... Getting blasted with background noise from Brendan for a second, so I was...
Sorry, yeah, it was considerably louder than I... It's a long pit stop from the 77 Kingpin Porsche Cayman. Not the first time we've seen that today. They've had
I was going to say, there've been a few.
Yeah, no, this just appeared to be fuel and tires. Well, a check of the tires. 3 and some change cans of fuel, and the car was sent on its way. I have a little story to share about the M3 the M4 from Team GTR 99, if you'd like.
Please do.
Yeah, so the M4 is obviously here this weekend. Still some teething issues with the car. Nothing too surprising there. It's a fueling issue this weekend. Road America, some steering issues, but bit by bit they're getting the car sorted out, and with its raw pace, I think it's here to stay. But it's going to take some time to get the car developed to a point where it's competitive on a race-by-race basis like the M3 was. The good news is the M3 is not gone. That car is going to reappear for the 24 Hours of Sebring in late October, and I can think of few better cars to go thrash around Sebring for 24 hours than the GTR BMW M3.
I'm just going to interrupt a bit because I think we're about to see a change of position. The Prema RS3 has much more top-end speed than the 511 BMW, and as we come across the start-finish line, that RS3 does sweep around the outside. On the brakes, the 511's trying to fight it, but decides that would have been a silly move, which it would have been. So yeah, that's a move for 7th place. They were basically half a tenth separated across the line. So the Team Prema number 97 car is going to move up ahead and start chasing down that battle between Stratus Racing and TLM Shift Up Now. Shift Up Now is now 3.5 seconds behind. Stratus Racing sets the fastest lap of this current fuel run, or the fastest 2 laps over the last 2 laps. They've been in the mid 208s. Hasn't stopped TLM closing in on them, because TLM Shift Up Now have been in they did a 5.9 and then a 7.8. So that gap's gonna shrink. So that'll be the next one I'll track. For the lead, Screaming Goat have demonstrated they have some pace. They're able to keep up with Automatic Racing, but not every lap. So the last lap they lost nearly 2 seconds. So that gap has increased to 7.7 seconds now. Pro Sport Competition, meanwhile, just pumping a 205.8, which is the fastest lap of anyone out there at the moment. Little update on that GP2 battle. Let's see how that's going. Core Motorsports have actually taken the lead by 16 seconds now. So that's an interesting, quite a large swing. Core definitely have been the fastest of those 3 cars. HQ Autosport and Rackner Renstall are still nose to tail, just as they were previously. In fact, actually, no, I called Rackner Renstall making the pass on HQ Autosport. I wonder if I'd missed that Core had actually made the pass before that. They certainly have now. That car's been doing 212, 213 most of the time since the restart, whereas HQ Autosport, yeah, much slower. 15, 16, 17. There's a 19 in there as well. So yeah, that's the GP2 battle has swung around completely, with the Core Motorsport Ford Mustang now romping away in the lead pulling away at a good speed, or at a good rate, I should say. TLM Shift Up now has now caught Stratus Racing. There's half a second between them, so let's try and find them on track. The MPO1 is nice and easy to pick out. I'm not even in my binoculars for that. In fact, there it is. There's MPO1, I think, coming out onto the banking at NASCAR Turn 1. Is it the right one? Behind the GTR 99 car. The car we're looking for is the 420 Shift Up now, which unfortunately I'm not 100% sure what the livery on that car is. Oh, there's a slow black BMW, I think, through the chicane. So there is a BMW right behind the MPO1. Actually, it's just about to absolutely blast past the MPO1. Is that really? That can't be all the speed that car has. I think the MPO1 is actually in trouble. Yeah, looks very slow coming off of NASCAR 4. It is in fact grinding to a halt. It might make it to the pits. That was the 420 that blasted past it in NASCAR 3 and 4, but the MPO1 of Stratus Racing, unfortunately, this might be its great comeback run, or at least what looked like it was going to turn into a comeback run, coming to an end as it pulls into the pit lane. Let's see if it goes into its box or if it goes into the garage.
Scott,
yeah.
I've got 2 bits for you. First, on the topic of the NP01, the Gray Speed car is back in its garage. It had the left rear half shaft completely torn apart and sitting on the ground. 3 or 4 people looking at it, working on it. So some context for the NP01 issue, perhaps. Second, I can give you a little break while this sort of develops itself, because I am sitting here in the pit lane with Shay Holbrook. Yeah, forgot your marriage name. But I'm here with Shay from the Round 3 Racing pits, also with Shift Up Now and BSI Racing. So a busy woman, but that doesn't involve being behind the wheel, Shay. First, thanks for joining us. And second, if you'd like to share with us why you're not behind the wheel, you're more than welcome to do that.
Wow, the pressure. Yeah, no, I mean, I love being at WRL Racing. This has been so fun. I came into the fold with R3R, and I was driving the 601 slated this year, and I had a blast actually winning and then finishing in second place at the last race I rode America. And I am actually finding myself out of the seat for the remainder of the year, and that's, while it's a little disappointing for me and the team, it's for a very good reason. And it's because I'm welcoming my second child, probably towards the end of the year, beginning of the year time frame. And so we're pregnant. I'm pregnant. I'm having my second kid. Livia's 14 months, so, you know, no rest for the weary over here. It's not like we're busy or anything. But it's been super fun. And, you know, it's like, let me tell you this, I actually told probably 100 people in racing before I even told my own family. I'm still getting around and telling my family, as that matter of fact. So, yeah, no, it's been great. I mean, the racing community has been so welcoming to mine, and racing's been good to me for 15 years, and I'm just really excited to, you know, have this new baby. And, hey, maybe the next race I'll know the gender, and I'll reveal the gender then.
We could do a DriverSeye Live gender reveal. I can think of nothing more exciting. So you've been around racing for a little while. You've gone through sort of some phases in your motorsports career, let's say. I remember being at the 25 Hours of Thunderhill years ago. You were there with Honda Racing on board some of their Civics, and coming up through the ranks of sports car racing. You've moved over now a little more towards the management side. You're still behind the wheel, on a regular basis, but you're working with Shift Up Now, involved in the management there. You've been behind the wheel of the Round 3 Racing 601, and you're fielding the cars for BSI Racing this weekend. What have the last couple of years been like as you've walked through that process into the other side of racing, or sharing the other side of racing now, and now finding yourself pretty well involved in the WRL paddock?
Yeah, I mean, I've been a driver first and foremost for, what I feel like has been my entire life. And while driving is my passion, it's what keeps me here and what keeps me motivated. But I've also found a lot of pride and gratitude in becoming a team owner and being a team manager and having the ability to work in other facets of motorsports. And quite honestly, like with my new family, I have found a lot of gratification, if not the same gratification, in owning and managing as I have driving. It's just the application of the desire and the willpower to have this amazing fire for motorsports. Really, really like satisfactory. And so it's been really interesting the last couple of years. I've been so busy. I was overseas racing with the W Series and in the Formula 3 cars. And when we came back to the U.S. and my husband and I were talking about, the future. And while of course I don't want to step out of the seat, I also need to evolve. And I think a great way to evolve is to buy a business in motorsports. And so we made the change to move actually to Daytona. So this is our new home. BSI Racing is a 21,000 square foot shop that primarily services the Mazda market. And so to come back to WRL and to put an entry in, I don't want to say we winged it, but honestly, we kind of put a car together, pretty last minute. So the fact that we're however many hours into this race and really have had no mechanicals, we did actually have to go to pit or go to garage for a power steering line that went, and nothing big. It did put us behind. We were running all the way up to P2, and so now we're sitting back in fourth or fifth. And this place is such a great. I've had the ability to race in so many different series, both at the amateur and at the professional. And you know what this series reminds me of, and you guys might have heard this, is that this is like Grand Am back in the day. And if you talk to people that raced in IMSA, it's like that was the holy grail time. Racing was really good. The cars were great. Some of them were, developed by the manufacturer. Some of them were developed by privateer, mom and pop teams. And that's what this is. And this series really needs to retain that, right? It's amazing to see multi-class. I'm hearing myself. It's amazing to hear see multi-class racing. But I think it's really important to make sure that we're servicing the guys that want to come out in some really heavy-duty equipment, but also the guys and gals that want to come out with, garage-built cars that are built to a pristine level, so that you can come and run 7-hour races back-to-back, 14-hour straight races. So this is a really great market for somebody like BSI Racing and R3R to come in and service those classes. So yeah, my life has been a whirlwind, and while I'm going to, obviously sit out for the remainder of the 2021 season, I've already told the R3R guys, and maybe I can find myself in a BSI racing car, that I will be back. I am not stopping. I still want to, I was just doing an interview and it's talking about like personal bests. And you know why I love this sport? Because you got to focus on yourself first, and then you can compare yourself to everybody else. So, and you look at this place, like this is one of the only series that you see women at all levels. The numbers have been increasing, but there's probably at least maybe 6 or 7 female drivers here on a WRL weekend, which is huge. And those women represent a collective called Shift Up Now. And like Lynn Kehoe, who's sitting across from me, she's the founder of Shift Up Now, and she has been so kind to allow Pippa Mann, my friend, and I, who is an Indianapolis 500 driver, and she's actually right now over at the Nürburgring doing the 24-hour race. And so she passed the torch to us. And ultimately what we want to do at Shift Up Now is to empower women to do whatever they want in motorsports. But more importantly, it's not just like this, Lynn's going to kill me, it's not this hoorah, let's go girls. We have to develop and provide the resources in order to support these women. you got to talk the talk and walk the walk, and that's exactly what Shift Up Now is doing. Father's Day is coming up. Actually, Monday is the deadline. We have these limited edition, really cool T-shirts called Girl Dad, and they're super cute. Olivia has one. So if you haven't already gotten one, they're open to anybody. They're a couple bucks. It goes to a good cause. It helps keep women funded, and it helps keep the resources and the education, going within Shift Up Now. And if you're not already a member, we have a lot of benefits of what becoming a member is like. It's $100 a year. It's like chump change. Come on. So if you're not already a member at Shift Up Now, head over to shiftupnow.com and sign up.
That was fantastic. I almost have no questions left. I think you've nailed just about everything. I want to go back a little bit. You said you've been a racing driver for ages, right? Like I said, we've seen you for ages in various races, whether it's here in Florida, the W Series, out at Thunderhill, in a past life for us. You said this is kind of like Grand Am used to be. I make racing very personal. I think with the risk involved in racing, it almost has to be, and that's what makes racing feel like a family. But walking through the WRL paddock, it's not just about the cars on track, right? The cars are awesome. You talked about the build, what BSI is able to do servicing the Mazda market, and the cars that we see on track resembling what we might have seen at a Rolex 24. But as somebody experiencing a WRL weekend, this has the buzz of a Grand Am weekend, a Rolex 24 weekend. Driving around, setting up cameras, whatever it might be, was exactly the same as it was for me walking around a Rolex 24 weekend. I have a couple hundred campers lining the track, but other than that, they've done such a phenomenal job in this series, I think, making it feel professional and creating that energy and that buzz that people love to about racing and that people flock to, whether you're a driver, a team owner, a spectator, a mechanic, and making that accessible to people on amateur budgets. You yourself obviously are building BSI basically from the ground up, and it's great to see that you have that opportunity on behalf of WRL, while at the same time you can manage Shift Up Now, and bring people to the racetrack and give them a place to race with all of the resources that Shift Up Now creates and pulls together for these people. One of our favorites at DriverSeye is Sarah Montgomery. We've seen her on board just because she starts most races. And to have the chance to watch her and watch Lonnie Unser, we talked to Sydney up at Road America as well. And to watch these women as a part of what they do at round 3 in this environment with this atmosphere and this buzz and the level of visibility that WRL can create is just awesome. And I'm thrilled to see you and everybody at Shift Up Now and BSI kind of jump on that train and help make WRL what it is now.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And actually, you said one word that was perfect, in that it's sustainability. This place does provide sustainability at a affordable cost to go racing in any car that you want. And while I talk to my customers, and I was just talking to potentially a new customer even that Lynn at Shift Up Now introduced me to, and I was saying that this is what you aspire to come and race at the amateur level. This provides you with the foundation to go professional racing if you choose. There's ways nowadays to get into racing, and there's like all these shortcuts, and I'm not a fan of the shortcuts because the shortcuts provide, or lack of providing, safety and in the right way. And so when you're actually having to manage traffic and other things, it becomes really overwhelming for a driver. So us at BSI Racing and my fellow competitors and teammates at R3R and really all the teams here do a very good job as taking this to the professional level at an amateur side of things and prepping for the events. It's not just to get the car ready and show up. I mean, most teams, our teams, are having Zoom calls beforehand and going over rules, and this place does a great job at enforcing rules, right? When series lose the ability to enforce the rules, it goes to crap. And so I love the fact that here it's, on pit lane, for instance, BSI, this is our first weekend here. Yeah, we might have had 1 or 2 warning infractions, but they gave us the ability to fix them. and the next time out, we fix them. And not to say we're perfect, but we're trying to achieve perfect. So you look around in the teams and, you know, they push you, and that's what's happening here at WRL.
And I think it's positive too. You guys, like you said, you're back and forth for fifth. You spent some time in the garage repairing an issue on the BSI car. Round 3, spent most of, well, the end of last year anyway, GP2, GP3, now stepped up into GTO and GP1, excuse me, with the new Porsche Caymans. I think it speaks to the level of competition in WRL that somebody as experienced as yourself, okay, BSI is a new team, but you've still had years in racing to back up your efforts. Round 3, with all of the resources they have, the drivers we have, or you guys have at your disposal, you jump up into a new class with a new car, and now all of a sudden, you're not dominating the class anymore. You find yourself mid-pack trying to sort out your car, sort out your package, and get everybody up to speed. There's just so much depth here. And it just, every time we see a new team, whether it's yourselves, whether it's, you know, round 3 adding a new car, any of the new teams we've seen come in from other series, Loose Cannon is here this weekend with a Porsche, it just adds to the depth and that diversity and sustainability that WRL has created. So first, thanks for being here and being a part of the WRL paddock. It's been great talking to you. We really appreciate it. And if you have any additional sponsors or anybody to thank, you're more than welcome to do it. What's happening?
I actually want to ask if I'm on the waiting list for Road Atlanta. So if anybody's planning on not going, or if anybody can squeeze me in, we'll take 2 entries.
I don't think Road Atlanta can support more cars than they have now, but I'm sure somebody can find a spot for you guys. That'd be fantastic to see you guys up at Road Atlanta. And if you're going to miss one, Road Atlanta's a tough one to miss. It's a phenomenal facility up there. So thank you again for joining us. You're welcome anytime up in the booth, or, you know, we'll be back in the paddock here over the next couple of race weekends for sure. Best of luck with BSI. Best of luck with round 3, Shift Up Now, and your expanding family.
Thank you so much. It's been a real pleasure being here, and we'll be back for sure.
Thank you so much, Shay.
Thank you, Brendan. So speaking of Shift Up Now, the biggest move that we're kind of seeing, everything kind of very conveniently settled down immediately after Brendan started his interview there. So that was useful. If Brendan's listening, by the way, it would be great to hear what's gone wrong with the MPO1 of Stratus Racing. In the meantime, Shift Up Now, who were the first beneficiaries of the Stratus Racing car grinding to a halt and making its way into the garage. They moved up to 5th, and they're currently running about 6 seconds a lap faster than the Audi R8 GT4 car of Team Prema that they are catching for 4th. The gap right now is 59 seconds, but 6 seconds a lap, that's about 10 laps. So that's not going to be, if things keep trending that way, it's not going to be very much time at all before we see that change for 4th. Kind of a shame to see that that Audi R8 clearly has pace as it comes across the line for a 2:12.2. That car clearly has the pace to race at the top. It just doesn't seem like they've got the consistency to really execute on that. So it looks like that car might start dropping towards the bottom end of the top 5. Even their it could be in danger of losing a place before too many hours pass to their teammate RS3, Team Prema RS3, which is running in 6th, and right now is about 3 seconds a lap quicker. That's kind of at the front of the field. That's the main sort of movement we're seeing. There's still the gap from 1st to 2nd is slowly expanding. That's kind of what I was trying to get at there. Automatic Racing have just come across the line with a 207.7 as I filibuster waiting for Screaming Goat Racing to come across. Here they are across the line with a 208.8. So yeah, again, another second. The gap is up to 14.7 now. So that gap is just very slowly creeping out, but it's this is an endurance race. It's not expanding quickly enough that it's pretty static at the moment. We're kind of waiting for the next thing to happen amongst the top 2. TLM USA were trapped a lap down by their jack issues on the pit stop under yellow, but their pace has been very good. Last lap was a 2:06.5. They've been consistently in the 7s. So they would be right there with automatic racing. But yeah, it's just a shame they lost that lap, changing tyres under yellow flag. Team Prema is the next one up, and as I was just describing, their pace right now is not competitive with the top 3, so they're drifting away. Shift up now, TLM shift up now, the number 420 BMW is very competitive. Last lap was a 2:06.1. That gap is now down to 53 seconds, so sure enough, they closed in another 6 seconds. So about another 9 laps, and we'll potentially see that position change as Prema comes across the line with 13.2. Behind shift up now is the other Team Prema Audi, and then Choice Racing, who I described the change of position there. That Audi RS3 seems to have a lot more top-end speed than the 501, so that really wasn't much of a fight. Once the cars came off of NASCAR turn 4 nose to tail, the RS3 of Team Prema was able to just drive around and be fully clear before the braking zone into turn 1. So they haven't really pulled away that much on lap time. The gap is now only 5 seconds, and that change of position happened. I'll tell you exactly when that happened. Looks like it happened a good 10 or 11 laps ago. So those two cars are fairly well matched on pace. It's more the top end that Choice Racing is. That's basically the only place they have a deficit to the number 97 RS3. Team GTR 99 is the next car up, but we're now getting to 3 laps behind. They're a minute 17 behind Choice Racing. They spent a good couple of laps in the pits though, Team GTR 99. So they're working their way back into it. There's no reason to think they are completely out of the picture for a top 5. We're not really even that close to halfway through the race. We've had the rate of attrition we've had indicates that they're not even out of it for a podium, to be honest. It's got a long way to go and a lot of stuff that can happen. Very quiet in the pits right now. Don't see there are no cars currently on pit lane. Oh, sorry, that's a complete fabrication. Right in front of me is the Hammer Motorsport number 1 car, which has spent a lot of time in the pit lane today. So they're well out of contention. Looking through the classes, GP1 still split by 3 laps between PC Racing in first and Round 3 Racing in second, and then 5 laps between the leader and the Condor OMP car, number 210, in third, as we have another RS3 coming into the pits. I forget whether this is the 95 or the 90. I think this will be the 95, won't it? Yep, it's a 95. We've also pulled into the pits. In GP2, it's been a good race, but I think we've got into a position now where we've still got a really great fight between HQ Autosport and Ragnar Renstall too. Problem is they're not racing for the lead anymore because they've been leapfrogged and driven away from by the Core Motorsports Ford Mustang. The gap between HQ and Ragnar Renstall is 1.6 seconds. Just waiting for HQ to come across the line so I can see the gap between them and the leaders. I can see them just coming past pit entry now. Ragnar Renstall probably just barely out of the slipstream. Across the line they come, and the gap is 43 seconds now. Bearing in mind, Core were behind on the restart. Restart was about 15 or 20 laps ago, I think. So yeah, massively fast Mustang. Core, it's not going to be too. I mean, yeah, it'll be another 30 laps or so before they put a lap on the rest of the field. So on this battle per second, I should say. So we'd need a long green flag run for that to happen. But it's a very fast car. It's a tow truck in one of the pit stall, with a chill out pit stall for some reason. Not sure what's going on there. The rest of the GP2 field has really fallen away. It's 3 laps back to 4th place, then 9 laps back to 5th place. And finally, looking at GP3, even more spread out. We've got round 3 racing number 605, just ticking off the laps. They are in the lead, and then 3 fast guys and Denny, who we know have spent some time in the pits. They're second, 7 laps down. Overnight Motorsports are third, 14 laps down. So really just a case of round 3 racing just getting around at this point. 13.9 seconds is the gap between Automatic Motorsport and Screaming Goat Racing. I keep wanting to say Screaming Eagle. I don't know where I've got that from. Screaming Goat Racing. So, yep, as I say, status quo up there. Looking to see if the Team Prema, as we have TLM Shift Up now come across the line. 38 seconds is now the gap between Team Prema and Shift Up now. So we're looking at sort of something in the region of 6 laps before that catch is made at this point. As I see a black BMW run through the runoff area at turn 1, or at least run wide. There's a yellow flag, I think, at turn 1. At least there's a yellow light flashing. And full course caution is waived. Maybe that wasn't the turn 1. Let's see if I can locate where the issue is. I'm not seeing anything too obvious from my vantage point. The tow truck in the pit lane has pulled up alongside the number 1 Hammer Motorsports Audi RS3, which is now being pushed by manpower. I'm not suggesting that that's what the safety car is for, the full course caution is for, but definitely something going on down there in the Hammer Motorsport pits. Yeah, I'm definitely at a loss right now for why we're under yellow. Had a question in the YouTube chat. Are there any other MPO1s running? There were 3 starters. Running is a different question. Brendan definitely reported about 20 minutes ago that the number 555 car is having one of its drive shafts completely torn apart.
That was a Grey Speed car, Scott.
Oh, that was Grey Speed, was it? We've seen the 555. Right, we've seen the 555 in the pits a lot over the course of the day. I imagine by this point that car is probably in the garage as well. Stratus Racing, as we know, very recently, they were having more or less a faultless run, a little bit inconsistent on in pace, and it was looking like they were really ready to come back into contention. But yeah, unfortunately, something happened to them. I don't know if Brendan has managed to get down to those guys yet and figure that one out. But yeah, it was pretty disappointing to see that car's strong-looking run come to the end. I really had a good feeling about them for the second half of the race. Seeing quite a few pit stops now, including the GP2 leader, the Mustang. It's another car we have to open the boot to refuel it. I guess that's an endurance fuel cell. They tend to put them in the back. We've got the Prema Audi R8 in the pits. Always catch me by surprise because it's all the way over to the left of the pit lane. We've got the 982 Cayman, the 989 MX-5, the 200 Porsche again. I feel like we see that car quite a lot. Got the 997 Porsche, 99 Team GTR BMW, the M4. It might be the highest running car we've got in the pit. Actually, no, the Prema car is obviously, which is now exiting the pits. Obviously, it's the highest running car. We've got another group coming in. Just trying to spot if there's any other significant cars down that far end of the pit lane. Doesn't look like it. We've got the O2, but that car's well out of contention now. The 511 Choice Racing. They're coming down the pit lane, as is the 702, which I think will be one of the round 3 racing cars. We've got the MPO1 coming out of the garage. So they've been away. How far down have they dropped? I mean, it's out of contention, obviously, but Strategy Racing, they're down to 29th. They've done 131 laps versus the leaders 145. So, are they in the region of the O2 car? I think they're behind them, to be honest. So yeah, it's been maybe not. Can't find them. Well behind the GP1, GP2 leaders. They might even be. No, I don't think they're behind the GP3 leader. So yeah, that car's out of contention. It's now stopped. Okay, they've got it going again. So it's now trickling down the second half of the pit lane. It's going to make its way back onto the track to join the back of the safety car queue. Can't really see any particularly significant pitters, other than the Team Prema number 693, the Audi R8, which actually has meant that they've now dropped behind the teammate car, the Audi RS3 from Team Prema. That's moved up into 5th. TLM shift up now. That was the team that was catching. That is the team that was catching at 6 seconds to lap. They've moved up into 4th. Other than that, we've got Automatic Racing. So the gap between Automatic Racing had obviously done a decent job of putting a good 15 or so seconds between themselves and Screaming Goat from the restart. That's all gone now, obviously. Presumably, we'll have a handful of cars in between them in the safety car queue. Would I? I think I would expect them to be pitting. Would I not? Lap 120. So it's been 24 laps or so for Automatic Racing and by extension about that for Screaming Goat. So yeah, I would definitely expect those cars in pits. And as a matter of fact, here they come. The Automatic Racing car comes in first. Now the safety car queue has arrived. A few cars have stayed out. The 172, so that is TLM USA. They've stayed out. Are they hoping for a wave by here to get back on the lead lap and make up for their... It's interesting that Chattanooga Touringwagon car just exited the pits while the safety car was coming past. I'm not sure how that's going to work. There's also a fire truck in the way, so that's not great for them. Some of the other cars from the GP2 race, certainly the HQ Autosport car has pulled into the pits in front of me. So yeah, Pro Speed did Screaming Goat Racing. Well, Pro Speed's pit stall is before the start-finish line. So Screaming Goat has taken the lead, but I think they are in the pits. Yeah, there they are. Sorry, I keep hitting my microphone. Screaming Goat are in the pits a little bit further down. So yeah, this could be an interesting race. Pro Sport's last pit stop was very fast, but it's because they didn't have a lot of fuel to put in, but they still tend to be one of the faster teams at fueling up the car. So I'm expecting them to quite easily beat Screaming Goat out of the pits, and that will be the race. That will be the race for the lead, because TLM USA, they are now back on the lead lap right as we speak. But as the 909 automatic car rolls into the fast lane, can't have been that quick a stop, because I think the GP2 HQ Autosport car has beaten them out, having come in behind. But they Automatic have got out ahead of Screaming Goat, who now leave their pit box. They may be the car directly behind them for the restart, which could be interesting. We haven't really seen Screaming Goat capable of passing Automatic on track. They don't seem to have that much pace, quite that much pace, but they're not far off. So it could be an interesting restart. There is going to be a Porsche in between them. Anyway. We've got the our friend the 718, I want to say, the Honda Civic of JNR Racing, sorry, 178, being pushed backwards this time to the opening in the garage. So a new approach to entering the garage, but same result. Under manpower. It's good to see them. So yeah, I think that maybe answers the question of, does the car have significant issues, or are they just doing setup changes and treating this like a test day? It looks like the car has some issues because it's now being pushed. I think if it could, they would drive it back under engine power rather than push power. So that car's disappeared again, back into the garage. They had, trying to see where the other JNR car has moved all the way up to 55th, so, and it is apparently still on the track. So the number 13 car is hasn't really made up any places in GP2, but it's plugging away. It's good to see that team keeping at it. 72 laps completed for the number 13. Now, I'm fairly certain WRL doesn't do. In fact, I'm 99% certain WRL doesn't do wave buys under safety car. So TLM USA have stayed out here to stay as the number one car in the train. We've discussed this a few times. That I think green flag is in hand. Yep, the safety car's in. So we're going to see the TLM USA car get a nice clean, certainly in the next 5 or 6 laps. Whereas the cars it's trying to catch are at the back of the train, and they have a lot of traffic to get through, which is going to be dangerous for a start, but slow, kind of more to the immediate point. The MPO1 is coming back in the pits as everyone takes the green, by the way. Here comes Automatic Racing, sweeping past the O2, and I think that's the HQ Autosport car as well. Screaming Goat not being quite so aggressive, kind of getting trapped in the back a little bit more. No surprise there, we've got a long way to go. There's no need to feel. Just want to stay in contention at this point in the race. Automatic Racing are proving that as well by sitting fairly comfortably behind the GP2 class leading Mustang, which is actually only a few cars, literally only 2 or 3 cars ahead of, or 3 wide between Automatic, the Mustang, and I think that's the O2 Hammer Motorsport car. There's only 2 cars between the Core Motorsport Mustang and the BMW of HQ Autosport behind. So that's the GP2 lead battle, I believe. Just going to check that. It is. The Ragnar Renstall car should be in fairly close proximity as well.
Scott, would you mind if I interrupt you here?
Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So I know we've just gone back to green here, but I'm happy to say I'm down in the paddock with our boy Tim Myers from Hammer Motorsports. And Tim, I'd love to be doing this under slightly happier circumstances, but your usual in contention for the win basically every afternoon, coming to a checkered flag, doesn't seem to be the case at the moment.
Yeah, certainly not. We've had a little bit of a comedy of errors today. We're running 3 cars, the 1 car, the 01 car, the 02 car. 02 car, once again, just like at Road America, dominated the race. We had almost a 1-lap lead. We were off cycle on fuel versus everybody else. We probably would have built a lead to a couple of laps, and we actually, that car, the 02 and the 01, we ran the cars out of gas, which was interesting because the cars weren't even close on the gauges to being out of gas. And what we have determined is that we are boiling our fuel in the fuel cell, which is creating an air pocket. And when we're trying to top the cars off, they're not taking a full load of fuel. And so when we ran out of gas, our gauge said we still had 4 gallons of fuel, which obviously wasn't true. The other car said 3 gallons of fuel. So problems with both of those cars. Both had to get towed in. I think one of them's down 9 laps. The 01 went back out 10 laps down, and then it broke a tie rod in, kind of out of nowhere, very suddenly. We did have a little bit of wheel-to-wheel contact with somebody, and those TCR cars are susceptible if you hit something side by side that they'll break a tie rod under, bend something. Puts unusual pressure on something if you bend it, and then they end up snapping loose. And then the 1 car, what we thought was ABS issues, turns out wasn't ABS issues. All 3 cars, we've been having a lot of tire problems here at Daytona. the tires that we run, and we know that there's 7 other teams. A lot of the tires are just completely delaminating, and people that are listening to this think they know what a delaminated tire on. These are tires that have 24 inches of tread missing by 10 inches wide. And what I thought was just a problem with our car has turned out to be 6, 7, 8 other teams. So much so, several teams caught me going to the bathroom and said, "Hey, will you sell us your used tires?" They saw we had a stack of used tires over here, and I said, "No, I can't, because we're having tire problems." So we've gone to switching to all used tires on the car, not running these new tires after we tore through what I think is about 8 or 9 of them across the 3 cars. So yeah, it's been a tough day for us, particularly since our cars were so good right out of the box. We were pretty excited about this race. We finished 3rd last year, and certainly that 02 car got out, way out front in a hurry, and had the pace and had the fuel longevity to probably, make it a fairly less interesting race for everybody else. I think we probably would end up really well today, but this is why we race. It's a 14-hour race. You got to make it 14 hours. So even now, I think there's 8 hours left in the race or something. I mean, a little more, 8 hours and 18 minutes. So you got to make it the whole way. And it's interesting, every few minutes right here in the middle of pit lane, another car gets pulled off. I just saw the Stratus get pushed off recently. So when they say race, this is certainly what they're talking about. It's a race.
It's interesting too. I mean, your cars are normally so well sorted. Like you said, we see the pointing end of the field every time they're out here. It's a long race. Some unique conditions here at Daytona, right? We've got the high banks. We've got the hottest temperatures we've seen so far this year. We're up in the mid 80s. Heat index is up in the mid 90s. It's tough. It's tough on the drivers, tough on the cars. But we haven't even started the countdown for a normal WRL race, right? We haven't even gotten to the 8-hour to go mark, which is when, on most weekends we'd be just taking a green flag. There's a lot of time left. I know you guys, we just see the number 1 still here on the paddock. The 01 just got sent back out. 02 is still back on the track. Is there an opportunity for a recovery here, or is this just, hey, we'll pick up the scraps, do what we can, and use the pace and what we have left in the cars to try and pick up some points here?
Yeah, it's interesting you asked that. So the 02 car is still running a really good pace right now, and probably what's our 2 fastest drivers will be the next 2 guys getting in, and we'll double stint those guys. We've got Chill Out Quantum Pro Systems in the car, which they're a sponsor, by the way, so shout out to the Chill Out guys. And so being down 9 laps, it's really possible. So 14-hour race at Sebring 2 years ago, we won the race after having a problem early in the race in the first hour. We went down 9.5 laps, and we came back and won that race overall by 2 hours, largely because it rained for about 5.5 hours of the race. Our TCR cars are incredibly good in the rain, which you guys saw at Mid-Ohio once we put some of our rain guys in. I made fun of, I said, "Hey, Brendan, my TCR rain man's about to get in the car," and then you guys were all like, "Ooh, yeah, he's dropping time in a hurry." So we just got done looking at the radar just before you came by and said hello, and it looks like around 2:30 there's going to be a pretty sizable shower that's going to hit Daytona, which in some respects will be nice because it'll cool the place off too. But our cars, even during practice on Friday, we were stopwatching about a half dozen cars, and we were normally about 6, 7, 8 seconds faster than the next fastest car we could find. So again, there's 8 hours and 16 minutes left in the race. Is it possible? Absolutely. And a good bit of rain could really change this race. Even the guys that are running at the front, if it rains even for an hour, I think you're going to see the top of the order shuffle. It doesn't mean we'll be in it, but I think you'll see a shuffle at the top. Rain is really interesting. The other thing too is, been really hard on the crews today. Everybody's crew. Shout out to everybody's crew. It's been incredibly hot today. Even my car says 96 degrees. It's hot, but when you've got 3, 4, 5 drivers in a car for this length of a race, it's tough to have a couple of guys that are good in the rain too. So if it rains for a fairly lengthy amount of time, this race could get incredibly interesting for a lot of people. So
yeah, this is the first time I've seen your war wagon down here in action. I think is what they call it in the NASCAR world. Looks very much like a NASCAR sort of setup. Yep, there you go. I saw our feed on the back of it first and foremost. So thanks for the support there and for all your support over the last couple of months and what we do with WRL here. But it's on the upper tier, I would say, of the pit lane setups here. And what I love about it is, okay, you've clearly invested a lot of time, energy, money, and all of the things that are necessary to make something like that work. And it makes you competitive. It doesn't mean you win every race. You're in contention every race, partially because, okay, you have some resources. You're also a smart guy. You've got talented drivers, capable crew, and all the things that are necessary. But there's enough depth here in the GTO field that means you guys are competitive when the green flag drops, right? I keep getting hang loose signs from the TLM guys. But early on, right before the 02 kind of got away from the pack, we saw a whole bunch of cars that were stacked up right at 203, 204, right, running in that same kind of tier. Had you guys had a pretty good sense when the green flag dropped that you guys were meant to be competitive on pace, or was just sort of a, hey, we've got long straightaways, high banks, some of the less well handling cars are going to be up with the higher top speed cars now, or was this, did you expect to be able to kind of pull away once things got running?
We knew we would have good pace. I mean, based on the fact we finished third last year, we brought what I think is a stronger driver lineup this weekend to all 3 cars actually than what we had last year with 2 cars. But the other thing, some teams do this, some teams don't, but we always enter 2 of our cars in the HPDE session on Friday. And so it allows us to take drivers that have either not driven with us before, which is not often, or not driven a TCR car, which is not often either. We get them some extra time. And so kind of to shortchange back to your answer, we knew we would have pace. We actually ran our fastest laps in the HPDE to kind of get all our guys some extra time. And so we knew that we were going to run slightly faster in the race than what we did in qualifying. So we don't normally worry about qualifying. You guys probably know this. We won the race at Barber, qualified 25th. At Mid-Ohio, we qualified 21st. We don't ever really worry about that. I have noticed in the past year that teams care less about Friday qualifying, and instead they work on their cars. And it really is interesting. In the little over 2 years we've been racing, there are a lot of teams here. Let me just say it this way. 2 years ago, we'd be here at 10 or 11 o'clock at night setting our cars up for the next day's race. And there would maybe be 1 or 2 other teams here. Now, at 11 o'clock at night here, they're chasing 20 teams out of here. And so people are working at it really hard. And the other thing I would say is we're really lucky. Our same crew we've had for 2.5 years, they're a great group of guys. We drink hard, we play hard. They're a paid group, and we pay them well. They keep coming back, and they love the sport. They all have day jobs. And we used to have the best crew by far on pit stops. I mean, we'd crush guys, 20 seconds, 25 seconds faster. And I talk to my crew, and we find every little smidgen of thing we can continue to improve on, because all these other teams, they used to come watch our pit stops. And they record our pit stops, and they tell their teams this is how you get it done. And what has happened is what used to be a 20-second advantage on pit stops is now less than a second. Or in some cases, we're slow by a second or slow by 2 seconds. And so the whole series in general, I mean, we've run pro stuff, most of the guys on this team have. The series, it's funny to call it kind of an amateur series or a build series or something, because if you look at the hardware that's here, you look at the teams that are here, there's a lot of pro drivers that race in this series. There's a lot of really well-run teams that do it for a living, which we're not for a living, we're actually for fun. But we do it certainly at the top tier. It really has gotten incredibly more competitive in the past, year or so, I'd say. A lot of these multi-car teams, round 3 racing, mentioned this on one of your broadcasts before. When you get into round 3 racing, W2W, ACP, automatic racing, some of these other multi-car teams, Irish Mikes, they've raced them for a lot of years, had a lot of success. These are top-notch professional teams that have figured out the bang for the buck in WRL is just enormous. And I think a lot of those teams would tell you that teams here would rival any IMSA team or SRO team. I certainly know we could win races every weekend that we went and raced in pro. So we have a lot of pro drivers, too, that race with us. So the whole thing has just really gotten competitive. It's actually quite amazing how much it's evolved. And you guys know the events are selling out in 3 hours now. To tell you a funny story, I had some oral surgery done and came out of my oral surgery, and I was singing Bismarcky, Just a Friend, apparently in the recovery room. And I was telling my wife, please call the guys at WRL and make sure I get 3 cars registered for Road Atlanta, because there's no way I'm so cuckoo, I'm not going to be able to get registered. But that's how competitive it is even to get registered. Series has really evolved. The broadcast, just want to tell you guys, the broadcast is outstanding. It's another piece. When you mentioned that, we've got a big pit box. It's a petty NASCAR pit box. It's got 10 monitors on it. It's the largest box on pit lane. It doesn't matter whether you have that or you have a small toolbox. If you get the right group of guys together and the right prep on a car and the right mix of drivers that keep the car out of trouble, I've said this on Facebook and some of these threads, I think it's amazing when an open wheel trailer car comes here and wins GP1, GP2, GP3. They're really competitive. I love it. We do have one of the biggest pit setups, certainly. And a lot of times there's a team next to us, and we'll help them out as best we can. And we marvel at just how well they're put together, too. And sometimes it's just a bunch of, drinking buddies that get together. But so it doesn't take the kind of investment that a team like ours makes to be competitive here. It's car prep and crew, good pit stops, and most of all, if you just get drivers that can keep the car out of trouble, you're in the hunt every race. That certainly is true. You don't have to have the fastest car either. We won that race at Barber. I think we were the 11th fastest lap time or something. And it just goes to show you, if you just hang around. GTR is a great example of that. That's another great team. GTR, we tracked them very closely when we entered the series. They won more endurance races than anybody here. And they laugh because I pick on them. I say, yeah, you guys are hanging around again in 7th, 8th, 9th place. And then about the last 3 hours of race, they really come on. And so another team that's really successful. And if you watch them, excellent pit stops, good drivers, good prep. That car, Phil takes care of that car really well. Other teams can really learn from some of these other teams too. And that's what's been nice to see the evolution of over the last year and a half, 2 years. Just how many more teams have gotten, so much better. And it makes doing well in one of these races that much harder too.
For sure. And one of our favorite, I know our boy Scott will appreciate this up in the booth, but we watched the strategy develop over, the course of 5-6 hours, the beginning of a lot of these races here. It takes a little longer to develop, just being a longer race. We're not going to get our answer right at 8 hours, but you always stay involved in that. This isn't, like you said, just amateur racing. This isn't nothing. This could be a very simple, hey, let's throw a car on a track and run it really fast for as long as we can and see what happens at the end. There's a real investment by you and by the guys up in your pit box, by the guys back here in the garage, whether it's car setup or getting things done on pit lane, to make sure that you guys stay in the hunt, and the little things you can do throughout the day, throughout the weekend, to try and pull a fast one on not just anybody, pulling a fast one on guys like Team GTR, like you guys did at Barber. To me, that just speaks to what WRL is, what the level of investment, not so much financially, but emotionally, and what you guys are in it for, what the people in the paddock here are in this sport and in this series for, and the amount of energy that goes into it. It's just so much fun for us to watch it, unfold and develop, and to see, especially when you guys are up at the pointy end, to watch all that stuff play itself out over the last 2-3 hours of a race. It's fun for us, rewarding for us. I know it's rewarding for you guys. The results have been there over the course of the season. Long way to go today. We'll see what happens. Before we wrap up here, I know on the side of the number 1 car here, we've got Garages of the Americas. And I know you guys are here for fun, but I know there's, a business side to what you guys are doing as well. I'll let you talk about Garages of the Americas and whatever else you want to wrap up with your sponsorship-wise before we move on.
Sure. So I started to say the broadcast, right? Shout out to you guys. The broadcast is outstanding. So even that's got better. Even you guys have gotten better in the broadcast. What's your guy's name that does the modeling? I got to pick on him at least once. Joseph. Is he here today?
Yeah.
No? All right. Well, good. He'll get to see us anyway. So I'm the guy that loves blowing up Joseph's model. So when Joseph model says we had a 5% chance to lead, to win the race, with 3 hours left in the race, I like punching the calculator to try to blow holes in his predictive modeler. But so the Garage of Americas, the co-owner of Hammer Motorsports, which Hammer Motorsports is nicknamed after my uncle. He's been an AMLS prototype chassis engineer for a lot of years, been in racing forever, even worked for some of the drug running teams back in the day. I'll just leave it at that. People can wiki that and read what that's about. So the team is named after him, and my co-owner of my team, Paolo Salvatore, who couldn't be here this weekend, he had a family commitment. We are building garage condos, Garages of the Americas, garagesota.com. It's across the street from Circuit of Americas in Austin. It's a 163-unit complex. It's just like a lot of the other garage condos that are out there. And we're really excited about it. Phase 1 is already sold out. We haven't even broken ground yet. Other sponsors, G-Lock Brakes, Chill Out Systems, R&R, autoparkit.com, which is an amazing company. If you get a chance to look at that, it's an autonomous parking garage type concept that's quite popular on the West Coast in particular, but they have an explosive business that's going on now. It's fascinating. Autonomous cars have to go somewhere to sleep at night, and they go there and charge, and 18 chargers can charge 400 cars overnight, parking 4 inches apart. It's on platforms that move. It's actually quite amazing. Lawless Allen's driving this weekend. That's his sponsor. He is a NASCAR driver, most recently raced at COTA. It's really good to have him on board. Alex Mayer, which you guys interviewed him before. We've got some really good drivers. And then I have to mention G2 Ammo, which is g2research.com. It's RIP Ammo. The owner of that company drives with us. And then lastly, Richie Rich is the guy. We have 2 guys that work full-time at our shop in San Antonio. All they do is work on our personal cars. No business around that, just personal. And Brett, Byron, and Richie Trombley, which a lot of MC people will recognize that name. Richie Rich is the real deal. He looks after our cars. He cares a lot about them. I feel incredibly safe when Richie has been working on our cars and these guys get in them. And he just really works hard for our team. It's amazing how well he does for us. So shout out to Richie Rich too. He's an amazing guy.
All right, Tim. I really appreciate it. Thanks for your time today. It's a chance to cool down a little bit, but we'll try and catch up with you a little later on here in the race. So we got some building clouds up here to the north and west of the speedway. So as Tim rubs his hands together, I think we've got something brewing here a little bit. Maybe we'll get a splash of rain and spice things up a little bit. I'll send it back up to Scott upstairs, and I will go find another man to talk to before I rejoin you here in a little bit.
I wouldn't recommend that, Brendan. I've been watching this rain rolling in while you've been talking, and it's I can see it coming towards us. So if I were you, I'd grab as much food out of the Hammer catering as you can, and probably head somewhere higher ground. Maybe up here actually would be a good idea. But yeah, it looks like we're going to get rain pretty imminently. I'd be surprised if we last more than 20 minutes. And it's Florida rain. So although I haven't seen any lightning, which is great. I mean, I'm rubbing my hands together a little bit from what Tim was saying there. If we've got a car running 8 laps down on board the O2 who was right in the lead battle as they were trying to work through traffic, they were being very patient, but it was just cars everywhere. So yeah, that's why TLM USA managed to pull back about 40 seconds, but they've had to pit because obviously they didn't pit under the last yellow, so they only had limited fuel. I think they were hoping for another yellow flag at some point. Hasn't come. They're obviously going to lose more time pitting under green than they would have done under yellow, so that hasn't really paid off for them. So they're gonna drop away even further, unfortunately. We've had a similar story actually in GP2, but it's a little bit more extreme, where Core Motorsport have put a driver in who isn't able. I assume it's a driver and not a car issue, but since the last pit stop, which was under the last yellow flag, that car has been 10 seconds a lap slower than it was before. I'm going to assume that's driver based. Seems like the most obvious answer. So that car, from absolutely romping away from the rest of the GP2 field, is now dropping away, and they're 40 seconds behind the battle between HQ Autosport and Ragnar Renstall, which that battle itself is 10 seconds between those two cars, and then a further 40 seconds back to Core Motorsport. So yeah, they seem to have they've got a fast car in that Mustang, but an inconsistent set of drivers. Unless we can find out something different that's going on with that car. That's kind of what it seems like. So that's the GP2 battle. GP1 and GP3 are still very, very spread out.
Scott, can I offer you an MP01?
I'm going to offer you one first. Grey Speed are back out on track. That was kind of the last thing I had to update. So that car, after being in the pits for a very, very long time, is now going into turn 1. I'm just looking at it. So that car's running again. Please update me, unless yours is the same thing.
It's not. It's also not the primary NP01. The 555.
Right.
It spent a lot of time in the paddock. Appears to be on its way to the hauler for the remainder of the weekend.
On their way home then, because this is just a
I
one.
think that'll be Daytona.
Well, they got a good. They weren't in trouble straight away, if I remember correctly. That car got a good 3 hours or so of solid running, so at least it wasn't plagued right from the beginning. They got a little bit of a race in, but yeah, shame to see that car on its way home. Rain update, I reckon less than 15 minutes. I can see the line, and it's of where the rain starts and where the wet trees are. It's not very far away. But again, no lightning yet, so that's a relief for now. I'd love to see a bit of a wet period. That would shake things up nicely. I think that's basically everything to update, other than the two Prema cars. For a while, the RS3 had managed to get ahead, I think. They're running pretty close together. The RS3 is behind at the moment, 10 seconds. The battle for fourth in general is pretty close. 511 Choice Racing is fourth. It's the first car 2 laps off the lead. The gap battle for the lead, by the way, is closed down to 1.2 seconds now. There are 2 cars in between the 2 leaders. So The battle for fourth. Choice Racing is the first car 2 laps down, I think. TLM USA are kind of still working out exactly where they are after their pit stop. Right now they're being listed as 2 laps down. I'm not sure if that's a timing thing or not. But anyway, Choice Racing have 6 seconds on Team Prema. That's the R8 GT4 car. And then a further 10 seconds back to the Team Prema RS3. And all the 3 of those cars are just coming across the line now. There's the R8 going underneath me. So Choice Racing are just coming through turn 2. And we should be seeing, there's the 97. So those 3 cars that's a good little fight. The fastest of them is on the last lap at least, was the RS3, which is the 6th place car. And the slowest of them is the R8, which is the 5th place car. The RS3 did a 209, the Choice Racing BMW did a 210, and the R8 did a 211. Those of you watching the stream, whenever the camera goes to the turns, whenever the director goes to the turn 6 camera, that's the one where you're going to see all the weather coming. It's definitely coming from the south end of the circuit. We're blue sky overhead right now, although the sun is mostly behind clouds, but yeah, off to the south, very obvious line of rain moving in quickly. Yeah, that camera there, that's the one where you see the gates of hell are open. But yeah, it's really interesting. So yeah, it seemed like a bit of a throwaway flippant question from Brendan. They're asking Tim if the O2 is still in it, if they're still racing for position. I then looked down the timing and they are 8 laps down, but if they're going to be 7 or 8 seconds a lap quicker than anyone else, then that still makes them interesting. We've got a long way to go in this race, just under 8 hours. I'm doing my maths correctly. Yeah, look at the stream, it's actually got time to go on it. Yeah, we've got 8 hours to go. That's a lot of time with those kinds of pace differentials. So it could get really interesting really soon. So the O2 car, position-wise, they're running, and obviously I'm picking them out because we just talked to Tim, and he's very confident in these cars' performance in the wet. But there are plenty. I mean, that car is exactly the same car as is currently running 6th. I say exactly the same. They're both Audi RS3 TCR cars. The Team Prema car, which is 3 laps down. So if they're going to have a lot of pace, that could make things really interesting. It's a shame. I was going to say I wonder how the MPO1 is going to handle the rain, being a car that's down on power. That's way less important in the wet, but unfortunately there are no MPO1s that are remotely in contention. The Stratus Racing car is 14 laps down, so they'll need 8 seconds a lap on Tim's cars, let alone the rest of the field. But yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see the balance, the way we have the rules written to balance the performance of various different types of cars works in one way in the dry. I'm going to be very interested to find out how that converts to wet weather pace, and we could end up with a real shift. As it is, we have a great race for the lead between 2 cars. We know WRL, we know that won't stay the same for the next 8 hours. So bring on the rain. Which, by the way, update for Brendan. 10 minutes maybe. it's definitely getting closer. We have a great battle for the lead right now between Screaming Goat Racing and Automatic Racing, but I'm not against seeing this shuffled up by a completely different set of weather. Also, yeah, it's interesting to hear. I'd love to learn a little bit more about exactly what's going on with these tyre delaminations. There have been issues in the past, thinking back to Rolex 24s of years with certain companies offer it when having a spec tyre. Well, we've had issues with the banking causing overheating and tyre problems. So I'm wondering if it's that sort of thing. Whether I imagine it's a track-specific thing. Otherwise, we would be having these problems at we're not anywhere near far enough into a race. We're not further than a normal WRL race. So there's no reason it would be the race distance causing the problem. It should really be presumably it's the the track itself, or possibly environmental conditions, but it's not wildly hot today. I think we're under 100 degrees. It's difficult for me to tell in this air-conditioned commentary box, but it's not ridiculously hot today. We've had a lot of overcast. Our cameras have survived, which is nice. Shows that it's not biblically hot out there. But yeah, this is definitely a track that has in the past, and it's a common theme of a few Rovals. Indianapolis had issues with Formula One tyres in the past, where the banking causes strange heating issues. So I wonder if that's what's going on. If so, it's obviously a shame that the race is being affected by that. But yeah, just a point of interest for this race as the
Scott.
Kingpin. Yes.
Yeah. Before we get some rain here, I want to sneak in one more interview down here in the paddock. I'm in pit box number 13 with Choice Racing. Specifically, I'm with Will Choice, the proud new father of a brand new BMW M3 build. So the first time we saw you guys, we were broadcasting remotely from Circuit of the Americas. You had a brilliant M3 that beat out GT4 cars, TCR cars, stuck the thing on pole for the Saturday race, and we thought that thing was brilliant. 5 months later, 6 months later, here we are. You've got a brand new car. It looks awesome, and I know there's a ton of work that's gone into it. First, why? And second, what's it been like with bringing a brand new car straight out to a 14-hour at Daytona?
We really didn't plan on bringing this car out to Daytona. We wanted to test first, but didn't really have the opportunity. So, our test was yesterday. We knew for a while, we had the chassis for 2 years, but we just never touched it. It was just a parts car. Eventually, things on the original 511 kept breaking, with fatigue. We've been racing in WRL with that chassis since 2017. So it has thousands and thousands of miles on it, and everything just kind of wears out. We can't feel our shock settings as well or anything like that. So we caged the car very slowly. During Road America we missed because we were building it. We actually pretty much had the cage done on Road America weekend, nothing else. So it's pretty much been me, my dad, a bunch of our friends, and every single night, every single weekend.
So, as one of the few top-level GTO teams, right? You're here virtually every weekend. You're up against, we talk about the GT4s and the TCRs. Rather than go out and buy an M4, something like that, I know you already had the chassis. Was there a real pathway there to staying competitive in GTO that you guys felt like this was going to be an advantage for you? You just knew the car better, or was there a bigger impetus to sticking with a road-going sort of donor chassis?
Right. So half of our fun is building and developing the car. We actually had an M2 CS allocated for us, and we pulled out of it 2 days before we were supposed to pick it up. We were going to get it in the same batch with most of the ones you see out here. I love all those cars, but with more modern technology, they're more complicated. We've seen little wiring harnesses fail on them, or like little plastic clips break, and you have to go through way more stuff just to figure out what's wrong with it. And we're really familiar with these chassis, the motors. Paul Jones on our team, he actually builds all of our motors. We just know him really well.
It seems too like, we sing WRL's praises mostly because we're here to help promote them, but for a car builder, for a group of guys that likes to wrench on cars, build cars from the ground up, like you have here, that this is kind of the ideal sandbox to come and play around a little bit. You guys have done a phenomenal job with the car. Did you get to sort of play around with the build of the car and try some things you might not have otherwise have done?
Yeah, this one I have the entire suspension tied into the roll cage. So it's extremely stiff, and it will be durable for the longevity. We're going to race this thing, campaign it for years to come. And we like the platform. Our cars are lighter than all the GT4 cars, so we're a little bit better in the turns. Sure, they're faster on the straightaway, but we can make that up in the turns. Our sister team, the Screaming Goats, we helped them find their car, and right now they're, I think, in first. Bunch of dads and kids. We grew up karting with them for years. We've known them for 15, 16 years.
Well, we know you've got GP2 cars here this weekend as well? No.
So we actually sold that car. We sold it to couple of guys just right over there in the goats tent. So they're going to campaign it with some new kids who are coming from karting into cars. So it's still in our racing family. You know, I'll still get to drive it and help set it up and everything for them, which I want to do. But we kind of wanted to focus on one car in GTO once again, because running two with no employees or anything is a little hard.
So one last question, just to sort of humor me. I was walking around Friday while you guys were doing your testing, practice qualifying sessions. Your car was out with no rear wing? Just a matter of setup testing and doing some drag work, or what?
No, we actually mounted it. It's a new carbon fiber trunk, and we didn't brace it very well. So the first time we went out, they were like, hey, you need to come in. I think the wing's going to fall off. And I'm like, okay, well, we just need time on the chassis and motor. So we just took it off and kept running it all day.
Not any quicker without the wing?
No, not at all.
I wouldn't think so. Well, listen, Will, I really appreciate it. It's been great having you guys down here in the paddock. It's fun to watch you guys. Ultra competitive, brand new car. I can't wait to see how that thing develops. And I assume you guys are going to be at Sebring, the 24? Yeah, that'll be the real test. I can't wait for it, and we look forward to seeing you guys down there when we get to the 24.
Go.
Good stuff. 5-on-1 choice racing car running fourth. They just came across the line. What was that lap time? 2:14.0. Oh, that was a slow one. Just check that that's not a trend. It is a bit. 2:10 and 2:11s most of the time for that car. In the last 3 laps, there's a 2:15 and a 2:14 thrown in there. The car behind them is the Prema. Okay, so that's a change. I was kind of trailing that earlier on. The 2 Prema cars have swapped. The RS3 is now ahead of the R8. The RS3 definitely has pace to get below 2:10s. Hasn't recently, so I don't know if the track is perhaps slowing down slightly. By the way, we've got one of the MPO1s. It's pulled into garage slot 24, which I assume is their garage, or their pit box, but there's really not been much attention paid to that car. It's kind of just sat there. There's now 2 guys around it looking at the... One of them's attending to the driver, and the other looked like he's attending to the left rear. Not a huge amount of action with that car. The Grey Speed MPO1. So, and it's been there for 5 minutes or so now. Maybe quite that long. Rain's still moving towards us. I'm probably being a little bit. I kind of want it to get here. I want to see what happens, but it's definitely coming. We're expecting it at about 2:30. I think. Which is 15.
Don't tell me that.
I might let you in if you bring lunch, just so you know, if you need shelter.
Oh, that's not happening.
So, as we've still got the Screaming Goat car and the Automatic Racing Aston Martin 3 seconds apart at the front of the field. So TLM USA, it looks like they have settled in now 2 laps down. So that questionable decision to keep persisting on changing the tyres on that one pit stop and losing a lap that way, that then led to them gambling on staying out and trying to catch another yellow to get back on the lead lap, which hasn't paid off as the MPO1 of Grey Speed pulls out of its box and into the fast lane, so it's going to rejoin the race. That looks like that's really going to hurt TLM USA, because that gamble then again didn't pay off, and they're now it says they're 1 lap down. I'm getting really confused by timing, but either way, I think it's at least close to 2 laps down. Yeah, they're not getting any closer to the lead, let's put it that way. Lap time wise, they are. They've definitely got the pace. In fact, they might well be. Pro Sport Competition appears to be the fastest car on the track, but not by much over actually TLM USA on the last lap were a few hundreds faster. So those are the 2 benchmark operators right now. I will say that Pro Sport had a very long green flag pit stop just before the last yellow flag. I don't think I actually got around to mentioning that because the yellow flag came out. Which, by the way, I still don't know what that was for, I think. I don't remember seeing anything. So that's a bit of a mystery to me. The Corvette looks like it's coming out of the pits. It's been there for a while. That's the number 33 Corvette that I think was stuck on the exit of turn 6 just before our first caution. Where is that? That car is 62nd out of the 67 cars that have set any laps. But good to see it back out. It was very competitive earlier. It was running in the top 15. Yeah, look at that weather from the board the O2. It doesn't look. It looks about 80% that dramatic in real life. It's a little bit exaggerated on the camera, but yeah, it is going to be very, very wet when it gets here. I can see both sides of the rain, so I guess the rain. So I'm not sure it's going to last very long. Classic Florida. Cars are moving quickly, so it might just blow through. We'll see. It's kind of it kind of has the look of one of those 5-minute showers, but I haven't looked at the weather forecast. That would probably give me more of a clue. 1.1 seconds now between Screaming Goat and Automatic Racing on the last lap. Automatic were a fair bit quicker, so let's find where they are on the track.
Scott, for a little weather context here, as I make my way out of the paddock, the wind has picked up considerably.
Right.
Which is a normal precursor to a line of storms about to move through the east coast of Daytona, or the east coast of Florida.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, I can back that up. That's definitely what's about to happen. Trying to find I was about to give a low-key thank you to ProSpeed for making their car so easy. It's a very easy to spot livery, although I'm now failing to find
this
it.
paddock we're with was... Sorry,
I was just looking for the ProSpeed car. They're coming across the line now. Not ProSpeed, Automatic Racing.
Sorry, just to wrap this up, the Gray Speed car.
Yep.
Do you remember what I told you the problem was?
You said the half shaft was being rebuilt, I believe.
The left rear half shaft. Do you know why the 59 Stratus NP01 ground to a halt at turn 4?
The same thing.
It was a left rear half shaft.
Nah.
Yeah.
It was. I was watching it as it began slowing down, and it was as it was entering the turn 3 banking. So, again, one of these things. I mean, tire issues that's a real pain if that's a problem, because none of these teams are in control of what the tire manufacturer brings. But yeah, if you built your car and it doesn't, as the Corvette comes past quite slowly, let's hope that's healthy. Yeah, you know you're going to have to spend 14 hours going up and down these bankings. If the MPO1 is struggling with that, then that's something they're going to have to address if they want to be competitive at least in this race, in this series.
Well, let's put that into some context too, Scott, because remember, this is the only time we do anything remotely like this. We don't have banking like
my next question was going to be, I don't think we go to any other Rovals, do we?
No.
Well, I mean, they're not going to want to just not come to Daytona, are they? Or just break down at Daytona. So
no, my point was more in terms of testing. There's really not a lot you can do to prepare yourself for the stresses, the unique stresses of 31 degrees of banking for 14 hours.
Yep, very true. Yeah, it's definitely a difficult engineering challenge. As much for the tyre manufacturers as anyone, but yeah, for sure. But that's why getting more running in right now is really important, and we do have 2 MPO1s on the track, I think. I'm pretty sure I just saw the why do I keep forgetting this team? The Stratus Racing car going past, and yeah, Race Hero says that they're out there as well. There's a change for the lead as the automatic car has come past first. I'm not sure where on. It definitely happened on that last lap. So got a real fight going on as the rain looks ever closer. Although it actually looks like it's passing to the east of us. I'd be surprised if we get lucky, but you never know. It now looks like when we're going to get rain, it will be sort of on the NASCAR Turn 2 back straight area first, because it looks like that big
column of rain is over that side of the track. Yellow flag is out. Full course yellow flag, that is. So the automatic racing Aston Martin got that pass done just in the nick of time. I wonder...
Scott, would you do me a favor and just look for a blinking blue light ahead
I
and
was
to the
going to
right?
say, yeah, it is there. Yeah, I was just thinking, I wonder if this is lightning. It is. That's a shame. I always like watching transitions into rain.
Well, the good news is, if it means we're getting rain, we should almost certainly see a transition out of the rain. Which,
true.
from a safety perspective, is probably the preferred choice anyway.
These cars are safe. It's fine. Well, that's a... So, a little bit of disappointment there. As I said, I think this is going to move through quite quickly. If we're not good, I don't think we're done for the day at this point. Having lived in Florida for a while, I think it would be very surprising if we have lightning for the next 7 hours and 37 minutes. But yeah, unfortunately, a little bit of a hiatus in proceedings for now. So yeah, if we are done for the day, then automatic racing managed to take the lead on the last lap. But yeah, I really don't think that's.
Oh yeah, no chance. No chance.
Yeah. So so we just got to sit here and wait for. There's a lot of cars pitting, which is interesting. I would have thought. Yeah, so they're throwing the safety cars. Do they not need? I don't know. For lightning, I would have thought you'd be throwing the red flag. Would you not? But we'll see how things progress. I'm sure they'll get them behind the safety car and bring everyone into the pits. I should add, there are a lot of cars. Whoa! As the Hitman BMW almost drives into the side of the stopped and under service MPO1. I'm sure they have that under control. But yeah, there's a lot of cars coming in for service. Clearly, they're not. Not everyone's being directed into the pits, so this is just normal service. I think it is.
You'd want to do it quickly before the field really has a chance to form up, right? So if you're going to get some time, or at least some track position, if we are indeed going to go red flag for weather, then, and I'm certain that we are now, I can see some of the security guards and gate guards sort of securing themselves, but you'd want to do that quickly, try and save as much track position as you can before you get jumbled back up behind the safety car when we do resume racing.
I've noticed that not really be a trend with WRL. Is a lot of the top teams. As pit exit is now closed, a lot of the top teams seem to wait until they are behind the safety car, and I think this is going to hurt anyone who is pitting now because they've all been stopped at the end of the pit lane. Okay, now the lightning. Yes, that's the first lightning I've actually seen, but yeah, it's definitely pretty serious over there. So that makes sense.
So just because I'm not seeing this, Scott, they're holding cars at the end of pit lane.
Yes, there was a person in a high-vis jacket running down to the end of the pit lane, throwing himself in front of the Audi RS3 that is at the front of the queue. So we've got the Audi RS3 followed by the Stratus MPO1 and then an MX-5 and then the O2 car. I think that's the Hitman BMW behind them, and then just joining them now is another car. So yeah, we've got a long queue of cars forming at the end of the pits, and it looks like they're not going to be allowed out. The safety car, meanwhile, is in NASCAR Turn 1 on the apron with the big train of cars behind, going almost at walking pace. So I'm not sure what this procedure is, but I'm sure they've got it under control. I'm not convinced these guys who've pitted are going to be allowed out at all. I noticed the GP2 leader and Core Motorsport, have actually jumped ahead of HQ. So those two cars were in the fight for the win or the lead in GP2. So that's interesting. They're queued up. We've got the Pro Sport or Pro Speed Aston Martin in there. The 511 BMWs in the queue. Trying to spot. I don't think either of our lead cars have pitted. As the safety car is now coming off NASCAR Turn 2 to give you some sort of idea of how slowly it's going. I think, is that the race leader? Overall leader coming out of the International Horseshoe through the kink. Yes, it is. They're going through the kink.
So the race leader's out there, and weirdly, it's on its own on the track. It's not behind the safety car yet. Screaming Goat Racing's being scored a lap down. Are they in the pits? No, I'm pretty sure they're not there. So the Audi R8 is just about to join the queue at the end of the pits. There's cars. There's now a second line forming in the queue, which some cars are sort of shuffling their way upwards, which doesn't seem quite right. I really do wonder why this wasn't a red flag to stop this kind of mess happening. But again, I hopefully race control have it under control. The safety car train is now exiting the bus stop. We've still got a few more cars in their pit bays, but most of them have joined the queue on the exit of the pit lane. Again, I don't think, although on the timing screens, I'm seeing Screaming Goat Racing scored 1 lap down, which, considering that before this yellow they were about 1 second behind Automatic Racing, that would kind of suck if they've somehow managed to lose a lap in this. But I admit they have to be behind the safety car, but if so, they should surely be right behind Automatic Racing. But Automatic Racing, I saw Automatic Racing trundling around on their own through the infield with no Screaming Goat anywhere near them, so it's very confusing. I wonder, this isn't Screaming Goat at the very front of the queue, is it? It is. Screaming Goat is, I think it is. I think Screaming Goat is the first car that the safety car's picked up. Yeah, it is. Which means that the Automatic Racing Aston Martin should have been picked up by the safety car and wasn't, so they've now gained a lap that way. So that's what's happened there. I really hope race control is going to correct that, otherwise it basically shoved a safety car in a 1 second gap and given Automatic almost a full lap's advantage. The safety car's pulled in the pits and is now right behind the train of cars who pitted, so that looks suspiciously like all of those guys are going to lose a lap. Hopefully not. But yeah, we'll still being Flagman's still got double yellow flags. This looks a lot more like a red flag than a double yellow. But all the cars are now pretty much on the pit lane, in the fast lane, with a couple still in their garages. Yeah, it looks like most of the field has managed to do an extra lap on anyone who was in the pits. We've got cars pulling out of line, some of them going into the garage. Very confusing. Now the red flag is out according to Race Hero. What's interesting is that, yeah, the rain has really, I feel like it's shifted direction. It very much looked like it was coming at us, and now it looks like it's going to skirt to the east, as in behind the airport. The stuff that was heading for NASCAR 1 and 2 doesn't look any closer than it was, whereas I can definitely see the stuff behind the back straight is moving across to the side. So we might get lucky, at least with this first band of rain. It does mean that the rain is now coming from behind me, which I can't see because I've got a building behind me. So we could be about to get absolutely destroyed by a big column of weather that I have no idea is coming. But for now, what you can see from the camera angle right now, that seems to be heading along the back straight and behind us. So we might not end up getting wet. Protocol is if there is, I believe it's if there's lightning within 10 miles, we need to pull the marshals for and take cover for the next half an hour. I believe that's the protocol. So the racing will be stopped for a little while, whether we get rain or not. It's related to lightning, not rain.
definitely very interesting that the very last car to pull in was the automatic racing Aston Martin, which is leading the race. So I really think the safety car may have picked up the wrong car, which is a bit of a shame. We've now got covers going on to... Well, one team has been proactive enough to get their cover out at this point. So yeah, I'm not... Hopefully race control will be reshuffling this current order we see, because it's not super accurate to the race running order right now. But obviously we've got about half an hour for everyone to figure that out. At least half an hour.
Unmute my mic and then I start making all kinds of noise. It's iconic. Huh. Oh, that's very old. So the automatic car had taken the lead, right? Just before the yellow there?
Yeah.
And then pitted. Or no?
No.
Did not pit.
I think race control threw the safety car out and told them to pick up who they thought was the leader. Unfortunately, it had just changed.
Well, they do make an effort to pick up the leader, but it is not always a guarantee that that's the case. If it's going to be 2 minutes to that car sitting trackside, especially when there's an impending weather delay.
Well, it was. I mean, I wasn't literally watching those two cars, but I'm pretty sure they were nose to tail, and the safety car got in between them.
Yeah, this is aided by Screaming. It's not a pit stop. It's a very long lap from Screaming Goat. By the way, I did have a thought on the way up on why it was such a long transition from double yellow to red, and that is, of course, that under a red flag, you are required to stop work on your car. Period. Like, there's no exceptions there. And maybe to facilitate that and... sorry.
That camera just fell over.
Yep. Fascinating. Well, I think that's best recovered after the rain stops. Because I don't think I'm going to be allowed in the grandstands anyway. So, Tanner, why don't we not look at the grandstand? That was amazing. Did you see that happen out the window?
No.
Oh, you saw it.
I was watching the camera.
Yeah, okay.
Can we see that camera from here?
Yeah.
All right.
Tanner, change the camera, buddy. A nice section of nice view of section 369. So anyway, there we go. Now we got it. It's
look at how nice that weather looks.
That camera, actually, believe it or not, that camera is on a octopus mount that's really wrapped well around. Yeah, you can see. Oh boy.
Yeah,
we're gonna be in for it. Yeah, for sure. And you could feel it down there. Really picking up, but
we might be losing our shrouds.
Yeah. Well, they've served their purpose. We're through the heat of the day, I think.
Hopefully.
Yes. Well, why don't we pick a nice camera that doesn't have a shroud? We're gonna not put a shroud. Turn 6. Let's go to turn 6.
Turn 6 is looking at the worst of the weather, so that's
trackside
fun
5.
one.
Yeah, and that'll be out behind the bank. And we'll go to there. Nope, next one. Sorry. There we go. We'll sit on that for a minute. Anyway, back to my original point, which is we're going to be facilitating this work stoppage. Guys in the paddock have to cut off what they're doing, and I think to maybe facilitate that, it was a better option to draw that yellow flag out a little bit, make sure everybody was covered by the same rule, applied at exactly the same time, and nobody was going to get any sort of unfair advantage from that.
I think there may be an issue where a lot of the cars pitted straight away under the yellow, and that is
right.
All the cars from here forward. They pitted, and then they were stopped, and everyone else did an extra lap.
So which was the last car to have pitted? Was it Three Fast Guys and Denny?
I don't know. There was a safety. I think it's possibly this red car with the... Oh, no, the safety car. You can see the safety car is in the queue.
Sorry. Oh, yeah. So everybody in front of him.
Yeah.
So that's the 75, I think? The Valdez car? So it seems to me like the solution there is to let them come out, join the back of the queue. Well, actually, to let everybody go, right?
Everyone except the automatic assistant?
Let everybody go.
But then these guys need to do another lap.
Oh, in the very front.
Everyone in front of the safety car there.
Yeah. So they'll need to do a lap, catch up to the back of this queue. Who will then... this is tricky.
Yeah. I'm not sure how that's quite worked out. It'd
be unfortunate if the guys who did pit there under the full force yellow...
They might just be out of luck, to be honest.
Yeah.
they really need to not let the automatic Aston get the extra lap because it's.
But you'd be disadvantaging something like 20 cars at the lead end, and there's significant cars in there. I mean, the GTR car is in there, the number 2 ACP car is in there, Loose Cannon is there, Or is there, one of the GP2 contenders.
I think all the GP2 contenders are there, so they're actually
kind of
even.
Yeah.
Although
Stratus car is they've fallen back too. But
there aren't really any competitive cars. The only competitive car is Pro Sport.
TLM USA.
Oh yeah, Pro Sport's fallen out of contention.
TLM.
172
is up
are they there?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think so. I think they're in their box.
I think the R8 is in there somewhere as well.
Yeah.
I think that one's right there.
They've been doing while I was down there. I didn't really,
relatively slow. They lost out to their RS3.
okay, yeah, I see that.
But they're still sixth. But yeah, they don't have a huge amount of pace.
Yeah. The short answer for those wondering when the race is expected to resume is 30 minutes after the last lightning strike within 10 miles. And I need to take a little closer look at the actual progression of weather here. But my guess is that this is not a terribly small line of thunderstorms. We do have a resolution. Car 11, 143, 43, 511 will follow the 997 onto track. Car 2 will follow the 99, and everything will be corrected. So the 11, 143, 511. So let's look for the choice BMW.
I think they pitted.
Yeah, looking for them in the queue here. So, there it is. It's under a tarp.
Right.
The silver and black car there. So they all follow the 997 onto track. Oh, I see. The 997 here. Oh, they're the group up there, up in the front left.
I think they.
So my guess is everybody in front of the safety car will be released. The safety car will hold its position in line there, and they'll come around to the back behind the automatic car.
Okay.
The ideal thing to do if we did wave rounds would be then to wave everybody around in the front of the 99, because they'll then join the back of that queue, which should have been correct, right? But I don't think we do wave rounds in WRL. So, from a competitive point of view, it has basically put the 99 in the position of about to lap something like 15 cars in front of it, and this would be the more concerning lineup. Like, who in here would stand to lose from nearly losing a lap to the leader? The answer is I'm not sure there's much.
Well, Screaming Goat for a start.
Where are they?
They were right behind. They were right behind the safety car.
Oh, they've got the tarp on.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. Yeah, they're
because they've gone from being
behind the safety.
They've gone from being 1 second behind automatic to a lap behind.
Yes,
so
minus this queue.
Minus the queue.
Yeah. So that is pretty significant. It's like the most significant. If your second place car is about to go a lap down, that's a good point. So I was in the process of taking a look at the weather. WRL should ask us for our opinions on how we solve competitive issues related to sudden changes in weather and race stoppages and race-changing events. Heavy rain and a thunderstorm in 11 minutes. Ooh, that's a big one. Yeah, we're going to get walloped, man. Here, I'll let you...
Yeah, that started looking a little bit more full. Yeah. So
crossing Daytona Beach, the heaviest of the sort of yellow and red, based on our weather app of choice here and where we are, it looks like about 3:45 until the real heaviest of the weather is past us. Now, obviously, that's just a projection. The actual development of this thunderstorm is a different situation. But I think there's a chance here we could be down for something like an hour. I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility.
An hour before we even get to the half hour.
I don't know. That I don't know. It depends on where the lightning is in this storm. There's radar behind us there. They've got good tracking on the big screen behind race control. Can you see it there?
It looks a little bit less pessimistic than yours.
It does.
It's just going to be...
But the track, basically, the track of the...
The track's right in the middle. Yeah, the circuit is right in the middle of the track, yeah.
We waving at us? Who are we waving at here?
Should we? Is this a good time to complete some business?
Oh, yeah, let's do that first. A real-time lightning map. Look at that. Joseph's a star. Under the weather at all. There we go. So it looks like most of the lightning is down there at New Smyrna Beach at the moment.
This is what happens when you try to live like Dorsey
Oh,
Schrader.
no! Did you... Joseph.
What?
That's very funny to me. Yeah, your microphone, either you or your microphone sound horrendous.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Maybe it's just because I'm not used to hearing Scott through the broadcast headsets. I'm used to, so like my relative, my baseline has shifted to where I expect to hear you better than Scott, but Scott's on an actual microphone.
Huh. All right.
Yeah. This is Joseph Mudrak, everybody. I don't know if we're still being broadcast down in the pit lane. Probably not, would be my guess. I know they briefly interrupted to play the thunderstorm warning as I was on my way up and listening to 107.9 FM in the car. After that was over, I did not hear us. So.
Well, so my thought here, I don't know if you talked to this directly, but my thought is the lightning strike that probably got us in trouble is, I doubt it's going to be the stuff around New Smyrna Beach. My guess is it's over by the stuff that's a little past Tiger Bay State Forest.
Right. Which is the stuff sort of at the tail end of the storm.
This is a really good website, by the way. You get like a little like radar like ping for new strikes. It's pretty good. Maybe we should
lightningmaps.org.
Can I
need sponsorship?
Can I put that in the YouTube chat?
Yeah, sure.
I feel like that's a useful
I'll take care of it.
resource.
Yeah, and you've even got the location. Look at that.
I know, it's a really good website.
I want this. There we go. All right. There we go. See if that link works. It does. Those of you watching, there's a real-time lightning map in the YouTube chat. A couple of cars about to lose their tarps. Actually, I think that's one of the TLM cars.
Tarps off, boys.
Yeah. So with this all being said, as we sort of batten down the hatches here. Yeah, they're just running the thunderstorm warning again here. Let's go ahead and talk to Cooper, old Uncle Cooper, and talk to or run the Sebring promotion again. Of course, 24 hours of Sebring. Hopefully, we'll be far enough into October that we won't have to deal with this sort of weather situation. But in any case, we'll take a quick break here on DriversEye Live and be back with more from a red flag at the 14 hours of Daytona.
Here is a bit of wisdom from your Uncle Cooper. Tires exist on a spectrum. On one end, you got too much tire. On the other, you don't get enough. Both ends are rip-offs. You're either paying for more than you need or needing more even after you pay. So if you want a tire that costs what tires should cost and does what tires should do, go right for the sweet spot. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
As your uncle, I want you to know that on the road of life, There will be rough spots, and they will chew up your tires. I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. You know, they're made with the durability of off-road tires, but for on-road driving. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. And those are the things in life, my friend, worth driving towards. So go with the Coopers. Cooper! I'm hungry now.
You ever think about what the ideal bean to meat ratio actually like? I feel like there's missing information at the end of that spot. No? Okay. Tanner's got my back. Thank you, Tanner. No, you're not allowed to. You stay in the Discord chat. I don't know where Brendan and Scott went, but this has turned into Lightning Watch 2021. So as far as we know, the last lightning strike was, well, when was it called? At about the bottom of the hour. That would potentially get us back to setting up around the top of the hour with a 30-minute delay. Okay, 10 minutes ago. So at 2:40, which would put us 20 minutes away, and that obviously assumes that we don't get another lightning strike before then.
Old Joseph, who wasn't even supposed to be here, was carrying our broadcast. They were managing some stuff up here in the booth.
Yeah, I carried it real far.
Yeah.
Carried it all the way to New Smyrna Beach.
There we go. The plan for right now is to continue talking for a little bit. Scott's going to go grab some lunch here in the meantime, although he's tremendously indecisive. In fairness, he's only been at this for about 90 seconds, so.
Just get Whataburger.
There's no Whataburger here. There is a Smash Burger here.
You don't have Whataburger down there?
In Florida?
Yeah, I've had it in the Panhandle.
Okay.
I guess, I mean, really, that's two different states.
Yeah. No, I don't think there's any Whataburger down here. There's a Wawa going in a little up the road, like in Holly Hill, but I don't think it's open yet. Depends on where you go.
Brendan, while we're in this holding pattern, if you will, because some of us, viewers, commentators, who can say, may not have been following the first half of the race.
Joseph jumps in at hour 7 and is like, "Yeah, can you give me a recap?"
Listen,
jerk.
You would be shocked at how often that happens with like N24 broadcasts, where they're just like, "Yeah, I wasn't watching the last 3 hours. What happened?" So
well,
I was
sure.
watching the last
get
7
that
hours.
At like 2 or 3 hour transitions. Well, so we went green. We had a full course yellow like 45 laps in, which kind of split some strategies. There were a couple cars that came in and pitted, and a couple cars that didn't. But it happened smack in the middle of like the second fuel run. So we kind of watched, at least at the head of GTO, we sort of watched these split strategies play out. Unfortunately, of the cars that ended up staying out, one by one, they just sort of fell away. The 172 TLM USA car, I think, is the only one that's left that is sort of a product of that change in the race. The 02 Hammer car ended up in some strife. Oh, everyone pitted later anyway. Okay, so everybody's back to normal. Tentative restart, 15:10 local time. Let's push that back to about 15:45 there, Tanner. Yeah, let's push that to about 15:45 for a start. It's probably going to be later than that. Anyway,
I have a couple questions about. So there were storylines that we had at least in back channels, and I'm curious to see how those have played out so far. So we were talking.
Why don't you sort of bring them up, and I'll offer some resolution as much as I can.
All right. The one that I'm really curious about, the thing that the sort of a recurring thing that kind of like bubbles up, is the, whether the NPO1, for example, fits in the power to weight formula. And I'm kind of curious to know whether or not, I mean, did they take off, or have they? Because my speculation was always that this was going to be a power circuit.
No, oddly enough, Joseph. So here's how that panned out. Early on, they were really not competitive. Like, very much at all. They were stuck sort of in the 209s, 210s, that sort of range, whereas the leaders took off running at 203, 204. As the leaders brought their pace back to about a 207, 208, just as the track heated up and things sort of changed condition-wise on circuit. The NPO1, I think it was largely driver caused by a change in driver, but their pace started coming down into the 207, 6s, and 5s.
So that sounds to me like an actual crossover, not just an equalizing, but the NPO1s have actually sped up.
Well, yes, as time went on, they did get quicker. Now, again, some of that I think was due to driver. Sorry, I was coordinating with Scott there for a minute. But it did briefly cross over, and more than anything, it was consistency. On top of that, it was running farther than anybody on fuel. It was running close to 40 laps a stint. I think 38, whereas even the longest of the other GTO cars, the production cars, was the automatic racing Aston Martin that was doing 32 or 33. And even, I'm sure the Stratus car had gone even longer than that. So it was sort of clawing its way back into contention in a way that is like polar opposite of the way that car usually ends up racing, right? Normally it goes like stink out in front of the field. It's super consistent at the beginning of the race, and then as they change drivers, it sort of falls back away. Maybe they're slower on pit stops or something, and then they end up there or thereabouts in the top 3 to 5 at the end of the race if they don't have any other problems. It's been totally opposite that. The beginning, they were nowhere, they didn't have the pace, and then they got back into contention on consistency. Like very much the way Stratus or the NP01s have not gone through the course of the 2021 season. The end result was they broke a left rear half shaft and fell back to 28th. So despite having spent a lot of time in contention, they also spent a lot of time in the garage, something like half an hour.
Okay.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, the very first report I gave from the paddock when I went down there was to mention that the 994 gray design or gray speed NP01 had broken a left rear half shaft or had it torn apart and they were working on it. And
So
I gave was that it had broken left rear half shaft.
Have we noticed a difference in performance between the Elan NPO1 and the Sabico NPO1?
Not really, but also Stratus have run their car considerably more than anybody else.
Right. Okay.
And they've been around the WRL for a while. It's an interesting story. I don't know if you were aware earlier. There's an interesting storyline Tim Myers brought to our attention. The tires that they're running have been delaminating.
Oh.
Like his description was 24-inch by 10-inch chunks of tread have just been peeling off the tire.
Well, so that's always the challenge that I don't think people
appreciate.
Well, yeah, with these banked corners, right? You're pulling an awful lot of G's because so I've never run around banking, but I imagine you can actually feel it in the seat, the sort of centripetal the acceleration that you have because it's the banking that's pulling you.
The banking isn't providing you free speed. It's not like that speed doesn't come at some other cost. There's loading that's being put through the tires and through the cars every time you sustain speed and loading, or accelerate for that matter, around either of the bankings here. And that, of course, that load goes through the tire and generates temperature in considerable amounts.
the obvious reference to harken back to would be the 2005 U.S. Grand Prix, right? So
well, and
you've
that's
got
12 degrees once a lap.
yes,
This is sustained 31 degrees for what might be cumulatively like 35 seconds a lap. Right?
and yeah, and
considerably heavier cars.
well, so another thought that comes to mind then is, do we know if that's affecting the higher class cars?
No, it's one manufacturer and one batch of tires specifically.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah. So I won't mention the tire manufacturer, but
I mean, that would be pretty easy information to find, to be frank.
It would, but I'm not going to be the one to do it. I'll let somebody else do that. The Kingpin
Okay.
car had the same issue, same batch of tires. Hammer had the same issue. Hammer's resolved theirs by going to used tires. They have used tires from an older batch that they, as it starts to rain here on the front straightaway, they've resolved that, and it seems. I mean, obviously you're giving up.
Oh,
giving
yeah, you've got rain here coming out of the, what is that, the West Horseshoe?
It is, yeah, between turns 5 and 6.
Yeah. Well, let's check our lightning map, shall we?
Yeah.
It actually doesn't look like it's. We haven't. Have you noticed any lightning strikes?
No, but I haven't really been looking. I mean, the wall of water in this crowd is, or in this marching in from the southeast here is pretty dense. So it's kind of tough to see. Scott said Scott mentioned he saw some off in the distance pretty early on, like before I had even got back up into the booth, but I did not. I hadn't seen it yet. So oddly enough, this full course yellow sort of split the race in two. Right? I mean, we're just cresting 7 hours now. We've already had this red flag. We've already had a red flag out for. Oh golly, do we have a marker of when we went red?
Golly, he says. Okay.
I did say golly. Let's take a look here. WRL app. So we have an announcement here as to when it went red. 1431. So that'll be almost exactly a half an hour ago. Which is interesting.
Well, and so that was why I asked. That's why I suggested it might. We might be able to resume operations at the top of the hour, because that would that would suggest to me that we had the lightning around, say, 29 after the hour.
It was I think shortly before that. A red flag at 14:30. Yeah.
But now, obviously, we've got as you can see on the camera, we've got a pretty substantial change in conditions.
Yeah.
Is this the first actual rain that we've had? I mean, obviously, I know there's a little bit of a washout yesterday. But is that
Well, we've had some sprinkles, right, at the Circuit of the Americas at the end of our first race. And
I just meant
had
today.
some sprinkles in Mid-Ohio. Yes, this is the first time it's rained today.
Okay. Now, obviously, we can race on the banks here in the rain.
For sure.
But it's how many? Do you have a ballpark sense of how many cars were still circulating at the red flag?
No, that's actually something I should take a look at here. I hadn't updated that, or I hadn't taken a look at that number since before I left. It feels quite low, and to be honest with you, that number had already fallen pretty considerably since the start. We started with, I think, 70 cars exactly. 3 didn't even complete a lap, so we started with 67. And let's see, cars not in the pit lane or missing. Well, everybody's going to be missing, so this is a difficult time to do this. Oh, let's just count the cars in the pit lane. Let's do that instead.
Okay. Well, my point was
This
going to
will be
be
easy to do.
my point was going to be that if we had the level of attrition that we had kind of suspected we might, that's actually going to be pretty. Like, it's kind of fortunate that we've had this rain. You know, if you could choose, have it sooner or later. You'd prefer to have it later when we've got a lower car count. You've got less spray. To kind of present the hazard that presents, obviously.
I'm counting something like 48, 49 cars in the pit lane.
Okay, so it's still...
No. Sorry. No. 38, 39 cars in the pit lane, I think. Let's double check that math. No, 48, 49. So we're actually not that bad. I thought we were missing a lot more, but it felt like it thinned out very early on and never really regained its density. But that could be too from not having too many full course yellows and letting the field stay pretty well strung out.
Yeah. So the unfortunate thing is that, you know, as you said, under a red flag, we are, you know, you can't work on the car.
Yeah.
But why that's extra unfortunate is that we're getting close to the time where it would be basically the Saturday evening break.
Right.
You know, this is the time where you would be making repairs or tweaks to the car to get it running on Sunday morning. Obviously, you can't do that now. So you're kind of in a hope and pray situation while you say, well, okay, we know this lasts 8 hours usually. I don't know about what'll probably end up being 13 or maybe even 12, depending on how this weather system pans out.
It's very odd. I feel like we really haven't gotten to the center of this little developing cell here. It is brightening up slightly to our west, but the weather is marching in sort of from the southwest, where it's still pretty dark and pretty dense. I bet they're never going 24 hours. Didn't red flag for rain. In fairness, we're not red flagged for rain. We're red flagged for lightning, and this is a Daytona track policy.
Yeah, and it's a common one too. It's not like this is some weird quirk of Daytona. I think there's close to every facility in the country, probably more broadly than that even, will have a similar situation.
Let's not forget too that this is a facility that, I mean, you're not to make light of like a mid-Ohio or a place like that, right? Where you might have 30,000 spectators in a weekend. This is a facility designed to house upwards of 100,000, you know, in various environments, open air, sort of stadium seating.
And a lot of metal grandstands.
Exactly, right. Plus you've got people out in campers that are just sort of I say unpoliced, but you know, out in an environment where they've got to sort of be mindful of their own safety and a broad policy. A good broad policy is basically to shut things down, get people who are in harm's way, like the corner marshals and the safety workers and those sorts of people, out away from metal, out of the elements and into a place of safety, and then also to get the spectators into a place of safety in ample time before there is actually weather.
An update is not exactly good news. The WRL application reads, all teams, we had another strike at 3 p.m., and that will push our restart time back to 3:30, obviously.
At best, 3:30.
Yeah. 3:30 is when you start putting marshals back out in the posts and things like that. So we're not going to restart at 3:30.
Yeah.
It was just a resumption of operations at 3:30.
I think that's a little optimistic anyway, but we'll see how this all pans out here.
Right. Yeah, I mean it's always watching the clock with these lightning delays. You see it all the time in both greater and lesser formulas. So unfortunately not very exciting, but better than a lightning strike that doesn't need to happen.
There's no race cars, so I can hear planes taking. Well, a plane taking off at the airport behind Midway Boulevard in the back straightaway here.
I was just gonna say, it does seem like looking at the pictures here, it does seem like things have cleared up some.
It's just brighter. It's obviously raining. I don't know that it's. I mean, it is still raining pretty hard, but again, the rain is irrelevant to our situation in the moment. It just so happens that you get lightning with rain sometimes. We could be racing in this if not for lightning.
Right. It'd be so great to see it. I hope that does come to pass. A car shifting around.
So here's what's happening. Here's what I'm seeing.
I'm seeing people crossing the pit. Do you see any movement down there? Or is that just a weird artifact of timing?
Because
I'm seeing people crossing the pit loop. I don't know if that's
no, and there's nobody parked on the pit loop or anything like that either.
Maybe that's a manual thing.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? Well, so here, I did receive a message from RJ, and this is a broader race statement as well. 909 was waved around accidentally by the pace car driver. We will reset, and the lap will be removed, and everything it will be as it should be by the time they resume.
Okay, which is obvious. That's basically what I.
Yeah. So everything will be made right by the time we do go back to green here. I've got a little work to do before we go back to green as well.
Yeah, are you gonna have to go do camera duty?
Yeah. There's some that really just aren't playing nice. The tripods, especially in this wind, are just not really working out. I think we may just have to go to all clamps.
Which is funny. That's like the opposite of where I would have expected to have to go with that.
No, I know. I completely agree. This has been a very surprising weekend for me in a number of ways. Number one, cardboard is an effective protection against sunlight.
Number two, we've reunited you with your real dad, and he's here tonight. I assume that was going to be the other one. I don't know, but... What's Scott been up to? I haven't heard Scott in a hot minute.
Scott went to Firehouse.
Ah, what a guy.
Yeah. He's getting me a small Italian, and also probably a hoagie.
Ha ha.
I don't know of any diminutive drivers of Italian descent in the paddock here this weekend. Otherwise, I would invite them up. But
does anyone know? Does anyone have Santino Ferrucci's number?
No. Never.
Well, hey. He might be racing these sooner than you think.
Yeah, that's very true.
So be nice.
This it's a little earlier than I think we got our thunderstorm yesterday. Yesterday, it felt very inevitable. Like you could see it marching in from around where we were. It's not really the case at the moment. This morning into this afternoon, it was actually pretty just gray, white, and fluffy cloud-wise. And then all of a sudden, Scott sort of mentioned you could see dark clouds marching in from the southwest. And I guess it's kind of due south, actually, just looking at the radar here. So interestingly enough, the cell sort of split by the time it got to Daytona.
That's because of that vortex.
Yeah, vortex theory.
Yeah, that DW vortex.
Yeah.
The storm boogity, and then indeed did boogity.
Yeah. Well, it's a double boogity. They
get you every time.
Yeah. But it's like you said, it's starting to clear up. It's definitely starting to lighten up. It is still raining to the south and west. You can sort of see bands of rain out there, but it's not as...
Yeah, the rain itself seems a
heavy
lot
as it
lighter
looks.
too, at least
It
from
is,
this view.
yeah. It's tough to tell from here. Not really bouncing off much. Do we have any puddles? Yeah, at this point, it's just a light rain. Like, you could easily race in this, and it would sustain something like an intermediate tire in Formula One. Right now, it's still definitely a full wet situation just based on the amount of water on track. But as things start to dry out and cars get circulating again, you wouldn't need... Not that you really have a choice in the world of racing. Like, you have a rain tire, but I guess you could run a cut slick or something like, or a cut DOT tire, something like that. But in a full professional series, I think the track would handle an intermediate for quite some time, based on the level of precip we have now. Joseph, I can't help but notice you're not attending the 2021 B&L Transport 170.
Yeah, this was more important.
Were you planning to go?
No, not really.
Oh, okay.
No, I've gone a couple times. It's honestly, you know, I would watch probably the next gen Cup cars at Mid Ohio. I have no interest in watching Nationwide, Xfinity, whatever it is.
Sure.
It's unless
the kind
it
of thing
rains.
you
If
go
it
to,
rains, it's
yeah.
amazing. Because it's basically like it's like watching ice racing, you know.
Yeah.
And that's pretty good. I would do that any day of the week. But in the dry, it's like, I don't know what I'm really getting out of this. I'm just
No, that's fair.
Because my whole problem with have we given ourselves license to ramble here because we're not
Sure. Yeah,
doing
let's go
racing?
for it.
Okay. Because my whole problem with NASCAR road racing is like you can just bump somebody out of the way and that's
1 second, Joseph.
oh no. I'm mid rant.
They just played the delay again, or the announcement again. Let me go ask and see what the timer is at here before we settle into a nice long rant. So give me one minute here, Joseph.
Probably just to like keep you from getting lonely. It's probably not real.
Sure. No, maybe it's just the voice in my head. Maybe I'm not actually hearing it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Give me a second here. So I didn't even have to ask. Somebody was saying exactly what I was about to ask, which is the last strike they had within 10 miles was 9 minutes ago.
Which is okay. So there's no update there then because that was about that would have been at 3:05.
Right. So he said we'd be looking at it's like 36 past the hour to sort of get the protocol going for.
Yeah, and this is that's why we were hesitant to put out any sort of prediction because lightning being lightning, it tends to, one strike tends to follow another. So
no, but that 345 number could end up being reasonably accurate. If it's going to take us a couple of minutes for... Oh, interesting. So they're moving all of the EVs. But why? Are they changing out crews, perhaps? They'll have been in those trucks since about 8 o'clock, 7:30. So this would be coming up to something like the end of an 8-hour day.
Yeah, it would.
And they'll be in them tonight until about 10:30. So this would make some sense, actually. And I think this is just an easier way to facilitate like a crew changeover or something like that.
It's
for
certainly
EV
convenient.
personnel. It is. Yeah.
If not ideal.
Wonder when Scott's getting back.
Did you put in an order?
I
What,
did.
you know,
Yeah,
okay.
a small Italian. I told you.
Oh,
Actually,
okay.
what I told him was a small ham and cheese, but I guess that wasn't an option. I haven't had a
Jimmy
Firehouse in
John's.
a long time. I tried to send him to Jimmy John's. I told him there was a Jimmy John's here, and he didn't go for it.
You know what? The thing is, there's Jimmy John's. Well, I guess there's Firehouse subs everywhere too, but I don't know. Other sandwich shops are available.
I don't know. I should have told him there's a Jersey Mike's nearby too. He could have gone and gotten Jersey Mike's.
You should have had him go to every sandwich shop in the greater Daytona, Deltona, Volusia area.
Honey baked ham is actually really good. It was a regular lunch feature for Marshalls here at Daytona, and pretty good.
Yeah, anything's good if you slather it in sugar.
Oh,
real hot take, Brandon.
No,
speaking of hot takes,
the place, honey baked ham, like that's a thing.
I was just like Omaha steaks.
Yeah, like the Omaha beef, you know.
Yeah. Okay.
Omaha, we have the beef.
Omaha steaks.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
No, my whole issue with like it's so frustrating to watch, and so I haven't been watching any of the racing this weekend, so I don't know. I'm not going to spoil anything for you. Because I don't know anything to spoil. But no, my whole issue with NASCAR road racing is half the time you can just like shove somebody out of the way for a win, and it's just like you didn't really make a pass, you just hit a dude.
Yeah.
So like you can't like you can't drive defensively in NASCAR without like ending up in a gravel trap. And that's like it's not really it's like DRS. It's like NASCAR's version of DRS, but it's just the front bumper.
Sure. Well, and that all that really means is you just need to be close enough to be able to do that. You don't have to. There's no setting up. There's no planning. There's no sort of crafting. It's just, well, as long as I get close enough to be able to charge a braking zone or sail it off into a corner or something like that, like I've got a chance.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean, like I think there's something to that as like a spectacle. But if I'm like,
but when it happens every time a giant stock car series goes to anyway.
Well, it's that it kills some of the drama because you're like, oh well, you know.
Well, and in some way, it I remember having this feeling at a truck race years ago. I think at Canadian Tire, which is like the leader on the last
Hunter Nemechek like drove somebody off the road.
It was one of them. I think somebody else got turned at like turn 5 a couple years later. The leader just sort of feels like a dead man walking. Like he's halfway around the last lap, and you're just like, oh, well, he's
not going to win.
Yeah, exactly. Which is not the way that's supposed to work.
Right, you're supposed to be like, there's supposed to be tension. You're supposed to be like, oh, who's going to win this one? Not like it's going to be second.
Yeah. No, I'm right there with you.
Not that that's the only series. Moto 3 is a little bit like that, you know, like where you end up in a situation where like, okay, well there's a 5-bike pack, but at least it's like, okay, which one of these 5 children is going to win this race? Speaking of small Italians,
yeah.
I invite you to watch Moto 3. I invite you to watch Moto 3 just anyway.
Diminutivizioso.
Yeah, okay. Diviziosa? Anyway. There was an update posted to the WRL app. Last lightning strike detected at 3:06:46, and so therefore that earliest resumption of operations would be 3:36:46. So that would be at a minimum 14 minutes away, obviously. Driver changes will be permitted when we allow teams to return to cars. They may also service the driver coolbox, the water, and video systems only. Video systems obviously important for race control because that is how we either verify or refute penalties that are handed out. But good information. So there will be some minor servicing of the cars that's allowed, but purely to facilitate driver health and safety, and also effective marshaling and stewarding.
Yeah. Getting some kind of announcement here, although I can't hear it. Oh, no, it's one of the radios in the race control room just behind me here. Thanks to all 78 of you for sticking this one out. I learned through my walk in the cold pits a little earlier that probably 10 of those viewers are down in the paddock.
Yeah.
Yeah. And honestly, like, there's a lot of attention being paid to them. I have to say, and this is something I haven't really experienced yet because, I mean, I have a few connections down there in the pit lane, and I like to talk to those people.
All right.
No, listen. No, I like to talk to those people because they are really passionate about WRL. They're really passionate about going racing, and it's a good way to sort of catch up. But, like, I had never interviewed anybody at Choice Racing before. I never spoken to anyone down there, and I was encouraged to go talk to Will Choice. They've just built a brand new BMW M3. It was the last interview I did before I came upstairs, right before the weather delay.
What's the rear wing situation on that car, by the way?
Oh, it wasn't a testing thing. It was a mounting issue. They had sort of mounted it improperly, and they needed to fix it. They needed the mileage on the engine and the chassis because it was brand new. So they.
So it was literally just like a break-in period.
Yes, exactly. So they were like, well, if all we're doing is logging miles, then it really doesn't matter whether the rear wing is on the car or not.
Save us like a half gallon of fuel.
Yeah, so they just took it off and went for it. Instead, obviously, it wasn't any faster then. But it was nice to chat to them. The pit crew members, like the guys who have helped build that car, the guys that are helped crewing that car this week, are here crewing that car this weekend. Like, formed a little audience. Kind of were making fun of him or taking jabs at him for doing an interview. Like, oh, here comes a big celebrity. And, I don't know. It was just kind of a neat environment and situation down there where you have, guys that you've known for a while that are happy to give you an interview and tell you about their team, their operation, and how their race has gone and the problems that have plagued them so far. And then a guy that'll just kind of have fun with it and chat about racing and chat about, the new car build and things like that for a while. The opportunities that are provided by the World Racing League for people like, or for organizations like Shift Up Now, like Round 3 Racing, and all of the partnerships that go on between some of these teams and their corporate partners are great. But there's another side to this, and a regular side to this that makes up more than that half of the paddock, or more than that portion of the paddock, which is guys who just like to come out and race. And yeah, sometimes they do it in some really kick-butt machinery, but it's still racing, and they still like to be out here and wrench on cars and drive fast cars. And, it's good to have that balance, I think, as the WRL gains some momentum, both overall and through its 2021 season.
No, I mean, there's something to the fact that you can still run in a GP, you can run a GP3 seat for a weekend and then say, because that's a relatively low cash commitment. I say relatively because some of the seats are, it's a little rich for my blood. Yeah. But you could you could test the waters for a weekend and then say, okay, well, that was fun, but I would really like to be in an Audi TCR. I saw that go by me a lot, and I would like to be in that. And so, okay, you'd be like, okay, this was a good experience. I've got the money to step into a GP1 or a GTOC, and you could do that. You know, it's a little bit of a ladder system within itself. Oh no, don't do this to me, Brendan. Don't BRB. That was the end of my point. I didn't have more point to make. I assume that Brendan is working on a few things, including the camera situation, because we did have an awful lot of wind come through, and we've got pretty small cameras in the... That's right. Yeah, you can't even work on the cameras now because we're in a red flag lightning delay.
No, exactly. Yeah. Specifically, I was going to just run out to the grandstands quick because it's sort of petered out the rain. But I
just hold some.
Do that.
Just hold some. You know, we know that we've got some tires that are going to be unused. Just kind of hold those above your head.
There we go. Yeah, I'll just carry one of those around.
Right.
Yeah. I don't like that idea.
Actually, you could use them as ask Tim if we could use some spares to put the tripods in, brace them a little bit. No? Okay. That's got to be frustrating to bring tires to. I can't imagine being in a situation where, you know, you run the same brand of tires, really race after race. This is the first that I've heard of a tire situation. Obviously, like we talked about, the lateral loads are, and longitudinal loads for that matter, are so much greater.
Yeah.
On the high banks of Daytona. But it's got to be frustrating to be in that situation where, you know, this has been a pretty reliable brand, and it just so happens that you get a bad bet. You used to see that in F1 all the time. When there was still a tire war on, you know, somebody would come out and there, you know, they'd be a second slower lap. And you're like, where did that come from? Tires just weren't right. Obviously, it's a slightly different situation, but I think it was Dovizioso at the Saxon Ring a few years ago, whose tires came apart on him there too. The same sort of chunking around. I mean, that's just something that can happen at a high-speed circuit.
Sure. Yeah. Well, Saxon Ring is just, I mean, those corners go on forever.
You know what I've learned? I was always like super impressed with commentators when I was a kid about like where they pull this arcane knowledge from, and it's like they don't have an encyclopedic knowledge; they have a very specific knowledge.
It's funny you say that. Shea Holbrook, while I was having an interview with her down in the pit lane, said exactly the same thing. I brought up like some Thunderhill memories from years and years ago when she was running the Team Honda cars, and you know, some other sort of random bits and bobs in racing. She's like, "Wow, you have a really good memory." I'm like, "Well, this is what I don't really have anything else."
Like,
don't assume I'm backing this up with any other real knowledge. This is it.
Yeah. No, yeah, we went into the database.
Yeah.
we got our stats guy on it.
Yep. Speaking of Joseph, how do red flags, extended red flags, affect your prediction models?
Actually, totally fine. It's accounted for.
Nice.
Yeah.
As long as you use the correct time remaining, I assume.
Right. I used to not count red flags and like time lost and stuff like that. So you get this like thing where like, oh wow, everybody on the track has been missing for an hour and 20 minutes or whatever, and it ends up being. And it might turn out to be about an hour and 20 minutes in this case, actually.
Yeah, it was about 2:30. We went red flag. Wow, we've already burned through an hour.
You're welcome.
That's pretty impressive, actually.
Yeah, I mean, so everything's going to be.
Also, it stopped raining here.
Yeah, it looked like it.
The sun has come out.
Look at how green that is.
It's very green. That camera survived as well.
Yeah, which is handy because Tanner dropped out for a second. So
Yeah, sure.
if that camera had gone on us, we would have been just staring straight at the sky.
So Scott was actually quite looking forward to the opportunity for a transition into some wet weather running, right? Where you've got
we very much did not get that.
Yeah, no, and we will get a transition out of that, but I don't know how long that's going to last. Which maybe there's a strategy there. Maybe you look at keeping whatever tires you have on rather than something a little more aggressively treaded. I mean, we run DOT tires anyway.
Well,
right?
and you can't change tires in this scenario. So you would have to come into the paddock while we were still under a yellow flag situation. So you'd lose less time in doing that, but you would still lose time.
Oh, sure, yeah. No, the other option is to tough it out on some lightly treaded racing tires and just kind of hope for the best while this track dries out. Now, it's humid, and it's going to be pretty warm when we do go back to racing, so that's not going to help the situation.
People are really going to need their cool suits, so I'm glad that they made that announcement about recharging all of that stuff, because it's going to be brutal out there.
The good news is that it hasn't really, there's some high cloud there, but for the most part, it's a pretty open sky out to the south and sort of southwest, which would facilitate driving or drying a little bit, and especially once we get cars running on track. I mean, this could dry out in a matter of laps, rather than half an hour.
That feels a little ambitious.
I don't know. You'd be surprised how.
I would be surprised. That's why I said that.
You may still have some standing water patches, but for the most part, I don't. So we're coming up to 334 here. I don't think we've had another strike.
I haven't. Right, but again, remember, we're talking about a resumption of operations here, and not necessarily a
resumption of the race.
You're right.
Yeah. So we'll keep an eye out on the WRL app for announcements. Reference that. It's interesting. AccuWeather believes it's still raining here, and it's going to rain for another 60 minutes.
To Shaw, I say.
Yeah. Do wonder what we're going to get between now and the end of the race. If anything sort of builds behind this, it looks like the majority of the weather has sort of built off to, or will be building off to our south and west, sort of down towards the Daytona area, which is some distance away. Storms don't travel tremendously far in Florida. They do tend to travel brief distances and then fizzle back out.
Well, but the contra to that is they also can form up out of nothing.
No, that's very true, although it would take some formation here from where things are at.
I have news.
Yep, go ahead.
All teams, we will be going out, around, and in with the pace car. Same as race start. Single file restart. Please be careful on the surface and pay attention to areas with puddles and or standing water.
So basically there's no opportunity for changes here. This is basically we're going to send everybody out. We'll do the lap, the pace car comes in, and whatever you have, unless you come in to make that adjustment when they go green.
That is my impression.
Yeah, that's what I understand as well.
I had a double take there to make sure that it wasn't referring to just an installation lap to test the surface. I don't think that's that. I think this is referring to a restart procedure.
No, I agree with that. So as we hit 336, waiting for Scott to return here so I can go manage the camera situation out in the stands. At least I can knock that out.
Area. Please resume normal operation.
Did y'all hear that?
I heard it.
Pretty loud in here. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So we're everybody's kind of going back to normal. Oh my, there is a crowd gathering at the paddock exit gate onto the little walkway onto pit lane. And I can hear myself again in our broadcast booth here, which means we're live back in the paddock.
You are looking live at the West Horseshoe at the Daytona International. Anyway.
Yeah. So we got that turned back down now, but I think we're going to be live in the paddock here in a little bit. It made interviews super interesting down there. Because
I would hate that.
It was very odd. I had earbuds in, so it was okay, but anybody else was having to contend with it. There are a few moments where every now and then somebody would just stop talking and kind of look around, like try and just reset
Next up,
what they were hearing.
Manny Mota.
Exactly. Now pinch hitting for Pedro Bourbon.
I haven't seen. I was hoping to see airplanes taking off from this camera. I'm going to be honest with you.
Oh, the turn 6 camera there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that hasn't.
Is it
really
the other
deteriorated.
direction? Am I like totally disoriented?
No. That would be. I mean, they are departing the 7s today. Over here, so and there was an A320 that took off a little earlier. Although, oh no, they would have. I was going to say some of that may be weather related, where they're just trying to depart away from the thunderstorm. I'm not sure which way the wind is actually blowing at the moment.
Tanner very politely informs me that trackside 8 has had a bunch go by, and then he says in all capitals, "If I were here, I'm sorry. I was doing my Dorsey Schrader impression, trying to and failing miserably. I'm sorry I let you down, Dorsey."
That bad, huh?
I think it was something that I ate, if I'm honest with you.
There we go. Floodgates are open in the paddock. And drivers, crew members all head out. Some on scooters, some on little bicycles.
Le Mans start, let's go.
What? Yeah. All head out to their respective relevant locations here.
Okay, so we've got the EVs coming back to their post also, so that seems like all good signs.
Yeah. Yep. Joseph, would you be terribly upset if I left you to go deal with the very least the grandstand cameras here?
It would be very unfortunate because I'm kind of working on fixing something.
Oh, okay. Then I won't do that. I don't know where Scott went. Scott came back with food, left it in the bag, and then just walked away. Oh, there he is.
I thought I heard him. Yeah,
no,
you can leave me.
Briefly.
You could leave me in the trusty hands of Dr. Scott Michaels, PhD.
Scott Michaels.
So I have to ask because I'm in an air-conditioned apartment in sunny Ohio. It's 87 degrees here. It feels fine. What's it feel like there?
Warm. Toasty.
Yeah.
Humid. But honestly, it's not worse than like a rough day in Ohio or Pennsylvania, humidity-wise. Like every now and then you get them. It's just like that here on a slightly more regular basis. The particularly tough time is after these thunderstorms, where everything's wet. The humidity is like 85, 90% for 20 or 30 minutes at a time, and the sun comes back out, and everything's just miserable.
Yeah,
Until things start to sort of dry back out, the air dries back out again, and you go back to some semblance of normal.
Yeah, I'm looking at the lightning map. We're not getting anything.
So,
what's the direction of travel of the weather actually? Just really quickly before
south to north for the most part.
South to north. Okay, so we could be in good shape. There's some just west of just west of Sanford. So it's not we're not necessarily in the clear depending on which direction that goes. But oh boy. Sorry, I just scrolled up. Jacksonville's getting whooped with lightning. So if you happen to be listening in the Jacksonville area, please take cover.
Well, but that's the thing about Florida thunderstorms. They all tend to be slightly hyper-local, where they only affect a few miles worth of real estate at a time. So what might be happening even as close as something like DeLand or Deltona, for that matter, New Smyrna Beach, I mean, they were getting hit with lightning 10, 12 miles away.
Right.
And rain, whereas we were, dry here. And as soon as it started raining here, by that point, the storm was past New Smyrna. I mean, you're really talking about 8, 10, 12-mile radius storms that only affect small areas for a small portion of time. But like you said, they do tend to
rise up and dissipate very quickly. So just because I don't see anything on the horizon for the moment doesn't mean we won't get anything in a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, closer to the end of the daylight hours here.
Yeah, of course. It'd be helpful if I checked the right line of script. I want to because I'm having trouble getting charts, and I think charts are going to be really helpful for unpacking A, what happened for the first half of the race, and then B, getting bearings for what we should expect for the last what'll be about going until 10 will be another 6 hours of racing. Is that right?
Yeah, sorry. Roughly 6 hours, we think, when we go back to green. If we
Okay.
go back to green around 4.
That wasn't a. They don't have track dryers out, do they? I wasn't looking at the screen, but I heard something that sounded like a track dryer.
They have a scrubber.
Oh,
Which I
okay.
assume is at this point just sort of working on maybe a little bit of rubber, but probably more puddles than standing water.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how much, what this does to the track surface. The point that you had brought up about Scott wanting to see that transition, we don't really know what this surface drives like right now, how it races. Everyone that's been on track, I don't think has.
No, unless somebody was in the car yesterday when it started raining very suddenly on like half the track before they black flagged the session. You're absolutely right. Everybody's going to be in sort of the same boat here.
Yeah, it's going to be a really hairy situation, if I'm honest. So really, you would hope that you would, well, not hope, but you would either put in your most professional driver or a driver who had seen the rain yesterday, I would think. Just because.
Yeah, to be clear, we were talking like a lap and a half worth of running before they threw the black flag.
No, but it's still more information than nothing.
Did run in the rain at the end of the race.
Yeah, I just think any amount of information is better than the zero amount of information that somebody else would have. Like, if you've maybe driven your car in the rain, that obviously would be good, but you just don't know where the standing water is here. You're gonna get a lap to kind of scope out the puddles, and you'll have a sense after that, but you're not gonna know where you might hydroplane or anything like that. So it's going to be, not that it looks like there's a ton of standing water, but obviously we had a pretty good deluge. It looks like to me, it looks like in the background that a lot of the oval has sort of drained off, as you'd expect, because, it's on a 31-degree slope.
Yeah, there are big dry patches all over the banking. So obviously that's going to, as you say, that's going to drain quicker because of being on a slope. But honestly, I think we'll be fully dry within like 10 minutes.
That's what Brendan said. I mean, yeah. Well, you guys have a bird's eye view, and I obviously don't. But that still seems really surprising to me.
Why?
Because it's a lot of water, and we've got a lot of cars, but we don't have that many.
It's not a lot of water. I can't see any standing water. Well, there's on the insides of the track where it's clearly designed to drain down and puddle, there's standing water. But on the racetrack itself, very little.
Okay.
It's really hot. Well, no, it's not really hot. By Florida standards, it's not really hot, but it's relatively hot outside.
What is the temperature there, by the way?
Good question. I've been in this air-conditioned commentary box the whole time.
Well, you just went out for food.
I went from the air-conditioned building to my air-conditioned car to the air-conditioned firehouse subs. Other lunch places are available, and then in reverse. So I didn't really experience very much of it.
Okay.
My weather app says, I think it says 26. 26 Celsius. Do your own conversion.
Let's see. 37 Celsius is 100.
Yeah, we're probably in the 80s. I'm guessing it's low 80s probably.
Okay.
It's not hot, but that usually happens after you get the rain. It takes some of the heat away for a little bit, but it's also not crazy humid, which means it will dry a bit quicker, I think. There's also a good breeze. I feel like I can almost see it drying. At least the NASCAR parts. The NASCAR parts look basically dry.
I wouldn't say. I mean, I see the dry patches. I agree that I'm sure that'll.
Yeah, sorry, not basically dry. Zero standing water for sure.
Yeah.
On the NASCAR bits.
So what do you think is going to be the trickiest part? Because I'm thinking of basically everything that's a transition off the oval.
Turn one. Turn one is the one place that does look like it has. I don't know if it's just the way the tarmac's laid. It kind of looks like it has rivering across it, but that will disappear within like 5 cars will go through that and it'll be gone. But that will be the hardest part for sure. But that's because it's the hardest part of the track. The hardest part of the track is always going to be the hardest part of the track in the wet. I don't really see anywhere. I don't know what the bus stop. I think the bus stop would be all right. It's all flat back there, so even the oval part is flat there. So yeah, turn one is going to be, and also the fact that turn one is so forgiving with the amount of runoff there is. You're not going to have like most of the field isn't going to go there at like 50% just to make sure they don't crash. Like you can barrel in there, and if you get it wrong, you just go through the runoff. So I think we're going to see a lot of cars go straight on. Straight on there.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting if there are a couple of cars who really do take it very carefully and get just like run over.
Yeah, like a Coda situation, like a cup at Coda situation.
Yeah, that sort of thing. But I don't see there being much spray at all, personally, because the fast bits are the NASCAR bits where there's no standing water and barely any. The track's not really. Every time I look back at the piece of road between NASCAR 4 and the Tri-Oval, it looks drier and drier. Like the dry patches are getting bigger and bigger. I can almost see them growing. So yeah, we're not going to spend very long under wet at all.
So like it's like watching a track dry.
Very good. Like I was just asking Brendan what tire choices they have, and they're on DOT tires all the time, so treaded, and they have a wet option. I don't think I'd use the wet option. I think you're going to lose more time changing off that in like 5 laps.
Well, one of the things too.
I'm not very well versed on what the deal is with DOT tires. I assume these are as racy as DOT tires get, but still.
Well, so there was a situation. I'm thinking now about the wet race that we had, or wet half a race or so that we had at Mid Ohio. And some teams that were running, I think they were, forget, it was a certain treadwear tire, really struggled in the wet. And it didn't seem to take much moisture at all to really wreck their handling. So I wouldn't be shocked to see something similar. At least, if it does only take about 5 laps, like you suggest, those 5 laps are still going to be pretty treacherous for those guys.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the other aspect is that it's a pretty low-speed track, at least the non-NASCAR bits. And the NASCAR bits we are drying so quickly that they're not going to be any kind of issue. So, like, the COTA thing was that there was a lot of standing water at the high-speed parts of the track. That's absolutely not the case.
Yeah.
And driving in the wet at low speed it's not easy, but it's not dangerous, or there's not a chance that something could really quickly happen and you're just off the road before you know it. It's difficult to get speed out of the car. It's very technical driving at slow speeds in the wet, but it's not something where I think we're going to see a lot of cars crashing. We could see some big differences in pace, but I'd be the only caveat to that is that there's a lot of grass at Daytona. So if you do get it wrong, you're not stopping for a while, probably until you get to another part of the track where you might be heading in the wrong direction. So there's a danger of that happening, particularly in the kink, I guess. But other than that, I I'd be surprised if we see too much carnage. I think we're going to see big differences in pace, but that's
I think that feels like famous last words. You said that, and I was like, and I felt immediate regret for you for having said that. We're not going to have carnage, okay?
Okay.
I obviously hope that we don't have carnage, right? Like,
yeah.
But it's an awful lot of cars, and it's the fact that we never had that transition into wet conditions. So people are, like you say, people are going to have different levels of caution. But if the spray's not too bad, then it might be a non-issue.
The spray shouldn't be bad, I don't think. As I said, the high-speed parts of the track are where the spray is a problem, and they are almost dry, as we are now. I've looked back at the piece of tarmac between turn 4 and the tri-oval again, and there are like very significant dry patches along that section, which is basically flat. So
we need a time lapse.
Yeah, wouldn't have taken very long of a time lapse either. So I see they've moved...
Oh, there they are. Yeah. Okay.
I see they've moved the automatic Aston to the front of the queue behind the safety car. Have they docked it a lap as well?
I'm not aware either direction there.
Because you weren't... I don't know how engaged you were as we went to the safety car red flag, but...
Not at all.
Seemed to be given a lap because... the safety car.
That okay, yeah, I was aware of that. Okay.
Yeah, between it and the Screaming Goat car. So
yeah, I think
to the front of the queue, which makes me think they're now going to take the lap away from it.
I think Brendan actually was told that exact piece of information.
Okay, cool. Yeah, Brendan's just confirmed that's the case. So that sounds good. And they've allowed the cars that got trapped in the pit lane to go around, so that should cleanse everything, hopefully.
Yeah.
We might have 2 Civics on track as well. I don't want to speak too soon, but one of them is leaving the pits now, and another one is queued up at the end of the garage to get onto the pit lane. That would probably be the first time that's happened. I don't even know if both of them started, so that's pretty awesome.
The lights are on for everybody. Well, for most people.
Obviously, they're going around to safety car speed, but there's 0 spray right now.
Right.
Some of the cars aren't. Some of the cars who are catching up with the train are not going around to safety car speed, and there's still 0 spray, as far as I can tell. Yeah, if anyone's on wets right now, I think they're gonna need to change them.
Yeah, and I was making that point sort of during the stoppage, as our Discord notification issue has now been solved, where I don't think anybody will have changed over to wets, but we had such a period there without rain before we released cars back behind the safety car that I think it was inevitable that we were going to get, a significant amount of drying that happened before we even got cars circulating. And then once we did get cars circulating, things were going to dry up pretty quickly, with the exception of the standing water, obviously. So who have they released in this pack? This includes the R8.
I think this is all the cars that were stuck in the pit.
Front. Yeah.
So because we had the safety car in the middle of the pack, and it was everyone in front of that, which is all the guys who got trapped in the pits.
Rear bumper hanging off the 498 Cayman, or 984, I believe, the green one.
Now, am I right in thinking we don't seem to have audio for the O2? Maybe that's just in the feed to us, but it's wonderful to actually be able to hear cars.
We are going to get a green flag, by the way, this time by. I think is the plan. The safety car is exiting. Well, I say that. We still have cars.
I was going to say, I really hope not.
Here. Oh, I understand the message now. The message was when they said out, around, and in, I think the point was they were going to send the cars out of the pit lane around the oval to get a string of cars
and then back in through the infield to sort of get everybody lined up. Nope, Scott, I think the lights are out on the safety car there in the west banking. And we do still have a double yellow being held by the starter. Oh no, the lights are on there. It's very far away and hard to see. So, yeah, our last car in the queue is just coming into turn 6 now, with our leaders just coming off the west banking NASCAR turn 4. So one more lap and we should have everybody in some sort of order. Thank you to everybody who stuck with us here through this red flag period. Oh, automatic racing into the pit lane. Yeah. And the 29, Screaming Goat is in right behind him. Interesting. So when they cross the line here, the question will be, is the margin 1 lap or is it 2 laps?
Well,
it is. They will be nose to tail when they come out of the pits. Whatever the margin is on track is the actual margin between, or will be the actual margin between the two. In either order. I mean, even if Screaming Goat is able to sort of beat them out here, they were very much nose to tail when they came in.
Yeah, I certainly see your guys' point about the oval being dry. Yeah. I can't tell. Does that look? You'll have a better vantage point than I. Is that damp or dry? The line that they're taking into 1 right now. I can't tell if that's rubber or moisture.
Around the oval?
Sorry, not NASCAR 1. IMSA 1 and 2.
Oh, no, there's some rubber there, but it's not completely dry. I would say the pit lane exit appears to be drier than the track, although it's hard to gauge. Automatic Racing has left the pits. Screaming Goat still has the trunk open. Looks like I assume they're putting fuel in the car. Now, of course, the Screaming Goat car will be able to catch the back of the pack on this last pace lap. But there's still probably going to be 1 or 2 cars between them. Also, I would say if you're going to do anything significant on the 29, you can do it now with the caveat that you have to be able to catch the back of the pack here. Or else you're going to be in real trouble when you do go back to green.
There's
an automatic car.
Yeah, there's a little bit of potential for gamesmanship's maybe not the right word, but it's also kind of a roundabout way to get a feel for the track at race speed.
Yeah.
Or
and you know
close
what?
to it.
Let's say you're not in a pack or you're not at the back of a queue. Maybe you're a little better off. You know, you can sort of find your own way around rather than having to worry about dodging cars, moving your way around some of the general production traffic. You're less at risk for some of those issues than you otherwise might be, even if you haven't caught or especially if you haven't caught the back of the pack yet.
You're back on the O2.
Deck has closed on the Screaming Goat car. The deck lid, the wing. We are paying some attention to the front, or the front and left of that car from the looks of things. Oh, that might be a tarp hanging over the wall. They might actually be fueling that car now that I look at it. The right rear. I'm not exactly sure what the fueling setup is on that car. I think they fuel from the right rear. And yep, holding a fuel jug. That one's empty. Runs back over, grabs another one. I did notice something as we get to go back to green here. I did notice something interesting on one of the Caymans, the Kingpin car, when I was down at the pit lane there. They actually have 2 jugs. One is sort of an overflow jug that they put into the top half of the fuel intake. The other is the actual 5-gallon jug they put into the bottom half of the intake, and that allows the fuel to vent in a way that it would if you had a vent hose. It's just 2 separate 5-gallon jugs. One is full and one is empty. So that was an interesting way to go about that.
That is interesting. Do you know, does it have an open, is the bottom jug open at the bottom?
I'm not sure. We're going to put that to one side because we are about to go back to green after something close to an hour and a half of red flag and associated full course cautions. The Screaming Goat car exits the International Horseshoe as, well, the first car that the safety car picked up anyway, comes underneath start finish and will lead us back to green in the 14 hours of Daytona for the World Racing League. Just under 6 hours remaining as we head into the early evening hours, 4 o'clock local time. Just after 4 o'clock local time, the field is more jumbled than it's ever been. The Ginetta, we're 4 wide into turn 1 with the Stratus car. The Ginetta number 54 is in there. There's another Stratus,
boy,
a white
that
BMW.
looks like a mess.
There's a Civic that's off to driver's right. That's the JNR number 13. You see very slow in the middle of the pack. And it almost seems to me like the JNR car just kind of threw his hands up and said, I don't want any parts of this.
That's exactly what it was. I was watching that on a little bit of a delay, and there was no contact whatsoever. Literally just an abundance of caution. I can't say that I blame them. Oh, no, I definitely don't.
Both JNR cars are actually back out on track. The 178 is there as well. The Prema car passed about 4 cars in the braking zone around the outside of turn 3. That's the number 690.
I was going to say, I watched that car going into Team 1, and it shot through a 1.1 Audi R8's width gap at about 50 mile an hour speed difference.
They did say that
I suggest, right, yeah, I suggest we may know who's in that car.
Yeah, I would think so.
Based purely on that.
Joseph, if you aren't aware that Team Prema is, in fact, Alexander, we are fairly sure he's in that car.
Yeah, I was going to say, is that a Mr. Alexander Prema?
We do believe that is the case, yes.
Yeah.
And that car was super quick in the opening stint. I mean, so is everybody, but he particularly was very, very quick early on.
Screaming Goat is coming across the line now, so they've given up a lot of time.
Minute and 13.3. Now, the advantage at this margin is going to come down.
Somewhat.
You would think.
The automatic car is being very cautious, by the way.
Oh, he's only passed about 4 cars. That's him there, yeah.
Right. And 4 cars where some of them are Civics. So it's and he's going to get blocked here.
He's going to roll right out of it. The round 3.
Yeah. So the automatic car is being extremely sensible on this first lap, which is going to give up a bunch of time. But obviously, less time than Screaming Goat gave up with whatever they needed to do in the pits. So it's all part of endurance racing. So it's sensible decision making.
Now on board the Hammer number 02 here down into the braking zone for the bus stop.
I think I just saw that R8 make another 3 wide pass through the middle.
Oh my gosh, they're 4 wide down the front straightaway here. Let's pick this up if we can, Tanner, down the start-finish area. If we even catch it on a delay, I mean, this is a gaggle of something like a dozen cars. There they are, just coming through the Geico restart zone that they used for NASCAR. That was wild. You had cars down on the apron, which is not an out-of-bounds area here.
The R8 was off in the runoff, though.
So was the Irish Mike's TCR, as a matter of fact.
I think there were 2 wide off the racetrack. It's a first for me.
So that R8 was one of the very last cars in the train, and it only has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars left in front of it after 1 lap. So that's
I think that might be Frenchie.
That's a good 40-odd overtakes in a single lap.
Let's put this in some context here as we get sort of back to racing pace. The automatic racing number 909, last lap was a 226.9, which plays like a 207, 208 that they were doing before the rain hit, before the thunderstorm hit, through most of the heat of the afternoon. That's 18 to 20 seconds slower than they had been running. The Screaming Goat car, by comparison, is out in clear track. Now, it is a drying track still, so I wouldn't expect to see like a 207, 208 here, but I would expect it to go quicker than an automatic Aston.
Well, the Prema car did a 219.
Yep. I would expect at least a 216 here. 213.
Oh, wow.
That's what clear track is worth. Put it another way, that's how cautious automatic racing is being in the back of all this traffic.
Yeah, and they still have to pass them. It's not. They've got through another 4, maybe.
Yeah, half dozen.
5 cars.
Yeah.
I mean, it's obvious. Oh, there's a 4 wide in NASCAR 1. Obviously, the field's going to spread a bit, and they'll be able to pick them off a little bit.
Yeah.
Easy or safer, not necessarily easy, because they've now got to do them 1.
Sorry, we're on board the number 28, the 605 round 3 car. I think this will be your 4 wide, just up in front of this shot here, Scott.
The mirror's in the way. Yeah, there it is.
Just gets half of it.
Yeah.
But that's on board the number 28 from HQ Autosport, who... So I actually wanted to
to check in on this because that car was not in control of GP2, but it seemed to have all the right cards in hand. And now as I look down at timing in GP2, they're 15 seconds behind Rocker Renstall.
Presumably they decided to pit under the yellow on a different lap.
Everybody's pitted under every yellow, so maybe it was just the way the...
Well,
when I
did
left,
they pit before the red flag or after the red flag?
Oh, I don't know. It's a good question, actually.
Looks like HQ pitted before. And potentially Rocker Renstall... Was it 160 for them? And HQ pitted on 159. So yeah, I reckon...
like a tandem drafting on the banks.
I reckon Rocker Renstall pitted after the red flag, and that's put them more to the front of the queue. That's probably what that difference is. The really interesting car in that class is still the Core Motorsports Mustang, because that's clearly the fastest car. It just depends who's driving it.
Scott, there's a black BMW in the pits here. That's the number 44 of PC Racing, who has been there for some time. I think it came in with the Screaming Goat car and has not returned, which has promoted Round 3 Racing's number 701 up to the GP1 class lead by over a lap.
Which is pretty interesting, because I think, wasn't that the class where PC Racing had 7 laps? Or was it 3 laps? Is it?
I think it was at least 2 or 3 laps. So, I mean, I haven't been up here looking.
No, sorry, GP3 is the class where the lead is 7 laps. So I think GP1 had a 3-lap lead.
Right.
So they've lost all of that, and it's now... and that car also was like 16th overall, something along those lines. Yeah. Now GP2, the GP2 leader is the best non-GTO.
Right, and they'll be pushed reasonably hard over the next, stanza of the race. Anyway, just as a result of being in that battle with the second place car in GP2 of HQ Autosport, who's sort of trying to regain the lead. The 02 Audi from Hammer Motorsports, I've been pointed out, just did a 2:10 on their first lap in the rain.
We missed it, but the Audi R8 has taken 3rd.
Oh.
From TLM USA, because their last lap was 7 seconds faster. By the way, it was a 2:05.4, which is quick in the dry.
Yeah.
Really quick in the dry.
Now we know who's on the car.
TLM USA was 7 seconds slower, and now they're 2 seconds behind. So that pass obviously happened on the track. So let's see if they're not going to be able to unlap themselves, are they? Because they have already got themselves from 2 laps to 1 lap down. So now they've got to go all the way around again.
Well, here's the automatic car. So where is that?
It's at the front of the queue. So.
Oh, okay. So they're a lap and like 3/4 behind.
Yeah. I'm trying to work out where exactly. Well,
but again,
you say 3/4, but I think that's him coming into turn 6.
It's the second car in line here. Yeah. So the length of the infield.
Yeah.
Which is probably 45 seconds.
It's getting on for half the lap.
Yeah.
But it won't be.
But let's not forget. I mean,
they're also going 15 seconds.
Exactly my point. This isn't. We're clawing this back a second at a time or a couple tenths of a second at a time. They're taking out enormous chunks of time. Well, pretty single-handedly is taking out enormous chunks of time.
He's only taking 5 seconds out of Screaming Goat.
No, that's true, but they're all gaining on automatic, right? So everything is going to come together. Now, Screaming Goat is on the same lap as automatic, so we knew that margin was 1 minute and 13 something. When this all kicked off, it's down to 40.
Yeah.
And you're right, the Pramac car now shows 2 laps down, so it is about a lap and a half.
Just to vindicate Tim Mayer, the O2 Hammer Motorsports car is in the 206s at the moment, which is the second fastest car on the track.
Yeah,
and nobody
we just
else
had
is anywhere near.
I think I just saw something come across the info stripe at the bottom. Did we have a change for? Was it GP1 lead just now?
Yes, we did. PC Racing.
They got it.
Lost a few laps in the pits.
Oh, sorry. Gone the other way. Yeah, PC Racing had. That will have been them coming back across the line for the first time since they pitted under the double yellow at the end of the red flag, right? So they came right in with Screaming Goat and with automatic. Then they spent 14.5 minutes in the pits. So you'll be seeing that updating across the bottom because they just came across the line to sort of solidify themselves into second, whereas the round 3 car had taken the lead, now over a lap ago. Its margin is something like a lap and a half. I mean, to PC Racing's credit here, if they were going to have to make that stop, they were good to do it when they did because part of that was under yellow.
Yellow flag.
Yeah, double yellow.
Yeah, that's just come across, yeah.
Yep. So, what are we looking for here?
No blue light, so that's nice. There are recovery vehicles heading off to the back straight, by the looks of things.
I wonder if there's a car off at the bus stop.
That would be that was one place where I had noticed that there was a big difference in aggression.
Oh yeah, they
between-
all seem to be converging on the service road there at the bus stop. I don't know if my trackside cameras needs to be sort of replaced. The leader's been picked up, the 909s. That's fortuitous, and I don't know if we have any onboards that are close.
Ooh, that looks like either a piece of bumper or a piece of tire that was off to driver's right at 6. Maybe a wheel well.
I mean, I would believe it's a piece of bumper. There were 1 or 2 cars after the red flag that had portions of the bumper hanging off. The W2W, the green car, I think.
Hey, what's W2W stand for, Brendan?
Will to win.
Okay.
Yep. I've given up, and now I just call it W2W because that can't ever be wrong.
Okay, so let's take a look here at what might be the driver's left. It looks like
there's definitely a car in there.
Possibly
Yes.
2. It looked like a W2W car to me. They've already sent out a medical vehicle to attend to it, which is good.
Be standard procedure here.
Yeah, it's totally fine. I just like to see that because there are some facilities that are a little slower on the take with that one. This is obviously a NASCAR facility, and so this is not one of them.
4:10 p.m. The 167 and the 210 were logged for contact at turn 7.
That would be the
which is
would
the
it
bus
be?
stop? Yeah, it's the bus stop. It's corner.
Okay,
corner six,
so
7.
they don't consider NASCAR 1 and 2 to be.
No, 6. The 6 station is the inside of 6, which is basically where our camera is, and the turn 7 station is the bus stop.
Okay.
So that'll be the 167. 210 is Condor OMP, which is now Salmon on Race Hero. So that is
Any idea why the R8
fairly
was
correct.
pitted there?
Would have pitted.
Well, it did, but we just had a red flag, so
Did they top off, or did they just change driver?
Well, remember,
They couldn't
Scott,
fuel
that
the
you
cars
couldn't.
in the pit lanes.
Right,
Or
yeah,
in the pit
right.
lane.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. The only thing you could do was like recharge the cool suits and check your video cameras.
The irony here,
Under
Scott,
the red flag.
yes.
But then what about the caution after the red
Well, you could, but that's exactly what automatic and. Now I don't know
They
why.
did that as well because they were right at the back of the queue.
Premont.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know they were also in. Yeah, I don't know what the thinking is here. In particular, unless they were already. Well, they would have been at the back of the queue, wouldn't they? Because automatic.
True.
Yeah.
Have they? Yeah.
They picked up
beat
automatic.
the safety car and then came in the pits.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. So if you're going to be at the back of the queue anyway, you might as well.
Top off. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is aggressive racing from those guys then. They're obviously keen for a comeback.
I think this 167 is missing, or the 67, because NRG Racing is also missing on Race Hero. And I would buy that that's who that is. Oh, 167 is BSI Racing, who shows in the pit. So I do. Maybe it was just the 210 that's down there, because 167 is very much in the pits now. With attention being paid to the right front, actually. Which might give a clue. So I suppose it's possible that the only car we're recovering is actually the 210, and that, Scott, you had a better look at the replay than I did. Oh, we go back to green already. We did.
Wow.
That's tremendously. Oh, my gosh. Front straight camera, please, Tanner. Oh, my word. There are... I'm not even going to try and call this.
Full wide, a lot of apron
Oh
use.
my gosh, that's the 525 taking out about, or not taking out, but passing about 8 to 10 cars at once down the inside past our racing line cone, which has very much been replaced. That's remarkable.
Yeah, no carnage so far.
No, they've done remarkably well.
Joseph.
I said I didn't want it. I said that because I also thought it was going to stay wetter for longer. You guys.
Yeah, I was right about that as well, wasn't I?
Well, I think that was the root cause.
Right.
because I thought it was going to be. To be fair, I also
You've watched too many January Rolex 24s where it takes 23.5 hours to dry a track.
Yeah, that's probably probably it.
Definitely not the case
At
in
50
June.
degrees.
Yeah. That definitely isn't how it works in June. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a fastest lap pretty soon because the track's cooled down and it's now bone dry. The only caveat to that is I don't know what the bus stop looks like, but we've got the Aston. So this is interesting. This might have in some way saved the Aston Martin a little bit because now they don't have to work through all that traffic. They've got clean space.
It's an exact reverse of what we just had on the last restart, right? Where the 693 is going to be at the back of the queue, having to fight its way through all this traffic.
The 693 was at the back of the queue anyway in the last restart.
Well, but he powered through it.
So he's just got to do it.
So that was it. Kind of ended up being irrelevant. The 29 was out in clear track.
Yeah.
That margin's down to 11.6. So in a way, the first to second margin has kind of hosed the automatic racing Aston.
True. Yeah.
I mean, that margin was going to come down very quickly anyway. It already was closing by something like 10 seconds a lap, but now it really is down to 11.6 seconds. It will have clear track, which is a bit of a saving move, and we'll try and pick up the Screaming Goat car out the window here around the western banking. There's WGW car with his light banners. Here's the Screaming Goat car just across start finish now. The margin's down to 10.4, so even with clear track, that automatic Aston is not really down to the pace we would expect it. A 2:12 flat on its restart lap. It's given up about a second and a half to the 29 Screaming Goat car. TLM USA, by the way, is in third. They'll have taken that position as a result of the pit stop from the Team Pramac Audi R8, but that will not last.
If you're at the track, it's worth watching that Pramac R8.
Oh yeah.
The
he's already gapped the TLM car by like a second and a half on the way down.
And that was after getting completely screwed into turn one with a blocked track.
So I would caution Alexander here a little bit. I'm not an expert, but this feels a little bit like being a 7,000 I-rating driver in like a third or fourth split of something, right? Where you are far and away the quickest, most experienced, or one of the most experienced drivers on the circuit, right? Certainly the biggest name, and you're driving around a bunch of guys you've never raced with before that aren't used to looking for your team in your car. You're in the series for the first time. I'm sure the tendency would be to push very, very hard, but also you've got to rein that in a little bit because you're around guys you've never seen on track before.
I think that's him on the apron. Maybe.
No.
Going backwards.
Maybe not. No, it's not him. Around the...
He's definitely in that bunch.
Is he? Oh, this
it was him on the apron.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah,
Dives the inside
apron again.
Yep. Picked off, I think that's the other ass of the Pro Speed. Yeah, look at how late he is on the brakes. That's a solid 100 yards deeper than anybody else was. 80 to 100 yards.
But yeah, to your point,
you get the same thing in cycling and a lot of other sports where there's sort of speed and closing distances involved. But when you're against more competent, and by that I mean more professional, you're pointing at something.
The lead margin, there's no cars between first and second, and it's down to 7.8.
When you're against more experienced, more professional competition, you can make assumptions about what they're going to do because they're probably going to do the thing that an experienced professional would do.
Yep.
Not the case with a lot of this field. So he might be making bold moves based on assumptions that are not necessarily going to be correct just because of the lack of experience of the competition.
One of the other things I've just pieced together, Scott, we were talking about how this very short yellow flag we just had was going to affect this lead trio, quartet, whatever the relevant amount is. I guess the TLM car is still in it for the moment now, just sort of dropping a little more time back to the 693. But the other thing this has done for the 693 is to catch it up to the back of the queue, which is only like a quarter of a lap rather than a half of a lap, which it was behind. So it has picked up whatever that actual mileage is to the number 909.
And put some fuel in the car as well.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's probably the biggest one here. And we've offset our leaders again, right? Because the Screaming Goat car, the automatic car, were both in at the end of the red flag period. That yellow, that double yellow. The Pramac car, I guess, did both, but now has topped off this time around.
Be interesting to see how this one pans out. I don't know that Alexander's going to get necessarily any better fuel mileage than anybody else, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're just going to have him do a double and stay in the car as long as, well, at least a double and stay in the car as long as he can. Within reason, of course, to try and get this car back into contention. Like you mentioned too, Scott, the track is now bone dry. The times we're seeing for most cars in clear air are about what we would expect. The only one that really hasn't gotten there is the 909.
That's true. This does an 8.4, which is not bad. But,
no, that is what we're expecting.
I'm a little bit surprised that we saw a 205.4 from the Pramac car, and then it didn't go any quicker. And I thought the track was still a bit wet when it did the 5.4, but
well,
maybe the track temperature has come up that quickly after all the water's gone.
Remember too that as he does a 6.5 through a little bit of traffic there. Remember,
well, Screaming Goat are only doing 6.5s as well.
These are still DOT tires running around the banking, so I'm sure they generate heat fairly quickly and probably retain it to a degree. So you may DOT tires that aren't necessarily meant to be running around, banking for this period of time. You're probably generating a bit more heat than is optimum for those. So I wouldn't be surprised if most of this stint is spent beyond the optimum temperature for most of these tires. Back on board the HQ Autosport BMW. Pulls the driver's right and sends it off on the brakes into turn 1 and 2.
One car that is doing a mid 205 is the GTR 99 car in 7th place. They're also only 2 seconds behind Will to Win. In fact, they've probably already passed them because they were 8 seconds faster on the last lap. So see if we can spot them. See a few blue cars over in that mess going into West Horseshoe.
There's a blue car, but I'm not sure that's a GTR.
No, none of them are the GTR. It's Hitman and a Porsche.
No. Is that the CLM car?
They're in the bus stop. They're on the actually right behind.
Oh, is that them there?
Yeah, they're right behind the R8.
Oh, interesting.
Going quicker than them. So, but I don't know where the Will to Win is going to be a Cayman, right?
Has that pass already happened?
I think it must have.
Yeah, I would think so.
Unless
8
it's-
seconds last lap would be more than enough.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's a Will to Win Cayman behind the Stratus car.
This M4 is quick in a straight line compared to the Audi. I mean, it's not blowing by it, but it closed up substantially on the last stretch out of NASCAR 4 and up to the start-finish line before they both jumped on the brakes. The Audi is wide at turn 1, and it allows the GTR 99 up to alongside of it as they go into the S's at pit out. But the 99 thinks better of it, has to sort of back out of the move.
These cars are separated by a lap.
Yes. 179 complete for the Team Prema Audi, 178 complete for the Team GTR 99.
And just to confirm, that pass did happen, and they also pulled 7 seconds
Yeah, there you
on the
go.
Will to Win
That's why
car.
you couldn't find the Will to Win car.
Yeah, it was already 5 seconds behind.
So we're now at a point, Scott, and Joseph, I guess now, where the top 3 are really starting to separate themselves from anybody else in contention. Right? I mean, we still have a couple of cars that are within, let's say, 2 laps of the leader that if anything slips up or anything changes at the top, this could change very quickly. But at the moment, these top 3 are just sort of...
It's a similar situation to one I was describing a little while ago, except we've replaced TLM USA with Prema.
Exactly.
TLM USA, by the way, are really not up to pace either.
No, they weren't from the time we dropped the green flag after the red.
So they're not threats. Even though they're only 25 seconds behind Prema, as you say, I don't think we can really include them in the top in that fight unless they show us some pace. It's a bit better than what they're doing at the moment. But track conditions are going to change rapidly, and we've got plenty more drivers to get in these cars, so we'll see. They're in a decent position at the moment if they had pace. So here comes Automatic across the line, and there's Screaming Goat. So really not a very big gap at all. 2.2 seconds. Screaming Goat was 1.9 faster on that lap, so we need to keep an eye on this because they could be all over the leaders before the end of the lap. There's one car in between them as both cars head into the International Horseshoe at the moment. I think it's one of the, I think the 95 RS3 is in between them. And in fact, the RS3 is going to try and overtake the Aston Martin around the outside into the West Horseshoe. So yeah, that Aston Martin's really not quite up to speed yet. He's gonna draw. Oh no, not quite. Didn't quite get alongside. But now Screaming Goat is all over the back of the RS3. So we've got these three cars nose to tail with the car many laps down. I think many laps down in between. Out onto the banking. The Aston Martin gets a nice clean run and is going to hold that track position. Down towards the bus stop. Further back, GTR 99, their last lap was a 2:05.2. So that's really getting down towards some of their fastest laps of the race. The Aston Martin, like, very genuinely looks like it's holding up the Audi RS3 behind it.
Yeah.
The Audi has no straight line speed in comparison, but
no, but that's been sort of the case. Well, that Irish Mike's car has been okay up against some of the other cars. I think that Aston Martin is just, I think it's just a quick car in a straight line. It always has been.
Fair enough.
Oh, also, you're right. This Irish Mike's car, yeah, it's losing time to Screaming Goat in this last stretch of the front straightaway as well. We'll see what this means on the brakes. Ooh, on the brakes even earlier than the number 29. But they're all pretty much right there. But we see the margin stretch out all the way down the front straightaway, or, well, the banking and the front straightaway, and then it's by the time they get to the apex of turn 2, they're all nose to tail again anyway.
Another interesting thing that's going to happen soon is we've got both GTR 99 and Prema coming up behind the leaders, and they're going to want their laps back.
You're absolutely right. In the meantime, so the Hammer car is now is right up in there as well. That's the number 02. The Screaming Goat car just ran side by side with the Irish Mike's number 95 down the 3 to 4 straight into the kink, backed out of that, so he's still the third car in line behind the overall race leader. But this is an on-track battle for the lead between 909 Automatic Racing and the number 29 Screaming Goat Racing BMW that we had been following for a while. Everything's come right back together, and as the Screaming Goat car heads out onto the banking, the Audi in front of it, the number 95, gets a good punch off of turn 6, but he's going to hit VMAX considerably earlier than I think the number 29 will, and that will allow the 29 to close back up in the slipstream by the time we get to the braking zone for turn 7. Actually, not quite as much as I would have thought there, although this isn't really the point where you're sustained right around your top speed, within a couple miles an hour, your top speed. Down to the braking zone in the, well, you'll see it on your screen here in a little bit. Reminder, our onboards are on a little bit of a delay here. But as we look out the window, very much nose to tail, and this is the battle you see out the windscreen of the 02. So we'll stick with this for a little bit, because this is going to be your best view of the on-track battle for the overall lead. Like we mentioned, it's Aston Martin playing BMW with two Audis stuck in the mix, both considerable laps down, but two very quick cars nonetheless. And in some way, I feel for the driver of the number 29 Screaming Goat BMW here, because that Irish Mike's car, on pace, has every right to be where it is, but man, I think is probably going to end up holding up the number 29 in various spots here where it might be able to make up some time on the 909, or for that matter, even try and set up a pass on the 909. Irish Mike's good run out of the International Horseshoe, but can't really do much with it. The Aston Martin, as they shift up through third and fourth gear, gets a good punch, and now they're going to be stuck in... Ooh, nope. The Irish Mike's car dives up the inside of one of the general production cars. Too far away to pick up a number on it, but as they swing out of the kink, the 29's made it through as well. The 02 passes around the outside of turn number 5.
And this is all just very much status quo at the moment. Nobody's making any desperate lunges. As I say that, through goes the number 95 Irish Mike's Audi RS3 on the leader. The number 29 is going to follow him right through up the inside as they come onto the west banking. And as I say that, he just but moves down across in front of the 909 to try and get single file on the bank and forces the 909 with all its grunt out of the big V8 out the front of that car to go the long way around the banking, which it does with relative ease. So now the on-track order goes 95, 909, 29, and then the 02. Although I think this is probably a net positive for the 29, because I believe that 29 will have been held up a little bit in places where it would have been able to make up some time on the overall leader. So now that it's basically just a straight fight between these two cars for the overall lead. Wow, that Irish Mike's car has gapped the 909 pretty considerably. The Screaming Goat car has lost track position to the number 02. What on earth?
Deal with one RS3 and all of a sudden another one pops out of nowhere. Although he's just rounded him around the outside with relative ease into turn 1. They clearly want this lead at this point in the race.
Oh, for sure. Well, I mean, this is when we've seen the 909 at its most vulnerable, right? That car's been really, really quick all through the race. And granted, it's doing consistent, high 8s now, which is still pretty good. That's exactly where the Screaming Goat car is, although the poor car's been dealing with Audi RS3s, like you said, for about the last half dozen laps.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of cars. I mean, we're seeing the 997 right now do its fastest lap of the race at a 5.5. And the Team Prema Audi has finally got back in the groove, and their last lap was a 4.7. So we're seeing some really fast lap times out there. Not necessarily from the two leaders, though.
Well, and let's remember, too, that being as far into the race as we are, just past 8.5 hours, we're sort of at a point where the cars that we're seeing at the front are not the fastest cars on track. Just because the fastest cars can go out and do a 4.5 or a 5 flat or something like that doesn't mean that these are the cars that are the most in contention for a win this afternoon, because they've got there through consistency, pit strategy, not making any mistakes, not losing too much time in the pits every time you do have to make a pit stop. Those are the things that are going to win you races anyway. Now, that being said, the Prema car, the GTR car, the loose cannon car just set its quickest lap of the race, right, at 2:05.5.
I think Screaming Goats made the pass, haven't they?
They have. As soon as we start talking about other things, because it's been status quo for a while, you're absolutely right. So through to the overall race lead, especially once they cross start finish line, it'll be official. But at least on track, the 29 has finally jumped that number 909 Aston Martin, and I think this lap or the next lap, we are going to get a sense of what the real pace of that number 29 Screaming Goat Racing BMW is like.
Yeah, interestingly, it was just on the powerhouse of the West Horseshoe. Took a wider line into the West Horseshoe, cut back to the inside, got better traction, and drove straight past the Aston. Was how the pass was made.
So my sense is that car is very, very good under power. That initial power application, it gets really good traction up through about third gear, at which point just the brute force and the grunt of the V8 Vantage sort of takes over, and it's able to start clawing that gap back up.
Yeah, it's a very boxy design and rudimentary looking aerodynamics on that Screaming Goat car as well, which, I mean, I'm sure they're effective at generating downforce, as we can see the car's pretty quick, but it's that level of sophistication at reducing high-speed drag that the Aston Martin clearly has more development on that side of things.
It's that it's more efficient.
Yeah. Which you only really see at the very top end, where obviously drag squares with velocity. So that's the point where that efficiency really starts to matter, which is why we can see the Screaming Goat car can get off the corners fine, but it may have more power. But if it's got 3 times the drag at top speed, then it's not going to be able to outrun it.
Yeah, well, and remember, if you've got something that's just a rectangular planform wing, you're probably, you've got end plates, but you're probably still going to have a lot of induced drag too. So you're producing a lot of downforce, but that comes with its own penalty. It's not just that the plane itself is draggy, but that you're getting that extra lift, and you don't really have a a mitigation strategy that's wind tunnel honed or CFD honed.
Exactly.
So as we come up, we're not completing any particular landmark. We're 185 laps completed in the 14 hours of Daytona. 8 hours and 37 minutes gone. 5 hours and 22 minutes to go. We've just seen a pass for the overall lead between the number 29 Screaming Goat BMW and the 909 Aston Martin. Margin is going out ever so slightly, up from 7/10 to a second flat. So two fairly evenly matched cars and a little bit of traffic to pick through, but...
Well, more importantly, there's some traffic coming up behind them now.
That is quicker than them, including the number 99 GTR BMW.
And the R8.
Oh, yep, because they're right in there. So too is that 02 Audi RS3.
Yeah, that car
that car's been there.
It seems to have the same pace, but
Yeah.
it's the 99 and the 693 that are going to definitely want to work their way through on both of the leaders.
Yeah. So with us being in this sort of phase of the race, what we need to do at this point is move YouTube across to part 2 and just take a brief moment here to say hello to Uncle Koopa, as we do every so often, and get things back in order and set up to run to the end of the race here. Facebook, whether we wanted it to or not, has already moved over to part 2. Thanks to those of you that pointed it out, and we got that all squared away. YouTube will do the same here in a couple of moments. It's already scheduled on the World Racing League YouTube page, so join us there in a couple of moments' time once we get through with Cooper and I assume the Sebring promotion here as well. And we'll be back with you from the DriverSeye Live booth in just a couple of moments' time from the 2021 14 Hours of Daytona, the World Racing League on DriverSeye Live.
Hey, your Uncle Cooper here. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Goldie, my niece, your cousin, and Goldie didn't know which tires were right for her. The first ones were too much tire, and then the next ones were not enough tire. Anyway, long story short, Goldie found the Coopers, and they were just right. What a happy, practical ending. Go to sleep. I love you.
Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Here is a bit of wisdom from your Uncle Cooper. Tires exist on a spectrum. On one end, you got too much tire. On the other, you don't get enough. Both ends are rip-offs. You're either paying for more than you need or needing more even after you pay. So if you want a tire that costs what tires should cost and does what tires should do, go right for the sweet spot. Go with the Coopers.
Cooper!